My name is Arthur Penn. I hold a doctorate, or rather, a doctorate in ambiance, in the field of ethnobotany, with a secondary focus on the folklore of the American West. For the past 6 years, my life was a cloistered one, defined by university archives, grant proposals, and the quiet, often vicious, politics of academia. A professional and personal rupture, the details of which are both tedious and irrelevant, prompted a need for a drastic change. I required solitude. I required a landscape that was honest in its immensity and indifference. I required a task with clear, tangible objectives. It was with this mindset that I formally accepted the position of forestry technicians. Lookout, GS 05, with the United States Forest Service. My assigned post was Tama Lookout, a remote, seasonally staffed tower in the Flathead National Forest of Montana, a stone's throw from the jagged spine of Glacier National Park. The job description was a masterpiece of bureaucratic understatement. Uses standard firefinders to locate observed smoke. Reports azimuth, distance, location, volume. Maintains records and logbooks. It was, on paper, the perfect antidote to my previous life. 100 days of paid isolation, a chance to clear my head and perhaps, I thought, to observe the intersection of man and wilderness from a unique vantage point. I was a scholar, after all. Observation was my trade. The journey to the tower was a process of shedding, a gradual sloughing off of the civilized world. It began with the drive from Kalispell, the roads narrowing from pavement to gravel, then to a deeply rutted track that was more suggestion than road. At the Tally Lake Ranger District Station, I received my final briefing from a man named Henderson, a career USFS employee with a face like a topographical map of the very region he managed. He handed me a standard issue radio, a set of keys, and a look that was equal parts encouragement and pity. "It gets quiet up there, Dr. Penn," he'd said, pointedly not using my preferred, less formal address. "Real quiet. Some folks aren't built for it." The final leg of the journey was a 5-mile hike, a strenuous ascent that took me from the lower montane forests of ponderosa pine and Douglas fir into the subalpine zone. The air grew thin and sharp, smelling of pine duff and cold stone. The world of engine noise and human chatter fell away, replaced by the sighing of wind through western larch and the chittering of unseen squirrels. The path was steep, and my 45-pound pack, mandated by the service, felt like an anchor. But with every step, a layer of my old life seemed to dissolve. By the time I broke through the tree line and saw the tower for the first time, I felt scoured clean, a blank slate. It stood on a rocky promontory, a stark, functional structure against the endless blue. Tama Lookout was a classic L4 style ground cab, a 15 by 15 foot wooden room built in the 1930s. Perched on a short foundation, rather than a towering steel frame. It was encircled by a narrow catwalk, its windows offering the promised 360-degree view that was so staggering it bordered on the sublime. From this single point, I could see tens of thousands of acres of wilderness, a rolling sea of green and gray, punctuated by the glint of distant alpine lakes. The sheer scale of it was humbling, a physical weight on the senses. It was peaceful, Yes, but it was also a profound and unnerving exposure. There was nowhere to hide. The interior was Spartan and smelled of old wood, propane, and mice. A single bed was bolted to one wall, a small desk to another. A propane stove and fridge hummed quietly in a corner, and a thick, legged wooden stool, the infamous lightning stool, insulated with glass feet, sat ominously in the center of the room. Power for the vital radio equipment came from a solar panel on the roof. But the heart of the room, the reason for its existence, was the Osborne Firefinder. As an academic with a fondness for antiquated technology, I was immediately captivated. It was a beautiful piece of equipment, a large, circular brass table with a meticulously detailed topographic map of my assigned territory sealed under a glass plate. In the center pivoted the alidade, a sighting mechanism with a fine horsey hair crosshair in the front sight and a narrow slit in the rear. By aligning these on a distant smoke, I could read the exact azimuth, the compass bearing, from the graduated ring on the table's edge. It was technology from the 1840s, a testament to elegant, enduring design. I spent the first afternoon familiarizing myself with its operation, performing the daily checks I'd been taught, leveling the base, checking the plumb of the horsehair, sight against a weighted string, and orienting it to a known peak on the horizon. It was a ritual, a connection to the generations of lookouts who had stood in this very spot, their eyes scanning the same vast wilderness. It was while organizing the small desk that I found the anomaly. Tucked inside the back cover of a new, official USS logbook was a single sheet of paper. It was thick, high-quality government stock, but yellowed and brittle with age, as if it had been transferred from logbook to logbook for decades. It was typewritten, the letters faint and slightly misaligned, on a machine that had clearly seen better days. At the top, in stark capital letters, was the title UNOFICIALADDNDUM. Opuratingprocedures locat. I read it with a growing sense of bemusement, a smile tugging at my lips. It was clearly a prank, a piece of accumulated cabin fever, induced folklore, left by a predecessor with a dark sense of humor. In my own research, I'd come across countless tales of isolation, induced madness. This was just a prime example, a local legend in the making. I smoothed the paper out on the desk. 1. Conduct horizon scans every 15 minutes from sunrise to sunset. After sunset, do not look directly at the horizon. Observe it only through reflections in the window panes. 2. Log all weather data at the top of the hour. If the anemometer spins counter-clockwise, do not record the wind speed. Report calm conditions to dispatch, regardless of the truth. Do not look outside for the next 10 minutes. 3. The radio is for official use. If you hear what sounds like a lullaby or quiet weeping on the air guard frequency, 168.625 Mhz, turn the squelch to maximum and do not respond. It is not for you. 4. You may occasionally see a single, unmoving figure at the distant tree line, near the old growth of western larch. This is normal. Do not log it. Do not point the firefinder at it. He does not like to be measured. 5. If you hear scratching at the trapdoor to the catwalk, ignore it. The sound will be that of a badger or porcupine. It is never a badger or porcupine. 6. Some nights, the stars will seem to go out. This is an atmospheric effect. Do not light the lantern. Sit on the insulated stool and wait for them to return. Do not count the time that passes. 7. Never, under any circumstances, consume the wild strawberries that grow in a perfect circle around the base of the tower. They are not for you. I chuckled, folding the paper and tucking it back into the logbook. The rules were cleverly constructed, each one playing on a specific aspect of the lookout's life. The radio frequencies, the weather equipment, the local flora and fauna. It was an impressive piece of creative writing. I felt a strange kinship with the anonymous author, another soul, who had found themselves alone on this peak with too much time to think. My first official watch began the next morning. The world was painted in the soft pastels of dawn. I followed my training, my eyes sweeping the horizon in a slow, methodical 360-degree scan, a practice I would repeat every 15 minutes. I made my first radio call to dispatch, keeping my language professional and concise, just as Henderson had instructed. Kalispell dispatch, this is Tama Lookout. Radio check over. The reply was crisp and clear, a reassuring tether to the world below. I felt a sense of profound peace, a feeling of purpose I hadn't known in years. This was real. This was meaningful. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges, I stepped out onto the catwalk to take my 1800 weather reading. The air was cool, and a steady breeze was blowing from the west. I noted the temperature and humidity, then glanced up at the anemometer, a small device with 3 cups that spun to measure wind speed. As I watched, the cups slowed, stopped, and then, for 3 full rotations, spun distinctly counter-clockwise. I blinked, shaking my head. It must have been a trick of the light, or a sticky bearing in the mechanism. I waited. The cups stuttered again, then resumed their proper clockwise rotation. I laughed it off, my mind immediately recalling the absurd second rule. Report. Calm conditions. Do not look outside for the next 10 minutes. A charmingly specific detail for a prank. I dutifully recorded the correct wind speed and direction in my logbook, making a mental note to oil the anemometer's housing in the morning. I turned to go back inside. As my hand touched the door, a sudden, violent gust of wind slammed into the tower. It wasn't a natural gust. It was a physical blow, a solid impact that made the entire structure groan and shudder on its foundation. The windows rattled in their frames, and I instinctively grabbed the railing for support. From inside the cabin, the radio, which had been quietly humming, erupted. It wasn't the usual hiss of atmospheric noise. It was a single, sharp burst of static, loud and abrasive. But beneath the noise, for just a fraction of a second, it sounded like something else. Something organic. It sounded like a sharp, shocked, indrawn breath. I stood frozen on the catwalk, the wind whipping my hair across my face. The radio fell silent. The world was still again, save for the gentle, natural breeze. I stared at the door to my new home, the laughter gone from my throat, replaced by a cold, heavy knot in the pit of my stomach. It was just the wind, I told myself. It was just static. It was a long summer ahead, and I was already letting the isolation get to me. But as I finally pushed the door open and stepped back into the dimming light of the cabin, my eyes were drawn to the logbook on the desk and the yellowed sheet of paper tucked within. And for the first time, it didn't feel like a joke at all. The first week at Tama Lookout passed in a state of sublime, deliberate monotony. The initial shock of that first evening, the reversed anemometer, the violent gust, the strangled gasp from the radio, subsided into a nagging unease, an itch at the back of my mind that I consciously chose to ignore. I was a scientist. I dealt in observable, repeatable phenomena. A faulty bearing, a pressure differential, a stray radio signal bleeding over from another frequency. These were rational explanations. To entertain anything else was to succumb to the very isolation, induced paranoia I had read about in countless psychological studies. My days fell into a rhythm dictated by the sun and the Forest Service manual. Every 15 minutes, from the first hint of dawn until the last ember of sunset faded from the sky, I performed my sweep. I would stand at the Osborne fire finder, my feet on the exact spot worn smooth by my predecessors, and slowly pivot, my eyes tracing the vast panorama. I learned the landscape, memorizing the shapes of the peaks, the contours of the valleys, the subtle variations in the color of the forest that could signal a change in health or humidity. It was a landscape of profound indifference, a geological timescale unfolding before me, and I, a fleeting observer, was tasked with watching for the ephemeral flicker of a flame. I logged weather data, maintained the equipment, and kept my radio calls to dispatch brief and professional. The yellowed list of rules remained tucked in the logbook, a piece of forgotten folklore I refused to consult. It was on the 8th day during my 1430 scan that I saw him. My gaze was sweeping past the dense, old-growth stand of western larch to the northeast, a patch of forest noted on my map for its age and vulnerability to lightning strikes. And there, at the jagged edge where the dark timber met a slope of pale green meadow, was a figure. It was undeniably a man, though at this distance, several miles at least, details were impossible. He was simply a dark, vertical shape against the trees, perfectly still. My training kicked in instantly. An unauthorized person in a remote sector, a potential fire risk, a lost hiker. My first duty was to get a precise location. I leaned over the Osborne fire fender, my hands instinctively moving to align the sights. I centered the brass alidade, my eye seeking the rear slit, preparing to line up the horsehair crosshair on the distant shape. It was a standard procedure, one I had practiced dozens of times. And then I froze. A cold dread, sharp and specific, washed over me. Rule number 4. You may occasionally see a single, unmoving figure at the distant tree line. Do not log it. Do not point the fire finder at it. He does not like to be measured. My mind reeled. It was absurd prank. A test of some kind, perhaps, left by a predecessor to see if the new lookout was prone to suggestion. Yet, the memory of that first night was still vivid. The shudder of the tower, the sound on the radio. My job, my entire purpose for being here, was to observe, to locate, to measure. this rule was a direct contradiction of my most fundamental duty. I stood conflicted, my rational, academic mind at war, with a primal, superstitious fear I hadn't known I possessed. I was a scholar of folklore, not a participant. I had studied the Kootenai and Salish legends of this very region, tales of Coyote the trickster, and the Nativisu Lixintine, the people-eaters, who roamed the land before humans. They were fascinating cultural artifacts, not field guides. My hand trembled slightly as I pulled it back from the fire finder. I took a deep breath, my heart hammering against my ribs. I would compromise. I would observe, but I would not measure. I raised my binoculars to my eyes, the powerful lenses bringing the distant tree line into sharp focus. I scanned the area where the figure had been standing. There was nothing there. Only the trees and the meadow, shimmering in the afternoon sun. I scanned back and forth, my grip on the binoculars tight. He was gone. It was impossible. No person could have moved that quickly, disappearing back into the dense forest in the few seconds my eyes were off him. I lowered the binoculars, a cold sweat on my brow. Had I seen him at all? Was this what Henderson meant? Some folks aren't built for it. That night, sleep offered little respite. The wind moaned around the corners of the cabin, a lonely, desolate sound that seemed to carry voices, just at the edge of hearing. I found myself thinking of the old logbooks, stored in a footlocker beneath the bed. They were official government property, decades of meticulous records of weather, fires, and supply drops. But perhaps they held more. Perhaps a previous lookout, another academic or a lonely soul, had left some clue, some explanation for the unofficial addendum. The next day, during a long, quiet afternoon with no sign of smoke, I pulled them out. They were heavy, bound in canvas, their pages filled with neat, economical script. I started with the most recent and worked my way back through the 1970s, the 60s. It was a history of the mountain in miniature, decades of lightning strikes, smoke reports, and mundane observations. July 12, 1968, resupply packer Ron brought mail and fresh eggs. Good to talk to someone. August 3, 1975. Major lightning storm over the Swan Range. Plotted 32 strikes. No smoke yet. It was in a logbook from 1958 that I found the first crack in the official record. The handwriting was different from the entries before and after it. Tighter, more frantic. The entry for September 2nd read: anemometer spinning backwards again. Wind from the east, but the cups say west. Radio made the breathing sound. I'm not reporting it. A few pages later, another entry. His out there again. Same spot. Just watching. I will not use the finder on him. I will not. The final entry from that lookout, dated September 18th, was almost illegible. Scratching all night. God, the scratching. After that, a new handwriting appeared, noting that the previous lookout had left his post for personal reasons, and a replacement had been brought in. I sat back, the dusty logbook open on my lap. This wasn't a prank. It was a warning, passed down through decades. My scientific detachment was gone, replaced by chilling sense of validation. I was not the first. That evening, I felt a new kind of dread settle over me. The setting sun no longer felt peaceful. It felt like a countdown. As darkness enveloped the tower, I turned my attention to the radio, the lifeline that connected me to the world below. I kept the volume low, the quiet hiss a familiar companion. I was monitoring the standard channels when a thought, cold and unwelcome, slithered into my mind. Rule number 3. If you hear what sounds like a lullaby or quiet weeping on the AirGuard frequency, AirGuard 168.625 MHz, was the National Emergency Aviation Channel. It was to be monitored continuously by all federal aircraft, used only for mayday calls or other dire situations. It was a channel you prayed you never had to use, and one you certainly didn't expect to hear anything on during a quiet night. My training dictated that any unauthorized transmission on that frequency was a serious event, to be reported immediately. With a sense of morbid curiosity, I couldn't resist. I switched the radio's channel group and tuned to AirGuard. The speaker emitted the normal, empty static of an open channel. I listened for a minute, then another. Nothing. I felt a wave of relief, foolish for even checking. I was letting the old logbook get to me. I reached to switch back to the dispatch frequency, and then I heard it. It was faint, buried deep in the static, but it was there. A melody. It was a simple, childlike tune, a lullaby played on what sounded like a tinny music box. It played through once, then twice. The sound was so profoundly out of place, so alien to the world of emergency, radio protocols and wilderness silence, that it made the hair on my arms stand on end. Then, the music box faded and was replaced by a new sound. The sound of a woman, quietly weeping. It wasn't a sound of frantic grief, but of deep, bottomless sorrow. A sound that seemed to seep into the very wood of the cabin. My blood ran cold. This was a breach of federal communication protocols. Someone was in distress. My duty was clear. I had to respond. I had to report it. My hand reached for the transmit button. Turn the squelch to maximum and do not respond. It is not for you. The words of the rule screamed in my head. It is not for you. The weeping continued, a heartbreaking, ghostly sound floating through the ether. My training, my sense of duty, my entire professional ethos warred with the stark, insane instruction on that yellowed paper. I thought of the frantic entries in the 1958 logbook. I thought of the figure who was there, one moment and gone the next. With a shaking hand, I reached for the squelch knob. The control was designed to filter out background noise, to keep the radio quiet unless a strong signal was present. Turning it to maximum would effectively deafen the receiver to anything but the most powerful, close, range transmission. I twisted it. The weeping cut off instantly, replaced by a profound and absolute silence that was somehow more terrifying than the sound it had replaced. I sat there in the dark, in my glass box on top of the world, utterly alone. The vast, star-dusted sky outside the windows offered no comfort. It felt like a cage. I was no longer an observer. I was a prisoner. And the rules were not a joke. They were the bars of my cell. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that something was coming to test them. The silence that followed my act of obedience, twisting the squelch knob to maximum, was more profound, and terrifying than any sound it had replaced. The weeping on the air guard frequency had been an intrusion, a violation of the natural order of my isolated world. But its absence was a vacuum, a void that my mind rushed to fill with horrors of its own making. For the first time since arriving at Tama Lookout, I felt the true weight of the 100,000 acres of wilderness pressing in on all sides. It was not empty space. It was a space filled with a waiting, watching presence. My academic detachment had been a flimsy shield, and it was now shattered. I was no longer a scientist observing a phenomenon. I was prey hiding in a glass box, learning the rules of a game I never agreed to play. The next few days were a blur of hyper-vigilance. Sleep was a luxury I couldn't afford, snatched in brief, anxiety-ridden increments. Every gust of wind, every creak of the tower's old timber sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I performed my duties with a frantic, mechanical precision, my horizon scans no longer a peaceful ritual, but a desperate search for threats. I kept my radio transmissions, with dispatch clipped and professional, my voice a strained imitation of my former self, terrified that some other, unwanted sound might bleed through. The yellowed list of rules was now my Bible and my curse, permanently left open on the desk next to the official logbook. I read and re-read the lines, searching for patterns, for loopholes, for some hint of the logic that governed this place. I was a scholar, and this was the most important text I had ever studied. On the third night after the radio incident, the scratching started. It began subtly, a faint, rhythmic scraping against the underside of the catwalk near the trapdoor that provided the only access from the ground. My heart leaped into my throat. I froze, straining my ears in the oppressive silence of the cabin. It sounded like a branch skittering across the wood in the wind. But there was no wind. The air was unnervingly still. Rule number 5. If you hear scratching at the trapdoor to the catwalk, ignore it. The sound will be that of a badger or porcupine. It is never a badger or porcupine. The memory of the 1958 logbook entry flooded my mind. Scratching all night. God, the scratching. The sound came again, louder this time. It wasn't the frantic scrabbling of an animal's claws. It was a slow, deliberate, dragging sound. A heavy grit, like stone being pulled across wood. Then came a series of sharp, distinct taps on the trapdoor itself. Tap, tap. Every instinct screamed at me to look, to crawl to the edge of the catwalk, peer over the side, and confront the source of the noise. My entire being was a coiled spring of fight or flight, and the inability to do either was a unique form of torture. I backed away from the door, my eyes wide in the darkness, and fixed my gaze on the Osborne fire fender. Its brass form a familiar, solid anchor in a world that had come unmoored. I focused on the intricate lines of the topographic map under the glass, tracing the contours of mountains and valleys I knew by heart, trying to ground myself in a reality that was rapidly slipping away. The scratching continued for what felt like hours, a patient, relentless sound that promised it had all the time in the world. When dawn finally broke, the silence that returned was as sudden as the sound's arrival. I waited a full hour, until the sun was well above the horizon, before I dared to venture out onto the catwalk. My hands trembled as I unlatched the door. The air was crisp and clean. There were no tracks in the dirt around the tower's base. No sign of disturbance. Nothing. The need for water forced me down the trail later that morning. The tower's supply was running low, and the spring was a quarter-mile descent into the subalpine forest. I carried my pack and the empty water jugs, my eyes constantly scanning the trees, my ears attuned to every snap of a twig. It was on my return journey, hauling the heavy, sloshing containers up the steep path, that I saw them. At the base of the tower, growing in the thin, rocky soil, was a patch of wild strawberries. But it wasn't a natural patch. The plants formed a perfect, unbroken circle about 10 feet in diameter, surrounding the concrete footings of my temporary home. The berries themselves were a vibrant, impossible red, glistening with dew, looking juicier and more perfect than any wild fruit I had ever seen. As an ethnobotanist, I recognized the species instantly. Fragaria virginiana, common enough in these parts. But this formation, this flawless geometry, was anything but common. It was a deliberate arrangement, a design. Rule number 7. Never, under any circumstances, consume the wild strawberries that grow in a perfect circle around the base of the tower. They are not for you. My academic mind, the part of me that still clung to reason, was fascinated. I thought of the Salish stories, of plants as sacred gifts, each with its own purpose and protocol. Some plants were for healing, some for ceremony, and some, perhaps, were offerings meant for another, non-human world. They are not for you. The words implied they were for someone, or something else. I felt a sudden, chilling certainty that this perfect circle of fruit was not a garden, but a lure. A plate set for a guest I never wanted to meet. I gave the circle a wide berth and scrambled back up the trapdoor, locking it firmly behind me. That night, I resolved to stay awake. I drank cup after cup of instant coffee, the bitter taste doing little to chase away the bone-deep exhaustion. I sat on the insulated stool in the center of the room, the logbooks and the list of rules spread before me on the desk. The hours ticked by, 2200, 2300, midnight. The wilderness outside was a wall of impenetrable black. It was shortly after 0100 when it happened. I was looking out the western window, my eyes tired and unfocused, when the stars began to disappear. It wasn't clouds rolling in. It was a creeping, spreading void. One by one, the familiar constellations, Ursa Major, Cassiopeia, were extinguished, as if a great, black curtain was being drawn across the cosmos. Within a minute, the sky was gone. There was no moon, no starlight, no residual glow. Just a flat, featureless, absolute blackness that seemed to press against the glass of the windows, sucking all light and life from the world. My breath caught in my chest. My hand flew to the propane lantern on the desk, my fingers fumbling for the striker. Rule number 6. Some nights the stars will seem to go out. This is an atmospheric effect. Do not light the lantern. Sit on the insulated stool and wait for them to return. Do not count the time that passes. My hand recoiled from the lantern as if it were red hot. This is an atmospheric effect. The lie was so blatant, so absurd. It was more terrifying than the truth. This was not weather. This was an event, an uncreation. I scrambled back to the insulated stool, its glass feet suddenly feeling like the most important technology in the world. I sat rigidly, my back straight, my hands clenched into fists on my knees, and stared into the void beyond the windows. Do not count the time. Why? What would happen if I did? Would I notice it stretching, compressing, breaking? I closed my eyes, focusing on the sound of my own frantic heartbeat. The silence was total. No wind, no crickets. Not even the hum of the refrigerator. The soundscape of the world had been erased along with the stars. I don't know how long I sat there. Time had lost all meaning. It could have been 10 minutes or 10 hours. My sense of self began to fray at the edges, my consciousness adrift in a sea of pure, sensory-deprived blackness. Then, as suddenly as it had vanished, the world returned. A single star blinked into existence, then another, then 1,000 more. The familiar tapestry of the Milky Way spilled across the sky. A breath I didn't realize I'd been holding escaped my lungs in a ragged sob. I was shaking uncontrollably, drenched in a cold sweat. It was over. I stumbled to the window, my legs weak, and looked out at the restored night. Everything seemed normal. The familiar peaks were silhouetted against the starlight. I leaned my forehead against the cool glass, dizzy with relief. And then I remembered the first rule. The one I had dismissed as a simple quirk. After sunset, do not look directly at the horizon. Observe it only through reflections in the window panes. With a trembling hand, I shifted my focus from the world outside to my own reflection in the dark glass. I saw my own pale, terrified face. I saw the familiar interior of the cabin behind me, the desk, the bed, the Osborne fire finder, and standing just behind my right shoulder, where there was nothing but empty air in the room itself, was the tall, unmoving figure from the tree line. Time ceased to have meaning. My universe had contracted to the 15 by 15-foot confines of the cabin and the pane of glass in which my own terrified face was superimposed over the silent, watching figure. I didn't dare turn around. The rational part of my mind, the scholar who had once lectured on the power of suggestion and mass hysteria, knew there was nothing there. It was a reflection, a trick of light, and an overstressed mind. But the primal animal part of me, the part that had been awakened on this lonely peak, knew better. It knew that the reflection was the truth, and the empty space behind me was the lie. I spent the night on the insulated stool, a prisoner in the center of my own panopticon. I did not sleep. I watched my spectral companion in the reflection of the darkened windows. It never moved. It simply stood, a tall, patient silhouette, its presence a crushing weight on my sanity. It was a perfect, silent sentinel, and I was its sole object of observation. The rules had inverted my role. I was no longer the lookout, I was the watched. When the first tentative rays of dawn crept over the horizon, the figure in the glass faded, dissolving with the darkness. I was alone again. I stumbled to the cot, my body trembling with exhaustion, and, a relief so profound it felt like physical pain. I fell into a heavy, dreamless sleep that lasted for hours. I awoke in the late afternoon to the familiar, comforting crackle of the radio. It was dispatch running a routine check. Kalispell dispatch to Tama Lookout. Radio check. Over. My throat was dry. I took a moment to compose myself, to force the tremor from my voice. I had to maintain normalcy. To admit what I had experienced would be to admit madness, to be relieved of my post in disgrace. My academic career was in ruins. I would not allow this strange, wild chapter of my life to end the same way. Tama Lookout to Kalispell. I read you 5 by 5. All quiet on the mountain, over. My voice was a stranger's, thin and reedy. Roger that, Tama. Stay safe up there. Dispatch clear. The silence that followed was absolute. The events of the past weeks had been a slow, methodical dismantling of my reality. The anemometer, the weeping on the radio, the scratching, the vanishing stars, each had been a test, a lesson in a curriculum of terror. And I, the diligent student, had learned. The rules were not a prank. They were a set of bylaws for coexisting with something ancient and unknowable. Something that considered this mountain its domain. My gaze fell upon the circle of wild strawberries at the base of the tower. The 7th rule: never, under any circumstances, consume the wild strawberries that grow in a perfect circle around the base of the tower. They are not for you. My ethnobotanist's mind, the last bastion of my old self, began to work. In Salish and Kootenai traditions, plants were not mere resources. They were sacred beings, gifts to be treated with protocol and respect. Offerings were central to maintaining balance. The strawberries, in their perfect, unnatural circle, were not a random occurrence. They were an offering, a sacrament. They are not for you. They were for the guardians of this place. The figure in the reflection, the thing that scratched at my door, the source of the weeping on the wind. And in that moment, a terrible, desperate logic took hold of me. If the offering was the reason for its presence, then removing the offering might break the connection. It was a perversion of every principle of cultural respect I held dear, a violation of the sacred I had dedicated my life to studying. But I was no longer an academic. I was a cornered animal. As dusk began to fall, I made my decision. I would not spend another night with that silent watcher at my back. I took the small can of gasoline for the backup generator, my hands shaking so violently I could barely hold it. I descended the trapdoor for what I knew would be the last time. The air at the base of the tower was cold and still. The circle of strawberries seemed to glow in the fading light, each berry a perfect, crimson jewel. I stood at the edge of the circle, the smell of gasoline sharp in my nostrils. I remembered the Salish stories of Coyote, the trickster who made the world safe for humans by defeating the ancient monsters, the Nakiske Lixuntin, the people eaters. But Coyote was not here. I was alone. They are not for you, I whispered, the words tasting like sacrilege on my tongue. And you are not welcome here. I poured the gasoline, the clear liquid darkening the soil, splashing over the perfect berries. I struck a match. The flare of the flame was a tiny, defiant star in the growing darkness. I tossed it onto the circle. The world did not erupt in flame. It erupted in sound. It was a scream that came from everywhere at once. From the trees, from the rocks, from the sky itself. It was the weeping from the radio, the shriek of the wind, the scratching at the door, all amplified into a single, deafening chorus of rage and agony. It was the sound of a covenant being broken, of a sacred trust being violated. I staggered back, clutching my ears, and looked up at the tower. My home, my sanctuary. It was no longer empty. In every window, on all four sides of the cabin, figures were pressed against the glass. Not reflections. They were inside. Dozens of them. Tall, gaunt shapes, their forms indistinct and wavering like heat haze, their faces pale. Featureless discs in the gloom. They were not looking out at the burning offering. They were all looking down at me. My radio, clipped to my belt, crackled to life. It was not dispatch. It was a voice ancient and cold as stone. A voice that spoke with the grinding of mountains and the rustle of a billion dead leaves. It spoke a single word. A name I had read in my research, but never heard spoken. A name from the old Kutanai language, for a creature of legend. A wolf-like thing that carried off dogs and screamed like a human. Shunka Warakan. Then came another voice, a woman's, weeping with a sorrow so profound it hollowed out my soul. And then another, and another. A chorus of the lost, the forgotten, the ones who had come before me and failed the test. My legs gave out. I fell to my knees, my eyes fixed on the burning circle, the smoke acrid in my lungs. I finally understood. The rules were not for survival. They were a recruitment process, a test of obedience. And I had failed. My last coherent thought was of the logbook, of the yellowed, typewritten page. There was space at the bottom. Space for one more rule. I saw the words as clearly as if they were typed before my eyes. A final, damning piece of folklore. My contribution. 8. Do not desecrate the offering. They are hungry, and they do not forgive.
My name is Senior Airman Michael Rourke, United States Air Force, Communications Technician. That title, which I had worked so hard to earn, felt like a shield. It was a definition, a purpose. It meant I was a man who understood signals, who could decipher order from the chaos of the ether. I thought I knew what my job was. I was wrong. My transfer orders came on a Tuesday. Cape Lisburne Air Force Station, Alaska. I had to look it up on a map. It was a tiny speck on the northwestern, most tip of the state, a place where the Chukchi Sea met the Arctic Ocean, closer to Siberia than to Anchorage. It was a relic of the Cold War, one of the original distant early warning DWs, line sites built to watch for Soviet bombers coming over the pole, a remote tour. The assignment papers said 12 months. They might as well have said a lifetime. The flight in was a prelude to the nightmare. After the relative comfort of the C-130 from Elmendorf, the final leg was on a smaller, rattling prop plane that felt like it was being held together by sheer willpower. The pilot, a civilian contractor with a face like a worn leather map, just grinned when he saw my white knuckles. They call this the hairiest landing strip in the world. He shouted over the engine's roar. He wasn't exaggerating. The plane made a gut-wrenching turn, banking hard into a ferocious crosswind, aiming for a short gravel runway carved into the base of a desolate mountain. For a moment, all I could see was the rock face, and I was sure we were going to become another ghost story told to new recruits. Then, with a bone-jarring thud, we were down, I stepped out into a world of gray and white. The wind was a physical force, a constant, shrieking pressure that stole the breath from my lungs and bit at any exposed skin. The base, or bottom camp, as they called it, was a collection of squat, wooden buildings connected by a series of covered walkways, their paint peeling from decades of Arctic abuse. They looked temporary, like they were never meant to last, which I later learned was true. They were designed with a 15-year life expectancy back in the 1950s. Above us, clinging to the summit of a 1,600-foot peak, was the top camp, where the giant white redome stood like a solitary, unblinking eye. The man who met me was Master Sergeant Henderson. He was wary and weathered, with eyes that seemed to be constantly scanning the horizon for something I couldn't see. There was a tremor in his hands that he tried to hide by clenching them into fists. He gave me a tour that was less welcoming and more of a warning. This is the mess hall. This is the barracks. That's the road to top camp, he said, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. You'll be working in the comms shack next to the old White Alice site. He pointed to a pair of massive, defunct troposcatter antennas that looked like skeletal hands reaching for the sky. We ended the tour in a small, windowless briefing room. Henderson slid a thin, laminated binder across the table. Standard operating procedures, he said, but the look in his eyes said it was anything but standard. You read these. You memorize them. You live by them. You don't ask why. You just do it. Understand, Airman. I nodded, opening the binder. The first page was titled Cape Lisburne Special Orders. There were only 4. 1. All visual and auditory phenomena at the perimeter fence are to be considered meteorological in nature. Wind, snow, and ice can create deceptive effects. Do not investigate. Do not report anything other than weather-related interference in the log. I looked up at Henderson. Meteorological phenomena. Like what? His eyes narrowed, like the wind and the snow. That's all. I read the second rule. 2. From 2200 to the Oyo 6000, all radio channels are prone to severe static due to auroral interference. If this static resolves into what sounds like a human voice, you will note the time and frequency in the log. You will not, under any circumstances, attempt to respond. This was my domain. A voice? Like a bleed through from another transmission. No. Henderson said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Not like a transmission, just a voice. We log it as auroral interference. Got it. I swallowed, and not tightening in my stomach. I moved to the third. 3. The local raven population is unusually large and intelligent. They are known to mimic sounds and leave objects near the barracks. Do not engage with them. Do not follow them, no matter how curious you are. They are not your friends. The rule was so specific, so bizarre, it felt like a line from a madman's diary. The Tlingit people, the natives of this region, considered the raven a trickster, a powerful being that could bring fortune or ruin. The rule suggested the Air Force had learned that lesson the hard way. Then I read the final rule, the one that made the hair on my arms stand up. 4. Any sounds of human distress heard outside the barracks after dark, specifically the sound of a woman screaming or a child crying, are to be ignored. They are auditory illusions caused by the wind passing through the old structures and antennas. Secure the doors and do not, for any reason, go outside to investigate. I stared at the words, my mind reeling. A crying child out here. The nearest civilian settlement was Point Hope, 25 miles away across the frozen tundra. It was impossible. I thought of the old legends I'd skimmed before my flight. Stories of the Kushtaka, the land otter men, shapeshifters who lured victims to their doom by mimicking the cries of a baby. This is a joke, right, Sergeant? I asked, forcing a laugh. Some kind of hazing for the new guy. Henderson didn't laugh. He leaned forward, his face a mask of raw, desperate seriousness. Do I look like I'm joking, Airman? We had a guy last year. A good man. Thought he heard his daughter crying for him out on the ice. He went outside. We found his boots in the morning. Just his boots. The silence in the room was absolute. The only sound was the howl of the wind outside. And for the first time, I thought I could hear a voice in it, a thin, wailing cry. The next few days were a blur of settling in and observing the strange, oppressive culture of the base. The men were ghosts, going through the motions with a quiet tension that was almost unbearable. They moved with a purpose, but their eyes were hollow haunted. They suffered from what the shrinks called winter over syndrome, insomnia, anxiety, paranoia. But this felt like more than that. This was a deep, knowing fear that had taken root in the soul of the station. On my third night, I was assigned my first solo shift in the comm shack from midnight to 8. Henderson walked me over, the wind trying to tear us from the narrow walkway. Just remember the rules. Work. He set his hand on the door. The rules keep you safe. He looked at me one last time, his eyes pleading. Don't be a hero. Then he was gone, swallowed by the swirling snow. I was alone. I stepped inside the shack, the door sealing behind me with a heavy, final-sounding clank. The room was filled with the glow of monitors and the low hum of electronics. Through the reinforced window, I could see nothing but a maelstrom of white. I was in a tiny bubble of light and warmth, surrounded by an endless, frozen wasteland. I sat down at the console, the 4 rules echoing in my head. I was a communications technician, a man of logic and signals. But as the clock ticked past 0300 and the static on the secondary channel began to hiss and crackle, I felt a primal dread that no amount of training could have prepared me for. Something was out there in the dark, and it knew we were listening. The first few hours of my shift were a study in monotony. I ran the standard diagnostics, monitored the primary channels for any traffic from Elmendorf, and watched the radar sweep its lazy green line across the screen, painting a picture of absolute emptiness. The only company was the incessant howl of the wind and the groan of the building settling under the weight of the snow. It was easy to see how the isolation could get to you, how the mind, starved for stimulus, could start creating its own. The men I'd seen in the mess hall weren't just tired, they were worn thin, their nerves frayed by the constant darkness, the confinement, and the oppressive silence. They were classic cases of winter over syndrome, a collection of psychological symptoms that plagued those stationed in polar environments. But Henderson's warning felt like it went beyond simple cabin fever. At 03:05, it started. A crackle on the secondary channel, the one that monitored broad, spectrum, low-frequency transmissions. It was designated for atmospheric research and was usually silent save for the occasional pop of distant lightning. Tonight, it hissed to life. At first, it was just white noise, the sound of a million tiny grains of sand being poured into my ear. This was the oral interference the rules mentioned. I made a note of the time in the logbook, my pen scratching loudly in the quiet room. Then, the static began to change. It wasn't random anymore. A pattern was emerging from the chaos of cadence. The hiss coalesced into a thin, high-pitched wail. It was a sound that bypassed the ears and went straight to the primal core of my brain. It was the sound of a baby crying. It wasn't faint or distorted. It was crystal clear, as if the child were in the room with me. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated distress. A desperate, helpless cry for comfort, for warmth, for a mother. My blood ran cold. I leaned closer to the speaker, my heart pounding against my ribs. Every instinct, every fiber of my being screamed at me to respond. I was a communications technician. My job was to answer calls for help. My hand reached for the transmit switch. I could patch the signal through to the main comms, boost the antenna, try to get a location. There could be a downed plane out there, a private charter that had strayed off course. Survivors in the wreckage, huddled against the cold. But Henderson's words echoed in my mind. We found his boots in the morning, just his boots. I pulled my hand back as if the console were red hot. Rule Wade 40. Any sounds of human distress heard outside, specifically the sound of a woman screaming or a child crying, are to be ignored. But this wasn't outside. This was coming through my equipment. It was a signal. That fell under Rule Bay 2Z. If this static resolves into what sounds like a human voice, you will note the time and frequency in the log. You will not, under any circumstances, attempt to respond. The crying intensified, taking on a frantic, breathless quality. It was a sound meticulously engineered to trigger a rescue response. I thought of the folklore I'd read before my flight, the half-remembered tales of the Tlingit and other local peoples. Stories of the Kushtaka, the shape-shifting, land otter men. They were said to mimic the cries of a woman or a baby to lure unsuspecting victims into the wilderness, where they would be torn to shreds or, perhaps worse, transformed into one of them. It was a preposterous thought, a fairy tale from a forgotten time. I was a man of science and technology, sitting in a multi-million-dollar facility built on the principles of logic and reason. But the crying sounded so real. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to rationalize it. It had to be a technical glitch, a signal crossing over, maybe from a satellite phone transmission bouncing off the ionosphere. Or maybe it was just my mind finally cracking under the pressure of this place. The psychologists called it impaired cognitive ability, a known symptom of extreme isolation. Was I hallucinating? I opened my eyes and stared at the audio levels on the monitor. The green bars were jumping in perfect sync with the cries. It was a real signal. It was being received. The crying stopped. Abruptly. The channel went back to dead silence, not even a hiss of static. The sudden absence of the sound was more jarring than its presence. The comms shack felt profoundly empty, the silence pressing in on me. I sat there for a long time, my own breathing loud in my ears, every nerve ending tingling. I looked at the logbook. My hand was shaking so badly I could barely hold the pen. What was I supposed to write? 0307. Heard phantom baby crying over the radio. Pretty sure it was a shape-shifting otter man. Send help? I'd be on the next flight out in a straitjacket. I remembered Henderson's face, the dead seriousness in his eyes. I remembered the second part of the rule. You will not, under any circumstances, attempt to respond. And the first rule, do not report anything other than weather-related interference in the log. They were all connected. It was a system, a procedure for survival. With a deep, shuddering breath, I wrote to 0307 significant static on secondary channel, consistent with severe auroral interference, resolved into patterned audio artifact before clearing at 0309. It was a lie, but it felt like the truest thing I had ever written. The next morning, bleary-eyed and raw, I was summoned to the office of the station commander, Captain Eva Rostova. She was a stern, compact woman with Slavic features and eyes as gray and cold as the Chukchi Sea. She seemed as unyielding as the permafrost the base was built on. In the 20 years since the Nike Hercules missile systems were decommissioned, this place had become a backwater, but she ran it with the same Cold War intensity as if Soviet bombers were still expected over the pole at any minute. She held my logbook in her hands, open to the last page. Senior Airman Rook, she said, her voice flat, betraying no emotion. She tapped a finger on my entry from the night before. I reviewed your log. This entry regarding auroral interference. She looked up at me, her gaze pinning me to the spot. Good work. That's exactly how we logged those events. We followed protocol perfectly. She closed the book with a soft thud that sounded like a gavel. Dismissed. There was no praise in her voice, no warmth, only a cold, hard finality. I walked out of her office feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the Alaskan air. I had passed a test. I had followed the rules. And in doing so, I had just become a willing participant in a conspiracy of silence. A silent agreement to pretend the things we heard in the dark were just tricks of the wind and static in the wires. I now understood that the fear in the other men's eyes wasn't just from isolation. It was the fear of knowing that the rules were the only thing keeping the night at bay, and that the things they were designed to protect us from were very, very real. My good work in the logbook was an initiation. I had crossed an invisible threshold, and the other men knew it. The way they looked at me changed. The guarded suspicion was replaced by a kind of wary camaraderie, the shared glance of survivors who know the same terrible secret. We were all liars, bound together by the fiction we maintained in our official records. The oppressive quiet in the mess hall, the haunted, hollowed-out expressions. It wasn't just the winter. Over syndrome the manuals described. It was the strain of actively denying the evidence of our own senses, day after day. The isolation began to work on me in ways I hadn't anticipated. Time became fluid, marked only by the shift changes and the perpetual twilight outside. The constant wind was a voice, whispering against the buildings, and I started hearing phantom sounds. A footstep in an empty hallway, a muttered word that was just the groan of freezing metal. My sleep was shallow and plagued by nightmares of a crying child lost in an endless blizzard. This place was a pressure cooker for the mind, designed to break you down, and the rules were the only thing holding the pieces together. Then came the ravens. Rule Funny 3, the local raven population is unusually large and intelligent. They are known to mimic sounds and leave objects near the barracks. Do not engage with them. Do not follow them, no matter how curious you are. They are not your friends. I dismissed it as the strangest, most arbitrary rule, but I came to understand it was perhaps the most insidious. They were everywhere. Huge, glossy black birds with an intelligence in their obsidian eyes that felt ancient and unnerving. They weren't like normal birds. They didn't scatter when you approached. They watched. They gathered on the railings of the covered walkways and on the skeletal arms of the old white Alice Traposcatter antennas, their heads cocked as if they were listening, judging. In the folklore of the Tlingit and other Athabascan peoples, Raven was a central figure, a creator, a trickster, a being of immense power who could walk between worlds. Here at Cape Lisburn, that mythology felt less like legend and more like an operational assessment. One afternoon, during my shift, one of them landed on the windowsill of the comms shack. It was enormous, larger than any raven I had ever seen. It stared at me, its head tilted. Then it tapped its beak against the triple pane glass. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was sharp, deliberate. I froze, remembering the rule. Do not engage with them. I tried to ignore it, turning back to my console, but the tapping continued, insistent. Finally, I glanced back. The raven dropped something from its beak onto the sill. It was small and metallic, glinting dully against the gray sky. The bird gave one last look at me, a look that felt impossibly knowing, and then launched itself into the wind, disappearing into the flurry of snow. For 10 minutes I sat there, my heart hammering against my ribs. Curiosity warred with a primal fear. The rule was clear, but the object was just sitting there. It wasn't a rock or a piece of trash. It looked like a locket. Breaking my own resolve, I cracked the window just enough to snatch it from the sill, the Arctic air biting at my fingers. It was a small silver locket, tarnished by weather. It felt cold, unnaturally so. With trembling fingers, I pried it open. Inside, protected from the elements, were two tiny, faded photographs. On one side, a young woman with a hopeful smile. On the other, a little girl, no older than 5, with the same smile. A cold dread washed over me. This wasn't some random object. This was a treasure. This belonged to someone. That evening in the mess hall, the locket felt heavy in my pocket. I took it out, staring at the faces under the dim fluorescent lights. Master Sergeant Henderson was sitting a few tables away, stirring his coffee with a hand that shook so badly it rattled the cup in its saucer. His eyes, constantly scanning the room, fell on the locket in my hand. He went rigid. The color drained from his face. The cup slipped from his trembling fingers and shattered on the floor. "Where did you get that?" He hissed, his voice a ragged whisper that cut through the low murmur of the room. Before I could answer, he was on his feet, stumbling towards me. "That's Connolly's." He choked out, pointing a shaking finger at the locket. "That's his little girl. He showed it to me the day he got here. Connolly, the name of the man who went outside, the man whose boots were all they found." "A raven," I stammered. Left it on the windowsill. Henderson let out a sound that was half sob, half scream. "They marked you." He shrieked, his eyes wild with terror. "They're watching you! They're their eyes! They watch you and then they call for you!" "Don't you understand? They call for you." 2 burly security airmen were on him in an instant, grabbing his arms. Captain Rostover emerged from her office as if she had been waiting for this. Her face was a mask of cold fury. "Get him to the infirmary," she ordered, her voice like cracking ice. Henderson was still raving as they dragged him out, screaming about voices in the static and faces in the snow. The mess hall was dead silent. Every eye was on me. Rostova walked over to my table. She didn't look at me. She looked at the locket in my hand. "Give it to me, airman," she said. It wasn't a request. I numbly placed it in her outstretched palm. She snapped it shut without looking inside and slipped it into her pocket. "You will forget you ever saw that," she said, her gray eyes finally meeting mine. They were devoid of any emotion, but held a warning that was as clear as a blade. "You will not speak of this to anyone. You will go back to your duties. You will follow the rules. Is that understood?" "Yes, Captain," I whispered. She turned and walked away, leaving me alone at the table, the gazes of the other men burning into me. I had seen behind the curtain. The rules weren't just a protocol for dealing with strange phenomena. They were a fragile dam holding back a flood of madness and horror. Henderson wasn't suffering from winter over syndrome. He was suffering from knowing the truth. He had seen what happens when the rules are broken, and the knowledge had shattered him. That night, I couldn't sleep. I stood at the window of my small room in the barracks, staring out into the swirling darkness. The wind howled, and this time I didn't try to pretend it wasn't speaking. It was, and it was learning my name. On the skeletal frame of the nearest White Alice antenna, a dozen black shapes were perched, motionless against the storm. They weren't sleeping. They were watching the barracks. They were watching me, and I understood with chilling certainty that Rule 83 was not about the Ravens. It was about what the Ravens worked for. After Henderson was taken away, a new kind of silence fell over the station. It wasn't the tense, watchful quiet from before. It was the dead silence of a tomb. We all knew what had broken him. It wasn't the isolation or the darkness. It was the truth. He had looked into the abyss one too many times, and the abyss had stared back, wearing the face of a dead man's child. The locket was never mentioned again. Captain Rostova's cold efficiency was absolute. Henderson was flown out on the next transport, his records citing a severe case of winter, over syndrome, a neat, clinical explanation for a soul that had been fractured by the impossible. I was the new pariah. The men avoided my gaze, stepping away when I entered a room. I was the one who had found the locket. I was the one the Ravens had marked. I was a lightning rod, and no one wanted to be standing next to me when the storm broke. The Ravens were my constant, silent observers. They sat on the antennas on the rooftops, their black eyes following my every move. They were no longer just birds. They were sentinels, messengers for something ancient and hungry that lived in the wind and the ice. The nights in the comms shack became a form of torture. Every burst of static, every groan of the building sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I logged the auroral interference with a numb, mechanical precision, never letting myself listen too closely to the patterns within the noise. I was surviving on coffee and fear, my nerves stretched taut like the guy, wires holding the antennas against the gale. The psychological strain was immense. I felt my own cognitive abilities fraying, my thoughts becoming a paranoid loop. The final test came 2 weeks before my tour was scheduled to end. The storm that night was a monster, a physical assault of wind and snow that made the entire station shudder. I was in my room in the barracks, trying and failing to read. When I heard it, it wasn't over the radio, it was outside. A woman screaming. I froze, the book falling from my hands. Rule 84. Any sounds of human distress heard outside the barracks after dark, specifically the sound of a woman screaming or a child crying, are to be ignored. It was an auditory illusion, the wind shrieking through the old, derelict structures. That's what the rules said. That's what I had to believe. But then the screaming sharpened into words, a name, carried on a gust of wind that rattled my window.
Michael! Oh God, Michael, help me! It's so cold!
My blood turned to ice water. It was my mother's voice. It was impossible. She was thousands of miles away, safe in her suburban home in Ohio. Couldn't be her. And yet the sound was perfect. Her exact tone, her specific inflection, the way her voice rose in panic. It was a sound I hadn't heard since I was a child, when I'd fallen from a tree and broken my arm. It was the sound of my mother's terror, reserved only for me. I scrambled to the door, my hand hovering over the lock. This was the lure. The ultimate personalized trap. The Kushtaka. The land ottermen of Tlingit legend were said to do this. To mimic the voices of loved ones to draw their victims out. They didn't just play a random sound, they played your sound. They reached into your heart and found the one thing you couldn't ignore.
Michael, please! I can't feel my hands! Open the door!
The voice was closer now, right outside. A frantic, desperate pounding began on the heavy steel door of the barracks. I backed away, stumbling over my own feet, my mind a whirlwind of terror and confusion. I thought of Connolly. We found his boots in the morning. Just his boots. Was this how it happened for him? Did he hear his daughter calling his name, her voice filled with pain and fear? The pounding stopped. A new sound began, a soft, pitiful whimpering, a child's cry. It was the same sound from the radio, but it was here, on the other side of my door. It was a confirmation. The thing from the radio, the thing the Ravens worked for, the thing that took Connolly. It was outside, and it had come for me. I pressed myself into the far corner of the room, making myself as small as possible, my eyes screwed shut. I recited the rules in my head like a prayer, a mantra against the madness. Do not investigate. Do not respond. Do not go outside. My logical mind, the communications technician, battled against the terrified son who wanted to throw open the door and save his mother from the cold. The crying went on for what felt like an eternity. Then silence. A profound, heavy silence that was even more terrifying. The storm still raged, but the voice was gone. I stayed in that corner until the first gray light of dawn seeped through the window, my body trembling uncontrollably. When I finally found the courage to move, I crept to the window and wiped away the thick frost. On the ground below, the fresh snow was a perfect, undisturbed blanket. There were no footprints. Nothing. It had all been in my head, an auditory illusion. Then I saw it. On the outside of my window pane, etched into the frost, was a single, perfect handprint. It was long and slender, with fingers that ended in points like claws. It was not human. My last 2 weeks at Cape Lisburn were a waking nightmare. I did my duties. I ate in the mess hall. I spoke when spoken to. But I was no longer there. I was a ghost, just like the other men. When my replacement arrived, a fresh, faced young airman with eager eyes, I saw the same naive confidence I'd had a year ago. As I passed him in the walkway, I wanted to grab him, to warn him, to tell him the rules weren't a joke. But I just nodded the same way Henderson had nodded to me and kept walking. There was nothing to say. He had to learn for himself. As the prop plane lifted off the gravel runway, banking hard against the wind, I looked down at the station for the last time. The white radome on the peak, the skeletal white Alice antennas, the cluster of buildings huddled against the endless white. It looked like a forgotten outpost at the end of the world, a tiny scar on a pristine landscape. But I knew better. It was a cage. And I knew, with a certainty that would haunt me for the rest of my life, that even though I was leaving, a part of me would be trapped there forever. Its voice sometimes carried on the wind, calling for the next new arrival.
My name is Dr. Alastair Finch. I feel it's important to begin with that formality, to ground what I'm about to say in the bedrock of a life that was, until recently, defined by logic, evidence, and peer-reviewed fact. I am, or was, a linguistic anthropologist, a man who has dedicated 30 years to the study of moribund languages, the dying whispers of entire cultures. My work is a patient, methodical process of listening, documenting, and preserving. I deal in the ghosts of words, the echoes of forgotten syntax. I have spent months in the most remote corners of the globe, sitting with the last speakers of a language, my digital recorder their sole confidant. I have always believed that the world is an entirely knowable place, that every mystery is simply a puzzle, waiting for the right key, the right analytical framework. I now know how profoundly, how terrifyingly wrong I was. My magnum opus, the work that was to be the culmination of my career, was a comparative study of pre-Columbian proto-languages in North America. It was a dense, complex undertaking, requiring a level of concentration that was impossible to achieve amidst the constant, low-level hum of university life. The emails, the faculty meetings, the endless parade of students asking for extensions. To complete it, I needed absolute solitude. After a lengthy search, I found what I believed to be the perfect sanctuary: a small, modern cabin rented for 6 months, nestled deep within a vast, privately owned forest reserve in the Pacific Northwest. The cabin was my fortress of solitude. It was miles from the nearest town, accessible only by a long, winding gravel road that was more of a suggestion than a thoroughfare. It had no neighbors, no cell service, and a satellite internet connection I used sparingly, only to upload data and correspond with my publisher. The structure itself was a marvel of minimalist design: all clean lines, polished concrete floors, and a single, immense picture window that looked out uninterrupted sea of ancient Douglas firs and western hemlocks. For the first 2 months, it was idyllic. My work progressed at a pace I hadn't thought possible. The silence was a physical presence, a thick, comforting blanket that allowed my mind to wander through the intricate pathways of lost vocabularies. I fell into a simple, productive rhythm. I would work from sunrise until dusk, fueled by black coffee and the thrill of academic discovery. As the sun dipped below, the jagged line of the distant mountains, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and fiery orange, I would close my laptop. My ritual to mark the end of the workday was a late night walk. There was a narrow trail that began just beyond the cabin's small wooden deck, winding its way for a few miles through the dense woods before looping back. These walks were my meditation. Armed with a powerful flashlight, I would step into the profound darkness of the forest. The air, crisp and smelling of damp earth and pine, was a tonic. The sounds were a familiar, soothing symphony. The gentle sigh of the wind through the high branches, the scuttling of some small, unseen creature in the undergrowth, the occasional, mournful call of a distant owl. It was a world of predictable, natural patterns. In this controlled environment, I felt completely safe, the master of my small, isolated domain. The forest was not something to be feared. It was an extension of my workspace, a quiet, living library in which I could clear my head and organize my thoughts. This feeling of absolute safety, of intellectual and physical control, was the foundation of my world. And it was the first thing to be taken from me. The night it began was no different from any other. It was a clear, moonless night in late autumn, the stars a brilliant, cold spray across the black canvas of the sky. I was about a mile down the trail, my flashlight beam cutting a clean, white tunnel through the darkness. I had stopped to admire the intricate lace of a spider's web, glistening with dew in the light, when I heard it. It was a sound that did not belong. It was not the sound of an animal, nor was it the wind. It was a faint, dry whisper, click, ses-ke-keek. It was a complex sound layered with a sibilant, breathy quality followed by a series of sharp, staccato clicks, like a grasshopper's leg rubbing against dry parchment, but deeper, more resonant. It was rhythmic, but unnaturally so, too precise for any biological function I could imagine. My first rational thought was that it was some sort of mechanical failure in my flashlight, perhaps a short in the wiring. I switched it off. The sound continued, now clearer in the absolute darkness and silence. Ses ki ses kiku. It was coming from somewhere ahead of me, off the trail, deep in the impenetrable blackness of the trees. I stood perfectly still, straining my ears. The sound was maddeningly hard to place. At times it seemed to come from my left, then from my right, as if the source were moving with impossible speed. My academic mind immediately began cycling through possibilities. A species of insect I was unfamiliar with, some nocturnal bird with an unusual call, but the sound had a quality that felt artificial. It was too clean, too structured. I turned my flashlight back on, the beam seeming to push back, a physical weight of darkness. I swept the light across the wall of trees, the beam catching on the rough bark of ancient trunks and the slick, wet surfaces of fallen leaves. Nothing. The forest was still and silent, save for that one intrusive sound. A prickle of unease. An unfamiliar sensation traced a cold line down my spine. This was an anomaly, a data point that didn't fit. For a man who prided himself on understanding the world through categorization and analysis, it was deeply unsettling. I told myself it was absurd to be frightened. I was a scientist. I was in a forest. Forests made strange noises. To be scared was to give in to the kind of primitive, superstitious thinking I had spent my life studying from a safe, academic distance. I decided to continue my walk, a small act of defiance against this burgeoning, irrational fear. But the meditative quality was gone. Every nerve was on high alert. I was no longer an observer. I felt observed. The whisper, click sound remained, a constant, unnerving companion. It never grew louder, but it never faded, either. It seemed to pace me, keeping a consistent distance, always just beyond the reach of my light. Then, it changed. I had stumbled on a root, catching myself at the last moment, and muttering a quiet curse under my breath. Damn it. A few seconds later, the sound from the darkness shifted. It was no longer just the whisper, click. Woven into it, distorted and high-pitched, was a chillingly accurate mimicry of my own word, stretched and pulled like audio tape. Emit, siskki. I froze, the blood drained from my face, and my heart hammered against my ribs with a force that made me feel dizzy. That was not an animal. That was not the wind. That was intelligent. It had heard me, and it had responded. The mimicry wasn't perfect, it was warped. Filtered through the same strange, static, like quality as the clicking. But it was undeniably my voice. The pretense of scientific curiosity evaporated, replaced by a raw, primal fear I hadn't felt since I was a small child, afraid of the monster under my bed. I turned and began walking back toward the cabin, my pace quick, just shy of a run. I didn't want to run. Running felt like an admission of defeat, an acknowledgement that I was prey. But my legs wanted to flee, to carry me as fast as they could away from that mocking, impossible sound. The sound followed. It seemed to dance around me, in the darkness, a phantom presence that was everywhere and nowhere at once. It continued its horrifying mimicry, replaying the single word I had uttered, twisting it into new and more grotesque forms. Amit, sis, damn, kiki. The walk back to the cabin, a journey that usually took 15 minutes, felt like an hour-long ordeal. Every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I was acutely aware of my isolation, of the miles of empty wilderness that separated me from any other human being. My sanctuary had become a trap. When the warm, yellow light of the cabin's window finally pierced the darkness, a wave of relief so powerful it almost brought me to my knees washed over me. I burst out of the tree line, scrambled up the 3 steps to the deck, and fumbled with the door handle. I slammed it shut behind me, my hand shaking as I shot the deadbolt home. The heavy thud of the lock was the most reassuring sound I had ever heard. I stood with my back pressed against the door, my chest heaving, listening. The whisper, click was gone. Inside the solid, lit walls of my cabin, there was only silence. I tried to steady my breathing, to force the rational part of my brain to reassert control. It was a hallucination, an auditory illusion brought on by fatigue and isolation. The human brain is notoriously unreliable, prone to finding patterns in random noise. That had to be it. It was the only explanation that made sense, the only one that would allow me to sleep, to continue my work, to believe that my world was still governed by the laws of physics and not by some whispering, mocking thing in the woods. But as I stood there, trying to convince myself, a cold, heavy certainty settled in the pit of my stomach. What I had heard was real, and it was still out there in the darkness, listening. The following day, I tried to immerse myself in my work, but the incident from the previous night had left a residue, a sticky film of unease that clung to my thoughts. The whisper, click sound replayed itself in my mind, an unwelcome and persistent echo. I found myself staring out the large window for long stretches, my eyes scanning the dense, unmoving wall of trees. Every gust of wind that rattled a loose branch, every shadow that shifted with the passing clouds, snagged my attention. My fortress of solitude was starting to feel like a surveillance post, and I was the sole, unnerved watchman. My academic discipline, usually a source of comfort, now became a tool for obsession. I spent 2 hours online, using the satellite internet I was only supposed to use for uploading research data, searching for esoteric acoustic phenomena. I typed in search terms that felt increasingly unhinged: binaural auditory events in forests, unexplained insectoid, humanoid vocalizations, acoustic anomalies in remote locations. The results were, of course, useless. I found articles about the hum, discussions of tinnitus, and forums filled with ghost stories. Nothing from a credible, scientific source. Nothing that could explain what I had heard. This lack of an explanation was more frustrating than frightening. It was a puzzle without pieces, a data point that refused to fit into any known model. My rational mind rebelled against it. By evening, I had convinced myself that the only way to resolve this cognitive dissonance was through empirical testing. I would repeat the experiment. I would take the same walk at the same time and prove to myself that what I had heard was a one-time neurological fluke. It was a foolish decision, born of intellectual pride. A scientist's arrogant need to tame the anomalous. As I stepped onto the trail that night, the forest felt different. The familiar comfort was gone, replaced by a palpable sense of watchfulness. The air was heavy, the silence thick with unspoken potential. I was hyper, vigilant, my senses straining against the darkness beyond my flashlight's beam. The walk was no longer a meditation, it was an investigation. The first sign of wrongness was the boulder. About a half-mile in, there was a large, granite boulder covered in a thick carpet of dark green moss, a landmark I had noted on my very first walk. Tonight, one entire side of it was bare, scraped clean down to the pale, raw stone. Long, deep gouges, running parallel to each other, marred its surface, as if something immense and incredibly hard had dragged itself against it. There were no tracks around the boulder, no sign of heavy machinery. It was simply damaged. I ran my fingers over the grooves. They felt unnervingly fresh. I pushed on, my heart now a low, anxious drum in my chest. A few hundred yards further, I saw tracks in the soft earth of the path. Deer tracks. But they were wrong. A set of 4 tracks was clearly imprinted in the mud. And then, nothing. They just stopped. They didn't veer off into the undergrowth, nor were there signs of a scuffle, a predator's attack, or the frantic scattering of a panicked animal. The tracks simply ceased to exist mid-stride, as if the deer had been plucked straight up into the sky. It was at that moment, as I stood staring at the impossible tracks, that I heard the sound again. It was closer this time, clearer. The same sibilant whisper, the same dry clicking. But this time, it had a new element. A minute by a branch that had snagged my jacket. I had muttered to myself, "Just get a grip, Alistair." The sound that now echoed in the clearing was a perfect, distorted mimicry of my own voice, wrapped in that alien static. Grip, Alistair's, Heskekiki. It wasn't just a sound anymore. It was intelligent. It was listening. And it was mocking me. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I turned and ran. I didn't care about the trail. I just crashed through the undergrowth. Branches whipping at my face, my lungs burning. I didn't stop until I burst out of the tree line and saw the reassuring geometric shape of the cabin. I fumbled with the lock, slammed the door behind me, and threw the deadbolt. My back pressed against the solid wood, I slid to the floor, gasping for air. For a long time, there was only the sound of my own ragged breathing. The silence returned. Inside the cabin, with its locked doors and solid walls, a sliver of hope began to return. I was safe. It was outside, and I was inside. A false, foolish hope. Then, a new sound began. It was a soft, rhythmic tapping on the roof, directly above my head. Tap, tap, tap. It wasn't the sound of rain or a falling pine cone. It was deliberate, patient. It had the weight and cadence of a single, heavy finger drumming on the metal roofing. It was a sound designed for psychological attrition, a message that the walls I was hiding behind were meaningless. It went on for what felt like an eternity, an hour or more, a steady, maddening percussion that vibrated through the structure of the cabin and into my bones. Eventually, my thirst overrode my terror. My throat was sandpaper. I forced myself to my feet and crept into the small kitchen area to get a glass of water. My hands were shaking so badly that I could barely turn the faucet. As the glass filled, my eyes were drawn to the back door. A simple slab of wood with a small window at the top. And that's when I saw it. From the thin gap between the bottom of the door and the hardwood floor, something was retracting. It was a finger, but it was pale, almost luminous white, and impossibly long. It was segmented into 3 joints, like an insect's leg, and ended in a sharp, black nail. It moved with a slow, fluid grace, pulling back out of sight into the darkness on the other side of the door. The tapping on the roof had been a distraction. It was already in. The horror was no longer outside. It had breached my final sanctuary, and I was locked inside with it. The sight of that retreating finger shattered the last remnants of my composure. A primal, wordless scream tore from my throat. My mind, the analytical engine I had relied on my entire life, simply shut down, replaced by a flood of pure, unreasoning terror. I scrambled away from the back door, my limbs feeling clumsy and disconnected. With a surge of adrenaline, I grabbed the heavy wooden dining table and, with a strength I didn't know I possessed, shoved it against the door, wedging it under the handle. I did the same with a bookshelf against the front door. I was a cornered animal, building a pathetic barricade against an incomprehensible predator. The patient tapping on the roof had stopped. It was replaced by a new sound, one that seemed to be circling the cabin. It was a low, guttural clicking, a wet, throaty sound that was utterly alien. It was the sound of something large and predatory, and it was methodically testing the perimeter of my cage. I grabbed the only thing in the cabin that could possibly serve as a weapon, a heavy, black iron fire poker from the hearth. I held it in a white, knuckled grip, its weight a small, cold comfort against the overwhelming dread. Then, with a soft pop and a fizz, the lights went out. The generator had been cut. I was plunged into an absolute, suffocating darkness. The only light was the weak, dying beam of the phone I'd left on the counter, its battery indicator blinking a fatal red. The blackness was total, a physical presence that swallowed the familiar shapes of the room. My world shrank to the small, trembling circle of light in my hand. The clicking outside stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It was a loaded, waiting silence. A sound ripped through the quiet. The sharp, explosive shattering of glass. It came from the living room. The large picture window, my beautiful view of the forest, had been broken. It was inside. I didn't scream this time. The sound was trapped in my throat. I backed away, crab walking into the darkest corner of the cabin, and squeezed myself into a small coat closet, pulling the door shut until only a thin crack remained. I tried to control my breathing, certain that its ragged, panicked sound was a deafening beacon. I heard it moving through the cabin, It wasn't the sound of footsteps. It was a strange, arrhythmic skittering. A combination of a heavy weight being dragged in the light, rapid movement of multiple limbs. It was too heavy for an insect, too light and fast for a man. It moved with a terrifying confidence in the dark, a master of its environment, while I was a blind, helpless intruder. Then it began to speak. It used the whisper, click voice. But now it was cycling through phrases from my own research recordings. Fragments of dead and forgotten languages. The sacred work to which I had dedicated my life were being twisted into a horrifying new form. A phrase from a Potawatomi lament. A word from a Cherokee blessing. A question from a Navajo dialect. All spoken in that distorted, chittering voice. It wasn't random. It was calling to me, using the ghosts of my own work as a lure. The skittering stopped directly outside the closet. I held my breath until my lungs burned. The doorknob began to turn, slowly, deliberately. The door swung open. I pointed my phone's failing light at it. It was tall, impossibly so. Its form hunched to fit beneath the cabin's ceiling. Its limbs were long and thin, bending at angles that defied anatomy. Its skin was the pale, waxy white of a corpse or a cave-dwelling insect. Its face, if you could call it that, was a smooth, featureless plate of cartilage devoid of eyes, nose, or ears. But it had a mouth, a thin, vertical slit that ran from where its forehead should be to its chin. As I watched, the slit widened, opening like a wound to reveal rows of needle, like black teeth. This was it, the moment of my death, the hero at the mercy of the monster. But it didn't attack. It stood there, its featureless face aimed at me, and the whisper, click sound it made was different now. The mocking tone was gone, replaced by something that sounded like urgency. It raised one of its long, three-jointed fingers, but it didn't point at me. It pointed past me, toward the shattered window and the black forest beyond. It spoke one more word, a word I knew intimately. A word from a lost Amazonian language I had spent 6 months documenting. It was a word that had no direct translation, but meant, roughly, listen to the sound that makes. Akacha. And then I did listen. Pushing past the frantic drumming of my own heart, I heard it. A new sound coming from the forest. It wasn't a click or a whisper. It was a hum. A deep, resonant bass frequency, so low it was felt more than heard. It vibrated through the floorboards, up my legs, and into my teeth, making them ache. The cabin itself seemed to groan under the pressure of the sound. It was a sound of immense, geological power, the sound of a world ending. The creature in front of me shuddered violently. A high-pitched, keening noise escaped its vertical mouth, and for the first time I understood. The sounds it had been making, the mimicry, the chittering, it wasn't aggression. It was terror. This thing hadn't broken into my cabin to hunt me. It had broken in to hide. The hum from outside intensified, reaching an unbearable crescendo. The creature convulsed, its long limbs thrashing. It collapsed to the floor with a sickening, wet crunch, like a giant insect being crushed. Then the hum stopped. Silence. I was alone, trapped in a dark, remote cabin with the shattered remains of a window, a dead thing on the floor, and the certain knowledge that the real monster, the thing that had terrified and destroyed this one, was still out there in the woods. And now it knew exactly where I was. For a moment that stretched into an eternity, I didn't move. I remained huddled in the closet. My phone's light, having finally died, leaving me in absolute blackness with the cooling corpse of the creature. The silence that followed the hum was different from any I had known before. It was not empty, it was heavy, expectant. It felt like the held breath of something colossal, something that had exerted itself and was now listening, waiting. That thought, the idea of being listened to by the source of that sound, was what finally broke my paralysis. Survival instinct. A primal force I had only ever read about took over. I didn't think, I just acted. I scrambled out of the closet, not daring to look at the shape on the floor. I stumbled through the dark, my hands outstretched, until I found the wall. I felt my way to the front door, to my pathetic barricade. With frantic, clumsy movements, I pulled the bookshelf away. I wrenched the deadbolt open and threw myself out into the cold night air. I ran. I ran without a flashlight, without a destination, without a single thought in my head other than away. I ran through the dark forest, tripping over roots, crashing through unseen bushes, my lungs screaming for air. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. The fear of what I might see was far greater than the fear of running blind. I have no idea how long I ran for, or how far. My memory of it is a chaotic blur of pain, panic, and the percussive sound of my own heart. I just ran until my legs gave out from under me, and I collapsed onto the cold, hard asphalt of the main road, miles from the cabin. I was found at dawn by a truck driver on his morning route. He told me later that he thought he'd hit a deer. He found me curled in a fetal position on the side of the road, shivering, incoherent, my face and arms latticed with scratches. I was suffering from shock and exposure. The weeks that followed are a haze of hospital rooms, police interviews, and psychiatric evaluations. I tried to tell them what happened. I spoke of the whisper click, the scraped boulder, the creature in the cabin, the bone-shaking hum. They listened with professional patience, nodding and taking notes. Their conclusion was unanimous. I had suffered a severe psychotic break, brought on by the stress of my work and the prolonged isolation. A fugue state. My mind, they said, had created a complex, terrifying narrative to cope with an underlying psychological collapse. There was no evidence to support my story. When the police went to the cabin, they found it undisturbed, save for a broken window they attributed to a bear. The furniture was not barricading the doors. There was no dead creature on the floor. My fire poker was in its stand by the hearth. My story was dismissed as the ravings, a brilliant but broken man. I was encouraged to take an extended leave of absence from the university. My book, my life's work, sits unfinished on a hard drive. I can't bring myself to open. I abandoned my research, my career, my entire life. The man who went into that forest, the rational, evidence-based academic, did not come out. I did. I live in the city now. I chose the loudest, busiest part of it I could find. My apartment is on a major thoroughfare, and the sounds of traffic, sirens, and people are a constant 24-hour symphony. I need the noise. I cannot bear the silence. Silence is no longer an absence of sound. For me, it is a canvas. It is the space where other sounds can be heard. I have developed a severe case of phonophobia, a fear of specific sounds. But it's more than that. It's a fear of the quiet that allows those sounds to exist. I am writing this all down, now not because I expect you to believe me. I have made my peace with being disbelieved. I am writing this because it is the only thing I have left. It is an attempt to take the chaotic, terrifying data points of my experience and arrange them into a logical, linear narrative. It is the last act of a scientist trying to make sense of the senseless. Or perhaps it is a warning. The worst part is not the memory of the creature's featureless face or its insect-like finger. The human mind, for all its fragility, can eventually file away even the most traumatic images. The worst part is the sound, the hum. The memory of that deep, world-unmaking vibration has become the foundation of my fear. Sometimes, late at night, in the brief lulls between passing trucks and distant sirens, I think I can hear it. It's just at the lowest registers of my hearing, a faint thrumming that makes the fillings in my teeth ache. I don't know if it's real, or if it's just the echo of a memory, a form of auditory PTSD. That uncertainty is the cruelest torture. Is it just a ghost in my own mind, or is the source of that sound still out there, listening for me across the miles? Is it patient? Is it waiting? I don't know the answers. All I know is that I have to keep the noise turned up. I have to drown out the quiet, because the silence is where it lives. And I'm beginning to run out of noise. My name is Liam, and it is important to state from the outset that I did not go to sea seeking adventure. There was no romance in my decision, no siren call of the exotic ports, or the boundless, blue freedom of the ocean. For me, the sea was an escape, a place vast and indifferent enough to swallow the noise of a life I had comprehensively wrecked ashore. I sought the anonymity of a grueling, repetitive job, a routine so physically demanding it would leave no room for memory or regret. The maritime industry, I discovered, asks for little more than a strong back, a clean bill of health, and a willingness to trade months of your life for a paycheck and the obliteration of distance. I had all three in abundance. After securing the necessary credentials, a process that involved more paperwork than I'd anticipated and a 5-day basic safety training course that taught me more ways to die at sea than I cared to know, I signed on as an ordinary seaman, an OS, the lowest rung on the deck department's ladder. My duties would be simple, mindless, and dirty: chipping rust, painting, greasing gear, and standing watch. It was perfect. The vessel I was assigned to was a container ship, a veteran of the seas named the MV Airbus. The name, I would later learn, was not a coincidence. It was a warning. Boarding the Airbus for the first time was an exercise in humility. It wasn't just a ship. It was a floating metropolis of steel, a moving mountain range of cargo containers, stacked 7 high, each one a mystery box of global commerce. The air was thick with the smells of salt, diesel exhaust, and something else, a deeper, metallic scent of decay, as if the rust was a kind of living organism slowly consuming the vessel from within. A constant, low-frequency hum vibrated up through the soles of my boots, the ceaseless heartbeat of the engines deep in the ship's guts. It was a sound I would come to associate with a very specific kind of dread. The living conditions were as Spartan as I had hoped. My cabin was a small, steel-walled box with a bunk, a small desk, and a porthole that offered a view of more steel. Privacy was a luxury afforded by a closed door, but never by silence. The ship groaned and creaked around me, a constant symphony of stress and strain. The other crew members were a collection of ghosts in boiler suits. They were professionals, Filipino-Russian, Ukrainian, men with wary eyes and an insular quietness born of long contracts and immense fatigue. They moved with an economy of motion, their faces set in masks of grim endurance. There were no friendly welcomes, only curt nods and a shared understanding that we were all here to do a job that took us thousands of miles from anyone who mattered. We were a community of isolates, sharing a floating prison. On my first day, after stowing my meager belongings, I was summoned to the bridge. The journey there was a disorienting trek through a labyrinth of narrow corridors and steep ladders. The bridge itself was a stark contrast to the rest of the aging vessel. It was a bubble of modern technology, a darkened room illuminated by the soft, multicolored glow of radar screens, GPS plotters, and digital charts. It was the ship's brain, a place of quiet, focused tension. Standing at the center of it all was the captain. He was an older man, perhaps in his late 60s, with a face that looked like it had been carved from driftwood and left out in the sun. His authority was absolute, an invisible pressure in the room that demanded silence and obedience. He didn't offer a handshake or a greeting. He simply turned his pale, assessing eyes on me, and for a long moment, he said nothing. I felt like a specimen under a microscope. "You are the new OS," he stated. It wasn't a question. His voice was gravelly, a low rumble like stones grinding together. "Yes, Captain," I replied. He gestured to the chart table. Lying there was not a modern binder or a clipboard, but a large, heavy ledger. It was bound in dark, cracked leather, the kind of antique you'd expect to find in a dusty archive, not on the bridge of a working cargo ship. Its pages were yellowed with age, and the brass corners were tarnished green. "Your predecessor was careless," the captain said, his gaze never leaving mine. He failed to appreciate the importance of procedure. This vessel operates on a strict set of protocols. They are not suggestions. They are the terms of our survival. He opened the ledger. The pages were filled with entries, in a dizzying array of handwriting, some inelegant, looping cursive, others in a frantic, spidery scrawl. It was a log, but it spanned decades, maybe longer. He turned to a specific page, marked with a faded red ribbon. The heading was written in stark, block letters. "Atians far nebu hence." "Read," he commanded. I leaned over the table, my initial thought being that this was some kind of elaborate hazing ritual, a tradition to spook the new guy. But the captain's face was devoid of any humor. It was a mask of grim finality. I looked down at the handwritten rules. The ink faded but perfectly legible. 1. Your watch schedule is non-negotiable. Be on deck 5 minutes early. Never be late. Tardiness is an invitation. 2. All maintenance, chipping rust, painting must be performed from bow to stern during daylight. Never work towards the bow. Never work after the sun has set. It notices movement in the dark. 3. If you hear a song that sounds like a woman humming from a ventilation shaft, find the nearest sealed room and do not leave for 10 minutes. Do not listen to the melody. 4. The ship's manifest is a lie. The containers in Bay 12 are not to be inspected, secured, or approached for any reason. The chief mate handles Bay 12. 5. If, during your watch, you see a man on deck in a soaked, dark peacoat, do not make eye contact. Do not speak to him. He is not part of this crew. He is looking for his ship. Do not help him find it. 6. Never enter the chart room alone between the hours of L100 or 200 and the O24 C100. The old maps are being consulted. 7. If a crewmate offers you a piece of salt beef after evening quarters, refuse it politely. That crewmate is no longer who you think they are. Report it to the chief mate using the code. The larder is spoiled. 8. Do not look at your reflection in the black water of the open ocean at night. It might not be your reflection looking back. I finished reading and looked up, a nervous laugh threatening to escape my lips. The rules were absurd, a collection of sailors, superstitions, and cryptic warnings that belonged in a cheap horror novel, not a ship's official orders. Rule 23 sounded like a garbled version of the Siren myth. Rule 5, a ghost story about the Flying Dutchman. The one about the salt beef was pure paranoia, designed to sow distrust among a crew already isolated from the world. Is this a joke, Captain? I asked, trying to keep my tone respectful. The captain's expression did not change. If anything, it hardened. Do I look like a man who jokes, Mr. Nolan? He asked, his voice dropping to a near whisper. There are forces in this world, especially in the deep places of the ocean, that defy easy explanation. This ship, the Erebus, has an arrangement with them. These rules are not for my benefit. They are for yours. They are the difference between you finishing your contract and being listed in this ledger as lost at sea. He closed the heavy book with a soft, final thud that seemed to echo in the silent bridge. The sound seemed to seal my fate. You will learn them. You will obey them. He continued, his eyes boring into me. And you will never, ever speak of them to anyone outside of this vessel. The world ashore is not ready for these truths. Your duties begin with the morning watch. Do not be late. He turned away, dismissing me. I walked out of the bridge and back into the groaning steel corridors of the ship. The captain's words and the impossible list of rules churning in my mind. The low hum of the engines seemed deeper now, more menacing. The smell of decay felt stronger. I had come to the sea to escape the ghosts of my past, but as the Airbus slid silently through the dark water, I had the sinking feeling that I had just signed on to a vessel that was haunted by something far, far worse. The first week at sea was a blur of exhaustion and punishing physical labor. My life shrank to the rhythm of the watch schedule. 4 hours on, 8 hours off, a cycle dictated by the ship's bell that cared nothing for day or night. As an ordinary seaman, I was at the beck and call of the boatswain, a burly, taciturn Filipino man, whose hands were like leather mallets. My duties were the dirtiest on the ship. I chipped away endless patches of rust that bloomed like a disease on the steel decks. The rhythmic tink, tink of my hammer a pathetic counterpoint to the engine's deep thrum. I painted over the exposed metal with thick, acrid-smelling primer. I greased winches, coiled ropes, and scrubbed decks until my back screamed, and my hands were raw. It was exactly the kind of mindless oblivion I had craved. During the day, under the vast, indifferent sky, I could almost forget the captain's ledger and its list of impossible rules. I tried to convince myself it was an elaborate, cruel joke, a psychological test for the new man. But the behavior of the crew was a constant, unsettling reminder. They were a quiet, almost monastic brotherhood of the weary. They performed their duties with a grim efficiency that left no room for error or deviation. I noticed it most during the daily maintenance. The bosun would start us at the very tip of the bow, and we would work our way aft towards the stern. No one ever questioned it. No one ever suggested a more efficient pattern. If a tool was dropped, you walked the long way around to retrieve it, always keeping the work behind you. You never, ever worked towards the bow. And as the sun began to dip towards the horizon, a palpable tension would ripple through the men on deck. Tools were collected with a quiet urgency. Work stopped a full hour before sunset, no matter the task's state of completion. The second rule from the ledger: never work after the sun has set. It notices movement in the dark, was observed with the absolute devotion of religious law. My first test came on the 5th day. We were painting a section of railing on the main deck. The afternoon was hot, the work was slow, and I was lost in the repetitive motion of the roller. I didn't notice the sun bleeding orange and purple across the waves until the bosun barked an order to pack up. In my haste, I knocked over a can of gray paint, sending a puddle spreading across the deck plates. "Idiot!" the bosun hissed, his eyes wide with something more than just anger. It was fear. "I'll clean it up," I said quickly, grabbing a handful of rags. "No time," he snapped, grabbing my arm. "We go now." "But it'll ruin the deck," I protested, pulling away. The sun was still a sliver above the water. We had a few minutes. He didn't argue. He simply pointed towards the stern with a trembling finger. I followed his gaze. The ship's shadow was stretching, long and black, across the water. But it was the shadow on the deck that held his attention. It was crawling, elongating unnaturally fast, consuming the light. And where the shadow fell, the air grew still and cold. The low hum of the engines seemed to dip, to become distorted, as if passing through water. I felt a pressure in my ears, a profound and unnerving silence that was somehow louder than the noise it replaced. I looked back at the spilled paint. In the dying light, For a split second, I thought I saw the puddle ripple, not from the ship's motion, but as if something had stirred beneath its surface. I didn't need another warning. I dropped the rags and practically ran after the rest of the crew, my heart hammering against my ribs. No one spoke as we secured the gear and retreated into the lighted superstructure of the ship. The heavy steel door slammed shut behind us, and the normal sounds of the Airbus rushed back in, chasing away the terrible silence. The bosun shot me a look of pure venom and said, "You are lucky. It was not fully dark." He never mentioned the incident again, but after that, I was the first to pack up my tools. The rules were real. That chilling realization poisoned the sense of escape I had sought. The ship was no longer a refuge. It was a cage, and we were trapped inside with things that followed a set of ancient, malevolent agreements. My sleep became shallow, punctuated by the groans and creaks of the ship, each sound a potential threat. It was during one of these fitful nights, lying in my bunk, that I encountered the third rule. If you hear a song that sounds like a woman humming from a ventilation shaft, find the nearest sealed room and do not leave for 10 minutes. Do not listen to the melody. It started faintly, a high, sweet sound that I first mistook for the whine of a distant pump. But it grew steadily, resolving itself into a clear, melodic humming. It was a simple, beautiful tune, a lullaby that seemed to tug at a half-forgotten childhood memory. It was deeply comforting, and my exhausted mind yearned to drift off to it. I felt my eyelids grow heavy, a pleasant warmth spreading through my limbs. The sound was coming from the small, circular vent above my desk. Without thinking, I sat up, wanting to hear it more clearly, wanting to place the familiar, lovely tune. Then, the captain's words echoed in my head. Do not listen to the melody. Ice flooded my veins. I scrambled out of my bunk, my heart seizing with panic. The melody seemed to grow louder, more insistent, wrapping around me like a physical presence. It was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard, and every instinct told me to stay, to listen, to let it soothe away the fear and the fatigue. It promised peace. It promised rest. I clamped my hands over my ears and stumbled out of my cabin into the dim, red-lit corridor. The humming was everywhere now, seeping from every vent, vibrating in the steel plates beneath my bare feet. Find the nearest sealed room. My cabin door wasn't sealed. The corridor was a tunnel of the sound. A small supply closet stood 20 feet away. I lunged for it, my breath catching in my throat. The handle was cold and stiff. I threw my shoulder against the door, wrenched the handle, and tumbled inside, pulling the heavy door shut behind me. I was plunged into absolute darkness and a silence broken only by my own ragged breathing. The closet smelled of rust and cleaning chemicals. I pressed my back against the door, my body trembling uncontrollably. Outside, the humming continued. It changed then, the beautiful melody twisting into something discordant and searching. I could feel it probing at the door, a pressure against the steel, seeking a crack, a way in. I squeezed my eyes shut, counting the seconds, my mind replaying the tune, fighting the urge to hum it myself. It felt like an eternity, but eventually, The pressure receded. The sound faded, leaving behind the familiar, groaning heartbeat of the Erebus. I stayed in that closet for a full half-hour before I dared to open the door. The next day, I saw Andrei, a veteran Russian AB, checking the lashings on a stack of containers. His face was a roadmap of exhaustion, but his eyes were sharp. I approached him, desperate for some kind of explanation, some human connection in this shared nightmare. "Andrei," I began, my voice low. "Last night, the humming." His head snapped up. The casual wariness in his eyes was replaced by a stark, cold fear. He glanced around the empty deck, then grabbed my arm in a grip of steel. He pulled me behind a container, out of sight of the bridge. "You do not speak of it," he whispered, his Russian accent thick and harsh. "You heard it. You locked the door." I nodded, my throat dry. "Good," he grunted, releasing me. "You are not as stupid as you look. You follow the rules. All of them. You do not ask questions. You do your work, you take your pay, and you pray you see land again. That is all." He turned and walked away, leaving me alone with the chilling finality of his words. There was no help to be had. There was only obedience. That night, I had the midnight to 4 a.m. watch. The sea was a vast, featureless expanse of black, indistinguishable from the starless, overcast sky. The air was cold and damp. I stood on the bridge wing, the wind whipping at my jacket, my senses on high alert. I thought of the man in the peacoat, of the salt beef, of the chart room I was forbidden to enter. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking shape. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. To steady myself, I leaned on the railing, staring down at the dark water churning alongside the hull. And then, I remembered the last rule. Do not look at your reflection in the black water of the open ocean at night. It might not be your reflection looking back. A cold dread, worse than anything I had felt before, washed over me. I had been staring at the water for a full minute. Slowly, against every screaming instinct, I forced my eyes downward. The ship's lights cast a faint, distorted glow on the waves. I could see a vague shape there, a pale oval of a face, dark smudges for eyes and a mouth. My reflection, it was just me. A wave of relief so powerful, it made me dizzy, washed through me. It was just a superstition, after all. I smiled, a weak, trembling thing. And in the black water below, my reflection smiled back. But it wasn't my smile. It was wide and utterly, terrifyingly hungry. I scrambled backward from the railing, my boots slipping on the damp steel of the bridge wing. My breath came in ragged, panicked gasps. The image was seared onto the inside of my eyelids, the pale, watery oval of my face twisted into a grin of pure, predatory hunger. It was a violation, a deep and personal mockery of my very existence. For the rest of my watch, I was useless. I stood with my back pressed against the bulkhead of the superstructure, my gaze fixed firmly on the deck, tracing the patterns of rust and old paint. I refused to look at the ocean. I couldn't. The fear was too great that I would see it again, that this time it would wave back with my own hand. Was I going mad? The thought was a cold comfort. Madness would be an explanation, a rational diagnosis for an irrational experience. But deep in my gut, I knew I wasn't mad. The ship was real, the rules were real, and the things they were meant to protect us from were real, too. The Erebus was a vessel sailing, not just on the ocean, but on a sea of dark agreements and ancient, hungry things. The hungry smile I saw was not a hallucination, it was a promise. The days that followed were a slow descent into paranoia. Sleep offered no escape, only a shallow, dream-haunted reprieve. Every creak of the ship's hull was a footstep in the corridor. Every shadow in a corner was a waiting figure. I performed my duties on autopilot, my mind a frantic loop of the captain's rules. I chipped rust, I painted, I greased gears, always moving from bow to stern, always finishing before the sun bled out across the horizon. I became a model of obedience, because obedience was the only shield I had. The crew remained a collection of strangers, but now my isolation felt different. It was no longer just the professional distance of men doing a hard job. It was a tactical necessity. I watched them from the corner of my eye, studying their faces, their movements. Who among them had heard the humming? Who had seen the man in the peacoat? Who had refused the salt beef? The seventh rule had burrowed into my mind, transforming the mess hall from a place of brief respite into a minefield of potential threats. If a crewmate offers you a piece of salt beef, after evening quarters, refuse it politely. That crewmate is no longer who you think they are. Report it to the chief mate using the code. The larder is spoiled. It happened a week after I saw my reflection. We were in the mess, the air thick with the smell of boiled potatoes and stew. I was hunched over my tray, forcing down the bland food, when one of the Ukrainian ABs, a man named Sasha, sat opposite me. He was a big man with a perpetually tired face, but he'd always given me a curt, non-hostile nod when we passed. He was as close to a friend as I had on this floating purgatory. He slid a small, greasy piece of dark meat across the table toward me. "Extra ration," he said, his voice a low rumble. "You are skinny. Need meat on your bones." I froze, my spoon halfway to my mouth. It was salt beef. My blood ran cold. I looked at Sasha's face. His eyes were the same tired blue they had always been. There was a faint, almost friendly smile on his lips. Nothing seemed out of place, but the rule was absolute.
"No, thank you,"
I said, my voice barely a whisper. I cleared my throat, trying to sound casual. "My stomach, it is not good today." Sasha's smile didn't falter, but his eyes held mine for a fraction too long. An unnerving stillness settled over him. "As good?" he insisted, pushing the meat a little closer. "Good salt."
Curacao.
"I can't," I said, more forcefully this time, pushing the small plate back towards him. "Thank you, but no." For a long moment, he just stared at me. The ambient noise of the mess hall, the clatter of cutlery, the low murmur of conversations in a half-dozen languages seemed to fade away. It was just me and Sasha, and the piece of meat between us. Then, the moment broke. He shrugged, a gesture that seemed almost too casual, and popped the piece of beef into his own mouth. He chewed slowly, his eyes never leaving mine. I felt a profound, animal terror. I mumbled an excuse and fled the mess hall, the feeling of his gaze burning into my back. I knew what I had to do. The chief mate was the ship's second in command, a wary, hawk-faced Filipino man who moved with a silent, coiled intensity. He was even more remote than the captain. A man who seemed to communicate only in orders and disapproving glares. Finding him alone was difficult, but I eventually cornered him as he was leaving the chart room. "Chief mate," I said, my heart hammering. He turned, his expression one of pure annoyance. "What?" I swallowed hard, the coded words feeling foolish and theatrical on my tongue. "Sir, the larder is spoiled." The change was instantaneous and terrifying. The annoyance in his eyes was extinguished, replaced by an expression of absolute, cold gravity. It was the look of a man hearing a confirmed casualty report. He didn't ask who, or when, or how I knew. He didn't have to. He simply gave a single, sharp nod. "Understood," he said, his voice low and devoid of any emotion. "Go to your cabin. You were never here. This conversation did not happen. You will not speak of this to anyone. Ever." He turned and walked away, leaving me trembling in the corridor. The next day, Sasha was gone. I didn't see him on deck, or in the mess hall, or in the passageways. It was as if he had never existed. I asked another seaman about him, a Russian I'd worked with. The man just gave me a blank look. "Sasha. There is no Sasha in this crew." The denial was so flat, so complete, that I almost believed him. I started to doubt my own memory, my own sanity. Had I invented him? But I knew I hadn't. The Airbus wasn't just haunted. It was actively editing itself, pruning its crew, erasing its history. My duties became my only anchor to reality. A few days later, the bosun assigned me to a chipping and painting detail on the aft deck, near Bay 12. The name sent a fresh spike of fear through me. Rule 14. The ship's manifest is a lie. The containers in Bay 12 are not to be inspected, secured, or approached for any reason. The chief mate handles Bay 12. The containers in Bay 12 were different from the others. They were older, a mottled collection of rust-streaked, unmarked boxes that looked like they had been at sea for 100 years. They bore no logos, no serial numbers. They were anonymous, silent monoliths. I tried to keep my distance, focusing on my work. The rhythmic tink, tink, tink of my hammer, the only sound besides the endless rush of the sea. But then I heard another sound. It was faint at first, a soft, rhythmic scratching coming from inside one of the containers. Scratch, pause, scratch, pause. It was a sound that did not belong, the sound of a trapped animal. My blood froze. I lowered my hammer, listening. The scratching was steady, patient, and it was coming from the container closest to me. I took an involuntary step closer, my mind screaming at me to run. As I hesitated, I saw the chief mate approaching. He was carrying a heavy, lumpy canvas sack over his shoulder. He didn't seem to see me. He moved with a grim purpose, heading directly for the container that was making the noise. He pulled a heavy, old-fashioned key from his pocket and fitted it into the container's locking mechanism. I ducked behind a winch, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. The chief mate grunted with effort as he swung the heavy steel door open. The scratching sound stopped instantly. For a single, horrifying second, I saw a glimpse of the interior before the door blocked my view. It wasn't filled with cargo. It was empty. The steel walls stained with something dark and covered in deep, frantic gouges, as if a beast had been clawing at the metal for an eternity. The chief mate hefted the canvas sack from his shoulder. It squirmed in his grip. He threw it into the darkness of the container. I heard a soft, wet thud, followed by a new sound. A low, guttural tearing, and a thick, slurping noise that made my stomach heave. The chief mate slammed the door shut, the heavy bolt clicking into place with a sound of absolute finality. He stood for a moment, his back to me, before turning and walking away, leaving me alone with the silence and the horrifying knowledge of what the Erebus was truly carrying. It wasn't cargo. It was food. The knowledge of what was in Bay 12 festered inside me like a sickness. The ship was no longer just a haunted vessel. It was a mobile abattoir, a charnel house, sailing a predetermined course of sacrifice. My work became a hollow pantomime. I chipped rust and painted steel, but my mind was filled with the sound of scratching from within a metal box, the wet thud of the canvas sack, and the slurping, tearing noises that followed. I was now an accomplice. My silence was complicity. The remaining week of our voyage was steeped in a suffocating tension. The other crew members, who had once been merely distant, now actively avoided me. Their eyes would slide away when I approached. Conversations would cease. I realized they knew I had seen the chief mate. I had witnessed the feeding. In the unspoken hierarchy of this ship, I had crossed a line. I was no longer just a new hand learning the ropes. I was a witness, a loose thread in the tightly woven fabric of their monstrous secret. The isolation I had once craved had become a form of solitary confinement, and I was terrified of what sentence would be passed. My fear was a physical thing, a cold weight in my stomach that never left. I ate little, slept less. The rules, which had once been my shield, now felt like the bars of my cage. I found myself reciting them in my head, a frantic mantra against the encroaching madness. Do not listen to the melody. Do not speak to the man in the peacoat. Do not look at your reflection. But there was no rule for what I had seen. There was no protocol for knowing that we were ferrying caged gods or devils across the ocean, and that their sustenance was the flesh of the disappeared. The night before we were due to make port, my terror finally curdled into a desperate, reckless need for answers. I couldn't bear the not knowing anymore. I couldn't face the idea of stepping back onto dry land with this horror locked behind my teeth, wondering if I would be allowed to leave, or if I would simply be raced, like Sasha. There was one rule I had yet to break, one sanctuary of secrets I had yet to violate. Never enter the chart room alone between the hours of 0200 and 0400. The old maps are being consulted. At 0230, when the ship was deep in the belly of the night watch, I slipped out of my cabin. The corridors were lit with the same dim, red emergency lights, but they seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. The hum of the engines felt like a predator's purr. I made my way to the bridge, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The chart room door was unlocked. I pushed it open and stepped inside, pulling it softly shut behind me. The room was unnaturally cold. The air was still and heavy, like in a crypt. And on the large, wooden chart table, illuminated by a single low, hanging lamp, lay the ledger. It was open. Beside it, spread out like ancient scrolls, were not modern nautical charts, but old hand-drawn maps made of vellum or animal hide. They depicted coastlines I didn't recognize, with continents shaped strangely, as if from a forgotten age of the world. And in the middle of a vast, empty expanse of ocean, a location was circled in faded, brownish red ink. There were no coordinates, only a name written in archaic script, Leviathan's Rest. My hands trembling, I leaned over the ledger. It was open to a page filled with names, dozens of them, each followed by a date and a short, chilling epitaph. Lost at sea storm. Lost at sea accident. Lost at sea carelessness. I found the entry for my predecessor, Thomas Miller. Lost at sea, failed to observe protocol. He hadn't been careless. He had broken the rules. He had learned the truth. I flipped through the brittle pages, a history of dread and death spanning centuries. The handwriting changed, the ink faded, but the story was the same. This ship, or one like it, had been sailing this route for a very, very long time. It was a prison, a duty, a curse passed down through generations of sailors who were trapped by what they knew. The old maps are not for living eyes, Mr. Nolan. The captain's voice came from the darkness behind me. I didn't jump. The sound was so quiet, so final, it felt it had always been there. I turned slowly. He stood in the doorway, his face a mask of ancient wariness. He wasn't angry. He was just sad. "What is this ship?" I whispered, my voice cracking. "It is a necessity," he said, stepping into the light. "There are things in this world, Mr. Nolan, that were here long before us. Things that sleep in the deep places. So long as they sleep, the world is safe. But they hunger, even in their slumber. The Erebus is not a cargo ship. It is a key. It is a promise. We sail the old routes, the forgotten lines of power, and we keep the peace. We deliver the offering, so that they do not wake and come ashore to collect it themselves." My mind reeled. The containers in Bay 12, the scratching, Sasha. It all clicked into place with a horrifying, soul-crushing logic. We weren't just feeding them. We were jailers, wardens of a planetary prison. "So, what happens now?" I asked, my gaze falling back to the ledger, to the long list of the lost. Am I to be an accident? Another entry in your book. Your fate is not yet written, the captain said, his voice softening. But you cannot go back. You know the truth. The world ashore cannot handle this truth. It is a fragile, brittle thing, their reality. It would shatter. He walked to the table and turned the final page of the great ledger. There, on the last page, written in the same stark block letters as the heading for the rules, was a single, final regulation. It was unnumbered, an addendum to the covenant. THEC must es par. The chief mate has served his term, the captain said, his pale eyes meeting mine. He has performed his duties. He has earned his rest. He will go ashore. And he will speak of this to no one, because he knows the consequences. but the larder must still be tended. The offering must be made. The ship must have a keeper. Someone who understands the weight of the task. Someone who has seen the blood drained from my face, the canvas sack, the key, the tearing sounds. It was a job, a position, a life sentence. The next morning, the Erebus docked. The familiar sounds of port, the shouting of dock workers, the screech of cranes, felt alien, like sounds from another world. I stood on the deck and watched as the crew disembarked. The men who had avoided my gaze for a week now walked past me, their faces blank, their bags slung over their shoulders. They were free. The chief mate was the last to leave. He was dressed in civilian clothes, looking like any other man. He didn't look at me as he walked down the gangplank and vanished into the crowd. A ghost returning to a life I could no longer have. The captain came and stood beside me. He held out a set of large, old-fashioned iron keys. In the other hand, he held a heavy, empty canvas sack. "The new hands will be boarding soon," he said quietly. "They will need their rules." I didn't move. I couldn't. I was paralyzed by the sheer, crushing weight of my new reality. I had come to sea to escape my ghosts, and in doing so, I had become one. I looked down at my hands, and then at my faint reflection in the polished brass of the bridge window. The face that looked back was pale and thin, but for a fleeting, horrifying moment, I saw its lips pull back into a smile. It was wide and sharp and utterly, terrifyingly hungry. I had found my place on the Airbus. I took the keys. My name is Elias Thorne. This is not a confession, nor is it a plea for help. It is simply a record, an attempt to impose a logical sequence upon events that defy all logic. Before my life narrowed to the hum of fluorescent lights and the sterile scent of floor cleaner, I was a man who dealt in order. I was an archival researcher, a custodian of forgotten histories. My days spent in the quiet, dust-moated halls of a university library. My world was one of cataloged facts and verifiable sources. Then the world shifted. Funding was cut, positions were eliminated, and my meticulously ordered life collapsed into a chaotic spiral of mounting debt and dwindling prospects. Desperation is a corrosive acid. It eats away at pride, at caution, at reason itself. It was in this state that I found the online job listing. Night clerk needed for 23427 convenience store. Immediate start. Excellent compensation. The salary they offer was ludicrous, nearly double what a position of this nature should command. It was a glaring red flag, a siren's song luring ships onto the rocks, but my ship was already sinking. I sent my resume, expecting no reply. To my surprise, a man who introduced himself only as Mr. Henderson called me the next day. The interview, if one could call it that, was a brief, gruff affair conducted over the phone. He asked no questions about my work history or my qualifications. His only concerns were my willingness to work the graveyard shift, midnight to 600 a.m., and my ability to start immediately. I agreed. "Good," he grunted. "The keys in your first paycheck are in an envelope under the counter. The day shift girl, Sarah, will show you the basics. Don't be late." The line went dead. My first shift began under a moonless sky. The store, named simply Corner Stop, was an island of stark, artificial light in a sea of suburban darkness. It sat on a quiet, forgotten road at the edge of town, a place where the neat rows of houses gave way to unkempt fields and skeletal trees. Inside, the silence was profound, broken only by the low, oppressive hum of the refrigerators and the buzzing of the overhead lights. The place was unnervingly clean, almost sterile. Every can was perfectly aligned. Every candy bar sat in its designated slot. Every surface gleamed under the unforgiving glare. It felt less like a place of commerce and more like a museum exhibit designed to look like a store. Timeless and untouched. The isolation was absolute. In the first hour, not a single car passed by on the road outside. At 11:55 p.m., a young woman with tired eyes and a perpetually hunched posture unlocked the door and let me in. This was Sarah. Her handover was a masterclass in frantic efficiency. She pointed out the register, the stockroom, the public restroom. Her words were clipped, her movements jerky, as if she were spring-loaded and desperate to be released. She avoided my gaze, her eyes darting towards the clock on the wall. "It's easy," she said, her voice thin. "Just keep the place tidy." The real instructions. Well, you'll find them. She paused, her hand on the door, and for the first time, she looked directly at me. The fear in her eyes was a raw, physical thing. "Just read the list, the one by the register. Follow it. Follow it exactly. Don't be a hero. Don't get clever." Before I could ask what she meant, she was gone. Her small sedan peeling out of the parking with a squeal of tires that sounded like a cry of relief. Alone in the humming silence, I felt a prickle of unease. I walked behind the counter and found it a single sheet of yellowed, brittle-looking paper protected by a grimy layer of lamination. It was tucked beneath the cash register, just as she'd implied. The title, typed in an old, slightly uneven font, was stark in its simplicity. "Rules for the Graveyard Shift." I pulled it out. My first thought was that it was a prank, an elaborate hazing ritual for the new employee. The rules were bizarre, a strange mix of the mundane and the utterly nonsensical. I read them over, a small, condescending smile on my face. Rule Instruction 1, all transactions must be completed in cash between 1200 a.m. and 500 a.m. The card reader is for day shift use only. 2 at exactly 3:15 a.m., brew a fresh pot of black coffee. Pour 1 cup, and leave it on the far end of the counter. You will find exact payment for it by the door when you open at 1600 a.m. He does not like to be kept waiting. 3. Do not under any circumstances go into the walk-in freezer after 200 a.m. Stock it before then. If you hear knocking from outside, ignore it. It will stop. For a man in an old-fashioned, dark raincoat will sometimes come in, regardless of the weather. He will not be looking for anything. Do not speak to him or make eye contact. He is just browsing. He will leave on his own. 5. If you hear a child giggling in the candy aisle, do not go looking for them. Turn up the volume on the store radio for 5 minutes. The music calms them. 6. If the payphone on the outside wall rings, answer it. A voice will ask for a name you do not know. Tell them you have the wrong number and hang up immediately. Do not engage further. 7. The lights in household, cleaning and household, will sometimes flicker in a pattern 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. This is a signal. Lock the main door immediately and retreat to the back office. Do not come out for 10 minutes, even if you hear the front door chime. It is not a customer. 8. Clean any smudges or handprints off the glass doors as soon as you see them, especially the small ones. 9. Never use the staff restroom at the back. Use the public one. We cannot guarantee your safety in the other. 10. If a woman with eyes that are too far apart asks for a pack of Starlight brand cigarettes, tell her you are all out. We have never stocked this brand. She will be disappointed but will understand. Do not offer her a substitute. I scoffed. It was absurd. He does not like to be kept waiting. The music calms them. It was the work of a bored predecessor with a flair for the dramatic. I, a man of logic and reason, would not be taken in by such childish ghost stories. I tossed the list back under the register and set about my duties, determined to treat this job like any other. I swept the floors, restocked a few shelves, and settled in behind the counter with a thick history book I'd brought from home. The hours crawled by in perfect, uninterrupted silence. As 300 a.m. came and went, my mind briefly turned to Rule 82. The coffee. I was tired, and the thought of wasting a pot of perfectly good coffee on a ghost story seemed foolish. I dismissed it and returned to my reading, losing myself in the political intrigues of 17th century Europe. At 3:20 a.m., the atmosphere in the store changed. It was not a sudden event, but a gradual curdling of the air. A profound cold began to seep out from the corners of the room. A damp, cellar-like chill that had nothing to do with the thermostat. The low hum of the refrigerators deepened, the frequency dropping until it felt less like a sound and more like a vibration in my bones. A low, guttural growl that resonated in my chest. I looked up from my book, my heart suddenly hammering against my ribs. The neatly stacked bags of chips on the shelf across from me began to tremble. A soft, rustling sound that was utterly out of place in the stillness. Then I saw the shadow. It detached itself from the corner of my peripheral vision, a flicker of movement where none should be. When I tried to look directly at it, it was gone. But I was left with the distinct impression of something impossibly tall and thin, something that bent at angles a human body could not. The air grew thick, heavy with a palpable sense of malevolent disappointment. It was so suffocatingly present that I found it difficult to draw a full breath. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. The Rule 82. He does not like to be kept waiting. My hands shook so violently that I could barely operate the coffee machine. I fumbled with the filter, spilled grounds on the counter, and nearly scalded myself with the hot water. The entire time, the low growl intensified, and the cold deepened until my teeth were chattering. Finally, the coffee was brewed. With a trembling hand, I poured a single cup of steaming, black liquid. I walked to the far end of the counter, my feet feeling like lead, and placed the mug down. The instant the ceramic touched the formica, the change was immediate. The oppressive cold receded as if a switch had been flipped. The guttural growl softened, rising in frequency until it was once again the familiar, innocuous hum of the refrigerators. The air cleared, losing its suffocating weight. The presence, the feeling of being watched with ancient and aggrieved eyes, vanished completely. I was left alone, drenched in a cold sweat, my body shaking with the aftershocks of a terror I could not begin to process. I stared at the cup of coffee, steam rising from it in the sterile light. It was not a prank. It was not a story. The rules were not suggestions or superstitions meant to spook the new guy. They were a set of operational procedures, a system of cause and effect governing interactions with forces that had no place in my ordered, rational world. I had failed to perform a simple task, and in doing so, I had breached a contract I didn't know I'd signed. The penalty had been immediate and terrifying. My role here was not merely to be a store clerk. I was a service provider, a functionary for a clientele that was not and had never been human. The true horror wasn't that the store was haunted. It was that the store was open for business, on a level I couldn't comprehend. I looked at the laminated list, which no longer seemed like a joke. It looked like the most important thing in the world. It looked like a survival manual, and I understood with a certainty that chilled me more than the supernatural cold had, that I was trapped. 6 weeks. 6 weeks have passed since that first night, and the man I was, the skeptical academic, the believer in a rational universe, is a ghost. In his place is a creature of ritual and vigilance. My life is now governed by that laminated list. It has become my scripture, my catechism of fear. My nights are a meticulous, nerve-shredding ballad of appeasement. Before 200 a.m., I stock the freezer, my hand checking the heavy latch 3, 4, 5 times. I keep the small, tinny radio behind the counter, tuned to a bland pop station. The volume knob always within arm's reach. I monitor the lights in aisle 4 with the intensity of an air traffic controller, watching for a plane to fall from the sky. The psychological erosion is the worst part. Sleep, when it comes during the day, is a shallow, unrestful affair, plagued by dreams of flickering lights and knocking from behind closed doors. Bright, cheerful world of sunlight feels alien, a reality to which I no longer belong. Conversations with the few people I still know feel trivial. Their concerns about traffic and weather impossibly distant from my nightly reality of appeasing unseen horrors. I have become a prisoner of the graveyard shift, isolated by a truth so outlandish that to speak would be to invite a diagnosis of insanity. So I remain silent, the fear coiling in my gut like a cold serpent. The customers from the list are no longer abstract concepts. They are regulars. The man in the raincoat was the first I encountered after the coffee incident. It was a clear, dry night, the stars sharp and cold in the sky, yet he entered as if walking out of a torrential downpour. His dark, old-fashioned raincoat was soaked, dripping small, dark puddles onto my immaculately clean floor. He moved with a slow, drifting gait, his head bowed so that his face was completely obscured by the shadow of his hat. Rule 5-4 screamed in my mind, "Do not speak to him or make eye contact." I grabbed a mop, and began to vigorously clean a patch of already spotless linoleum near the register, my entire being focused on the task. His presence was a vacuum, sucking the warmth and sound from the immediate vicinity. The hum of the refrigerators seemed to fade. The air grew still and heavy. He drifted down the chip aisle, then back up the canned goods aisle, never once reaching for a product. After an eternity that lasted perhaps 3 minutes, he turned and left as silently as he had arrived. The moment the door closed behind him, the ambient sound of the store rushed back in, and I could breathe again. A week later, I heard it. A faint, tinkling sound from the far side of the store. Jiggling. A child's laughter, coming from the candy aisle. Every protective instinct, every fiber of my being, screamed at me to go and investigate. Was a child lost? Had someone left their kid behind? But Sarah's warning and the stark text of Rule 5 held me in place. Do not go looking for them. Turn up the volume on the store radio for 5 minutes. My hand trembled as I reached for the knob. I cranked the volume, and a saccharine pop song blared through the tiny speakers, the sound feeling profane and jarring in the otherwise silent store. I couldn't hear the giggling over the music, but I felt it. I felt a sense of being watched with a playful, yet deeply predatory curiosity. It was the feeling of a cat watching a mouse, amused by its scurrying, knowing it could pounce at any moment. After exactly 5 minutes, I turned the radio down. The feeling was gone. The payphone was perhaps the most jarring. It's an ancient, disconnected relic bolted to the outside wall, a fossil from a bygone era. Its shrill, piercing ring ripped through the quiet of the store one night, making me jolt so hard I knocked over a display of chewing gum. My heart hammered against my ribs. Rule Phase 6. Answer it. I walked to the door, my legs unsteady, and pushed it open. The ringing was deafeningly loud in the night air. I lifted the cold, heavy receiver to my ear. Hello. I managed, my voice a croak. Static hissed on the line, thick and oily. Through it, a voice spoke. It was distorted, ancient, like the grinding of stones. It asked for a name that sounded like a cough and a whisper. Azrael. My blood ran cold. I forced the words out, a mantra of survival. You have the wrong number. I slammed the receiver back into its cradle. As I did, I could have sworn I heard a faint, frustrated sigh from the earpiece. A sound that seemed to exist for a split second, after the connection should have been severed. These encounters became my new normal. But it was the woman who truly taught me the nature of my predicament. She arrived around 4:00 a.m. on a Tuesday. She was elegant, dressed in a simple but well-tailored dress, and she smiled pleasantly as the door chimed. But her face was wrong. Rule Fate 10 had been specific. A woman with eyes that are too far apart. It was a subtle distinction, but once you saw it, you couldn't unsee it. The geometry of her face was just slightly off, creating an uncanny valley effect that was deeply unsettling. She glided to the counter, her pleasant smile never wavering. Her voice was melodious, but with a strange, flat effect, as if she were reciting lines she had learned phonetically. "A pack of starlights, please," she said. My mind raced. I was exhausted, my brain fuzzy from hours of hyper-vigilance. The polite, automatic response of a service worker rose to my lips. "I'm sorry, we don't carry that brand. Can I get you something else? Perhaps Marlboros?" The words were halfway out of my mouth when Rule Phaeton flashed in my mind's eye like a bolt of lightning. "Do not offer her a substitute." I caught myself, biting my tongue so hard I tasted blood. The half-formed offer died in my throat. I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry as dust, and corrected my course. "I'm sorry," I said, my voice strained. "We're all out." For a single, terrifying second, her mask of pleasantry disintegrated. The smile vanished, and her mouth twisted downwards into a snarl of such profound, cosmic hatred that it felt like a physical blow. Her eyes, already unsettlingly wide set, seemed to darken into black, empty pits. In that moment, the illusion of a polite woman shattered, and I saw what was looking out from behind her face. Something ancient, something predatory, something that despised me and my entire species with a passion that could unmake stars. Then, just as quickly, the mask was back in place. The pleasant smile returned, though it didn't quite reach her eyes now. "Oh, what a shame," she said, her sweet voice a horrifying counterpoint to the fury I had just witnessed. She turned and glided out of the store. I collapsed against the counter, my legs giving out from under me. I had almost made a fatal error. I realized, then, that the rules were not just a simple list of do's and don'ts for my safety. They were a complex system of social etiquette, a diplomatic protocol for interacting with non-human intelligences. Offering a substitute was not just a mistake. It was a grievous insult, a breach of a code I could not comprehend. It might have been seen as an invitation to a different kind of transaction, or perhaps a display of ignorance worthy of annihilation. I was not a zookeeper. I was an ambassador, on the front lines of an invisible world, and my only diplomatic pouch was a single, laminated sheet of paper. Later that night, as the first hints of dawn were lightening the sky, I was cleaning under the counter, trying to keep my hands busy. My fingers brushed against something rough carved into the unfinished wood. Curious, I pulled out my phone and switched on the flashlight. There, gouged into the particle board, were a series of frantic, overlapping scratches. It was a name, JSUBW, and below it, a desperate, terrifying message. ITSINTHE RAFLETO. Hey Smillaspis Delok. Ralph Forza Delro Oak. My head snapped up. I stared at the convex security mirror. Mounted above the register, it's dark. Curved surface reflecting a distorted version of the silent store. Rule 24 had kept me safe from the man in the raincoat by teaching me to avoid his gaze. But it had never said anything about his reflection. Jacob's warning implied a horrifying addendum. A loophole in a rule I thought I understood. It suggested the list was incomplete. Or worse, that it could be wrong. I stared at the dark, silent screen, a new and terrible fear taking root in my soul, dreading the next time the man in the dripping coat would come in to browse. Jacob's desperate message, carved like a final testament into the wood, changed everything. The passive, reactive terror that had defined my existence for weeks began to curdle into something else, a cold, Focus need to understand. Survival was no longer enough. If the rules were flawed or incomplete, then simply following them was a fool's game. I had to learn the logic of the system. I was trapped within. My shift was no longer a sentence to be endured. It became a field research opportunity in a laboratory of the damned. I began keeping a journal, a small, black notebook I kept hidden in my locker. In it, I documented everything. Timestamps, atmospheric changes, the precise nature of every anomalous event. I cross-referenced these occurrences with the 10 rules, searching for patterns, for connections, for the things Jacob might have seen that led to his frantic warning. My senses, already honed by fear, sharpened further. I began to notice the subtleties. The way the knocking from the freezer sometimes fell into a strange, syncopated rhythm. The way the static on the other end of the payphone line would sometimes resolve, for a fraction of a second, into what sounded like whispered conversations in a language I didn't know. I began to cautiously, carefully, probe the boundaries of my confinement. I never broke a rule, not after the coffee incident, but I tested their edges. I still refused to open the walk in freezer after 200 a.m., but I started pressing my ear against the cold, vibrating steel door when the knocking began. It wasn't random. It was a code. I was sure of it, though one I couldn't decipher. Then one night, amidst the rhythmic thuds, I heard something new. A voice, a dry, faint whisper that seemed to come from inches away on the other side of the metal. It whispered my name. Elias. When the man in the raincoat next appeared his dark form, dripping on another clear night. I was ready, remembering Jacob's warning. I forced myself to ignore the man himself, busying my hands with wiping down the counter. But this time, my eyes were fixed on the black and white security monitor above my head. I positioned myself at an angle where I could watch his progress without turning my head. In the grainy feed, I saw his reflection move down ISO 3. He was just as I remembered, head down, funereal pace. But then, as he passed from the camera's view, his reflection did not. The figure on the screen stopped. It stood perfectly still for a moment, and then its head craned upwards at an unnatural angle, looking directly into the security camera, directly at me, and it smiled. It was a grin that stretched its face far beyond human limits, a wide, predatory slash filled with far too many teeth. A cold, liquid dread poured through my veins. Rule 24 had kept me safe from the entity in the coat, but it had left me utterly exposed to the thing that watched through its reflection. The true revelation, however, was yet to come. It arrived on a Thursday, heralded by the lights in ISO 4. They began to flicker in their familiar, dreaded pattern. 3 short flashes, 3 long, 3 short. As I had done half a dozen times before, I moved to the front door, my hand reaching for the deadbolt. But tonight, Jacob's ghost and the smiling reflection were fresh in my mind. Hiding was no longer enough. I needed to see. I locked the door and retreated to the back office as instructed. But instead of cowering in the corner and counting the seconds, I went to the small, grimy window that looked out onto the store floor. It had always been blocked by a stack of old inventory boxes. But earlier in my shift, driven by this new, desperate curiosity, I had moved them. Heart pounding, I peered through the dirty glass. The store looked wrong. The air was shimmering, distorted, like the heat haze rising from asphalt on a summer day. The familiar rows of products seemed to waver and bend at the edges. Through this strange distortion, I heard the front door chime, a sound that was impossible, as I had locked it myself. A figure stepped through the shimmering veil where the door was. It was not a customer. It was tall, impossibly thin, its limbs long and jointed like an insect's. It moved with a jerky, unnatural gait that was both fluid and broken. It paid no attention to me or the office. It moved with purpose directly to ISL-4, the source of the flickering signal. It did not browse the shelves of bleach and detergent. Instead, it reached out a long, multi-jointed arm and phased it directly into the shelf, its form passing through the plastic bottles as if they were smoke. When it pulled its arm back, it was no longer empty. It was holding a small, pulsating orb of what looked like captured night. A sphere of roiling, dark light that seemed to drink the fluorescence from the air around it. The creature held the orb up, inspecting it for a moment with a tilt of its featureless head. It seemed to nod in satisfaction. Then, it turned, walked back to the front of the store, and exited through the shimmering distortion. The door chimed again. The heat haze effect vanished, and the lights in ISL-4 returned to their steady, normal glow. I stumbled back from the window, the gasping for air. The pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. This store was not just a haunted way station. It was a place of business, a transactional hub, a supernatural black market. The flickering lights were not a warning of a random monster loose in the aisles. They were a service notification, a signal that a pickup was scheduled. My role in locking the door and hiding was not for my safety from the creature. It was to ensure that I did not witness or, worse, interfere with the transaction. The physical store, with its mundane products, was a facade, a cover for a different kind of inventory stored in the spaces between realities. The high pay wasn't danger money. It was hush money. It was payment for my complicity in a system I could not begin to fathom. The moment I understood the purpose of this place, the point of no return was crossed. The system, it seemed, knew that I knew. The phenomena in the store shifted, becoming more personal, more pointedly directed at me. The whispers from the freezer no longer just said my name. They began to repeat phrases I had muttered to myself under my breath earlier in the shift. The child's giggling from the candy aisle was one night replaced by a perfect, chilling imitation of my late mother's laugh, a sound I hadn't heard in a decade. The trap was closing. In a fit of desperate panic, I used my cell phone to call the number for Mr. Henderson. A recorded voice informed me that the number had been disconnected. I looked up the parent company listed on my pay stub, Henderson Holdings LLC. It didn't exist. I drove to the corporate address provided. It was an overgrown, empty lot between a laundromat and a pawn shop. There was no one to quit to. There was no escape, This wasn't a job you could leave. I was no longer just an employee. I was a component, a cog in the store's horrifying machinery. That night, as I stood defeated behind the counter, my eyes fell upon the laminated list. My blood turned to ice. At the bottom of the typed list, below Rule Fate 10, was a new line, written in what looked like fresh, black ink. The handwriting was a neat, sharp cursive. 11. Stop asking questions. We are listening. The night it all came to end began with a storm. It wasn't just a storm. It was a biblical deluge, a violent tantrum of nature that hammered against the store's plate glass, windows, and shook the building to its foundations. While cleaning out an old filing cabinet in the back office earlier that week, I had found a dusty logbook. In it, a brief entry from a year ago to the day, storm tonight. JW didn't show for his shift. Jacob. This was the anniversary of his disappearance. A cold sense of foreboding settled over me. The storm seemed to act as a catalyst, an accelerant for the store's malevolent energies. The fragile system of rules I had so carefully maintained began to break down. It started with the lights in ISIL 4, their SOS flicker struggling to be seen against the strobing flashes of lightning outside. As I was locking the front door, the payphone on the wall began to ring, its shrill cry barely audible over the thunder. Before I could even decide which rule to prioritize, I heard it. Faint giggling from the candy aisle, interwoven with the rhythmic, insistent knocking from the walk-in freezer. It was a chaotic symphony of my deepest fears. I was overwhelmed, a panicked juggler, trying to keep a dozen spinning plates from crashing down. I retreated to the office for the ISIL 4 protocol, my ears straining to hear the chime of the phantom customer over the ringing phone and the storm's fury. The 10 minutes felt like an hour. When I emerged, the phone had stopped ringing, but the knocking and giggling persisted. The entire store felt charged, vibrating with a hostile energy that was escalating toward some terrible crescendo. It was then that I found Jacob's final message. In a moment of sheer desperation, I broke one of my own unwritten rules and entered the forbidden staff restroom at the back, thinking I could splash water on my face. The place was cold, rank with the smell of mildew. And there, scratched into the porcelain back of the toilet cistern, was his last, desperate warning. THRE, ISON and more, HEMAKCOURC off, THEO off, TE stow on. As I read the words, the lights in the store flickered violently. They buzzed, dimmed, and then, with a final, pathetic pop, died. The emergency generator in the back, which I tested weekly, sputtered for a moment and then fell silent. I was plunged into absolute darkness, a blackness so complete it felt physical. The humming of the refrigerators, the buzzing of the lights, the knocking from the freezer, the giggling from the ISIL. It all ceased. The only sound was the roar of the storm outside. And then a new sound began. Soft, polite, a gentle tap, tapping on the front glass door. My blood ran cold. I crept from the restroom, my hands outstretched in the suffocating dark, and peered toward the front of the store. Through the rain-streaked glass, illuminated only by a flash of lightning, I saw a silhouette. The tapping was joined by a voice, and my heart seized in my chest. It was Sarah, the day shift girl. Elias. "Oh God, Elias, let me in," she cried, her voice filled with convincing panic. My car broke down just up the road. "The storm is getting worse, please." Jacob's warning echoed in my mind. He makes you write it yourself. This was it. The final exam. A scenario for which there was no rule on the list. I knew, with a certainty that transcended logic, that the person at the door was not Sarah. The entities were using my memories, my fears, my sliver of hope for human contact, as a weapon against me. I stayed frozen, my back pressed against a cold metal shelf. The pleading grew more desperate. "Elias, please. I'm scared." Then the voice shifted, melting into a sound that broke my heart. It was my mother's voice. "Eli, honey, it's Mom. Open the door, baby. It's so cold out here." Tears streamed down my face, but I did not move. This was the test, the lock-in. The polite tapping escalated into furious pounding that shook the entire storefront, the glass groaning in its frame. The voices shifted again, becoming a chorus of everyone I had ever known, pleading, begging, and then, finally, turning to threats, snarling my name with a venom that was utterly inhuman. I retreated to the back office, huddled on the floor, and covered my ears, reciting the rules over and over like a prayer. Rule 1 cash only. Rule 2 I've coffee at 3:15. Rule 30 ignore the knocking. I don't know how long I stayed there, lost in a fugue state of terror. But eventually, I noticed a change. The relentless pounding had ceased. The cacophony of voices had fallen silent. A thin, gray light was filtering through the grimy office window. Dawn. As the first rays of the rising sun pierced the clouds, the emergency lights in the store flickered on with a hum, casting a pale, sickly glow over everything. The storm had passed. Shaking, I forced myself to my feet and emerged from the office. The store was a wreck. Products were strewn across the aisles, knocked from their shelves by the violent vibrations. But on the counter, in a space that was perfectly clean and untouched, sat 3 items that had not been there before. A single, pristine sheet of blank paper, a simple, black fountain pen, and next to them, a small, tarnished silver locket. I walked towards it, a strange, hollow clarity replacing the terror. I understood. The ultimate role of the night clerk was not just to manage the store, but to chronicle it, to expand its scripture. When an employee survived a new, uncatalogued event, they were compelled to create a new rule for their successor, adding to the store's institutional, operational memory. Jacob had failed his test. He had failed to write his rule, and he had paid the price. I had survived. This was my reward. My promotion. I was no longer just following the rules. I was creating them. My hand was perfectly steady as I picked up the pen. The fear was gone, replaced by a grim sense of purpose. I knew what I had to write. 12. If the main power fails during a storm, and the emergency generator does not engage, this is a lock, an event. Do not approach the doors or windows. The voices you hear are not real. They are a test of your resolve. Barricade the door if necessary. Survive until dawn. Your reward for doing so will be waiting on the counter. I set the pen down. I picked up the silver locket. It felt cold in my hand. On a strange impulse, I took it to the inventory scanner. I held it under the red light, and the machine beeped. The small screen on the register lit up with green text. Item 27 and 34. Memento of a lost voice. Price NTA. I carefully slid the new, handwritten rule under the plastic lamination, placing it at the bottom of the list. Then I walked to the front of the store and began to methodically pick up the fallen items, restoring order. I looked at my own reflection in the dark security monitor above the register. For the first time, I did not feel fear. I felt a sense of ownership, a sense of belonging. The sun was rising, casting long shadows across the floor. In the distance, I heard the familiar rumble of Sarah's car pulling into the parking lot to begin the day's shift. My shift was over. I was tired, but it was a calm, settled exhaustion. I knew I would be back tonight, and the night after that, and every night for the foreseeable future. I was no longer a victim of this place. I was its custodian. I was the keeper of the rules. I was home. It doesn't start in the desert. It starts in a small, windowless room at Wright, Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. The air conditioning hums. The walls are a sterile off-white, and the man across the table has the kind of face you forget the moment you look away. I was a senior airman at the time, 4 years in, with a spotless record in security forces. I was what they called a high performer. I didn't ask questions I wasn't supposed to. I followed orders to the letter, and I took my duty seriously. That's why they picked me. The offer wasn't an offer, it was a summons. A special duty assignment. The man didn't say where or what, only that it required the highest level of clearance and a commitment to absolute secrecy. He slid a thick manila folder across the table. It was a conditional offer of employment, contingent on me passing a vetting process so thorough it would make a proctologist blush. The first step was the paperwork. Standard Form 86, the questionnaire for national security positions. It wasn't a form. It was an autobiography written under penalty of perjury. Every place I'd ever lived, every job I'd ever held, every foreign national I'd ever spoken to for more than 5 minutes. Friends, neighbors, ex-girlfriends. They wanted names, numbers, and addresses. They wanted to know if I'd ever experimented with drugs, if I had any outstanding debts, if I harbored any loyalty to any nation other than the United States. It took me 2 full days to complete, my hand cramping as I dredged up memories I hadn't thought about in years. Next came the psychological screening. This wasn't the standard mental health check up you get in the service. This was different. I sat in another sterile room, this time with a licensed psychiatrist, and took a written, multiple choice assessment designed to find a crack in my psychological foundation. The questions were bizarre, repetitive, designed to catch you in a lie or reveal a hidden neurosis. Afterwards, the psychiatrist interviewed me face to face. He was calm, his voice a soothing monotone, but his eyes were sharp. He assessed my mood, my orientation, my logical thought processes. He wanted to know if I was trustworthy, reliable, and possessed sound judgment. He asked about my childhood, my relationship with my parents, how I handled stress. It was a fitness for duty evaluation, he explained, where patient confidentiality did not apply. He wasn't there to help me, he was there to dissect me. I learned later that the process was designed to identify individuals who trusted the system, who followed the chain of command without question. They weren't looking for cowboys, they were looking for cogs. Perfect, reliable cogs for a machine I couldn't yet see. Finally, there was the polygraph. They strapped me to a chair, attached sensors to my chest and fingers, and asked me questions for 3 hours. Had I ever committed a serious crime? Had I ever falsified information on a government form? Had I ever been involved in espionage or terrorism? The needle on the machine scratched a nervous line on the paper, recording every jump in my pulse, every bead of sweat on my brow. When it was all over, weeks later, I was brought into one last room. This time, it was just a mountain of non-disclosure agreements. I signed my life away, acknowledging that revealing anything I was about to see, hear, or do would result in consequences up to and including life imprisonment. I was no longer just Michael Turner. I was a guardian of secrets. My first trip to the ranch was surreal. We didn't drive. We flew from a restricted, unmarked terminal at McCarran International Airport in Las Vegas. The airline is colloquially known as Janet, and its planes are simple white 737s with a single red stripe down the side. No logos, no branding. We boarded before sunrise, a silent group of men and women, guards, engineers, scientists, janitors, all with the same blank, professional expressions. We flew over 100 miles into the barren heart of the Nevada desert, into airspace so restricted that even other military pilots are warned away on threat of disciplinary action. When we landed at Groom Lake, what struck me most was the profound sense of anticlimax. The place the world knew as Area 51, the nexus of every alien conspiracy theory since Roswell, was boring. It was a collection of functional, nondescript hangars, workshops, and administrative buildings baking under the desert sun. There were no flying saucers parked on the tarmac. No little green men waving from the control tower. It was a military base, plain and simple. Life there settled into a rigid, monotonous routine, a carefully constructed comfort zone in one of a human's least comfortable environments. We lived in Spartan dorms. Some guys shared a room, but I was senior enough to get a small, private room with a bathroom I shared with the guy next door. The work week was typically 5 days on, 2 off, though some posts required Panama shifts to maintain 24/7 coverage on our downtime. There were amenities designed to keep us from going stir crazy from the isolation, a decent gym, a small commissary and base exchange, a BX that was like a miniature Walmart, a bowling alley, and a movie theater that played films a few weeks after their national release. The isolation was a known factor. We were hundreds of miles from civilization, and the loneliness could be a heavy weight, a documented risk factor at such remote installations. The routine was our defense against it. The big secret of the ranch was an open secret among the staff. It was a flight testing facility for the most advanced experimental aircraft in the world. Black projects developed by the Air Force, the CIA, and companies like Lockheed Martin. We'd occasionally see them, strange, angular shapes being towed into hangars or, more rarely, taking to the sky at dusk. The A-12 Oxguard, the F-117 Nighthawk, the SR-71 Blackbird, these were the UFOs people saw. Their radical designs and blistering speeds were unlike anything commercial pilots had ever witnessed, especially back in the 50s and 60s. The alien folklore was a convenient fiction, a smokescreen that the command structure seemed to quietly encourage. It was the perfect cover, hiding the truth from Soviet satellites and modern-day tourists by wrapping it in a layer of absurdity. We were all in on the joke. It made us feel superior, smarter than the public we were protecting. It made us trust the system even more. My job was to enforce that secrecy. My duties were governed by two types of orders: general orders and special orders. The general orders were the bedrock of guard duty, drilled into us until they were second nature. 1. I will guard everything within the limits of my post and quit my post only when properly relieved. 2. I will obey my special orders and perform all my duties in a military manner. 3. I will report violations of my special orders, emergencies, and anything not covered in my instruction to the commander of the relief. My days consisted of patrols in a Humvee, along the perimeter fence, foot patrols around critical facilities, and shifts in the main security monitoring station. We watched a bank of screens showing feeds from hundreds of cameras, monitored alarm panels for fire and security breaches, and tracked movement on the buried motion sensors that laced the desert floor. At the gates, we enforced strict entry control, checking IDs, and logging every person and vehicle that passed through the boom gates under the shadow of signs authorizing the use of deadly force. We used challenge and countersign protocols straight out of a Cold War spy movie. Held. WHOS. I'd shout into the darkness, my M4 rifle held at the low ready. The whole system was built on a foundation of rigid, logical, and predictable rules. It was a world where everything had a procedure, every contingency a protocol. It was safe. But then came the special order for Sector 4. Special orders were specific to your post, detailing the nitty-gritty of your patrol. Most were mundane. Check the lock on Hangar 12 at 0200 hours. Ensure boiler gauges in Building 7 are in the green. But the order for Sector 4 was different. Sector 4 was a vast, empty stretch of desert on the northern edge of our patrol route. There was nothing out there. No buildings, no equipment, nothing but sagebrush and sand. The order read, if you observe any biological signatures of non-native terrestrial fauna in Sector 4, do not engage. Do not report via radio. Do not investigate. Immediately return to the command center and log the event as Code 78, Alpha, equipment malfunction. Await direct debrief from the commander of the relief. The order was a paradox. It was a direct, baffling contradiction of General Order Feni 3, which commanded us to report anything unusual. This order told us to see something extraordinary, and not only ignore it, but to lie about it in the official log. It was the first crack in the perfect, logical machine. It implied that command was aware of something. In that empty stretch of desert, something so sensitive that the standard emergency protocols were to be deliberately bypassed. It was an illogical rule in a world built on logic, and it planted a seed of cold dread in my gut. That seed began to sprout a few weeks later. I was on a custodial detail, a common task for junior enlisted personnel, cleaning out a small administrative office that had been recently vacated. It was a mind-numbing job of hauling trash and mopping floors. In a dusty corner, under a desk, was a forgotten metal filing cabinet drawer that had come off its rails. It was empty, except for a single, slim folder. It was unmarked, but inside was a single sheet of paper, a heavily redacted report. Most of it was blacked out, thick lines of ink obscuring whatever secrets it held. But at the top, a single line of text was visible, stamped in stark red letters: PROJSTABIGILS, SUBJTSTNSTBLE. The words hit me like a physical blow. Project. We had projects here, but they were aircraft. Oxcart. Have done it. Tacit Blue. They were names for machines. Abigail was a human name. And then there was the other word. Subject. The base-tested planes and weapons systems, not subjects. My mind immediately flashed to the dark rumors from history, the unethical human experiments conducted by the military during the Cold War. MK, ULTRA, Edgewood Arsenal. Stories of men being used as lab rats. I stood there in the silent office, the hum of the fluorescent lights suddenly deafening. I thought of the illogical order for Sector 4. I thought of the word biological signatures. I thought of the name Abigail. A connection began to form in my mind, a terrifying piece of mental arithmetic that I didn't want to solve. The horror wasn't from the sky. It wasn't extraterrestrial. It was something we had made. Something we had locked away in the desert. That night on patrol, I drove to the edge of Sector 4 and killed my engine. I sat in the darkness, staring out at the vast, empty expanse under a sky littered with a billion indifferent stars. The desert was silent, but my mind was screaming. Project Abigail. What had they done here? Finding that file changed everything. Before, the secrecy of the ranch had been a source of pride, a shield. Now, it felt like the walls of a tomb. The bland, functional building seemed to hide a sickness, and the casual, professional demeanor of my colleagues felt like a mask. I started watching them, wondering who knew. Did the engineers who designed the next generation of spy planes know they shared a base with something called Project Abigail? Did the janitor, who whistled while mopping the mess hall floors, know what was buried out in the desert? Or was I the only one cursed with this sliver of terrible knowledge? The isolation, once a simple fact of the job, became an active, malevolent presence. We were 100 miles from anywhere, a self-contained world with its own rules, its own gravity. But now I understood that the real fences weren't the ones topped with barbed wire. They were the walls of silence and classification built between us. I was alone, truly alone, with a secret that was eating me from the inside out. The name Abigail and the word subject echoed in my thoughts during the monotonous hours of patrol. during meals in the noisy chow hall, and in the dead quiet of my dorm room at night. I knew I couldn't ask questions. In a place like this, curiosity was a disease. And the wrong person, the wrong question was the quickest way to find yourself on a Janet flight back to Vegas with a dishonorable discharge and a gag order that would follow you to the grave. So, I began my own quiet, desperate investigation. The base had a small technical library, mostly filled with engineering manuals and outdated periodicals. I started spending my downtime there, poring over archived maintenance logs for Sector 4. I told anyone who asked that I was studying for a promotion board. A plausible lie. It took weeks, but I found them. Sprinkled across years of records were 3 other instances of Code 78, Alpha, equipment malfunction. Each was logged by a different guard on a different date. And next to each of their names was a transfer order, dated within 72 hours of the log entry. They were sent to Thule, to Guam, to the forgotten corners of the Air Force empire. They weren't being rewarded. They were being exiled, buried. My next move was riskier. There was a civilian maintenance chief, a man everyone just called Sarge, who'd been at the ranch since the days of the U-2. He was a grizzled, pot-bellied man with hands permanently stained with grease and hydraulic fluid. And the rumor was he knew where every metaphorical body was buried. I found him in the vehicle maintenance bay, working on the engine of a Humvee. I tried to be casual, leaning against a tool chest and making small talk about the weather. Then, I mentioned I'd been having radio trouble on night patrols out north, near Sector 4. Sarge didn't look up from the engine. He just stopped turning his wrench. The silence in the bay was suddenly heavy. Some equipment is just prone to interference. Son, he said, his voice low and flat. You write it up, you log it, and you forget it. You don't go poking around things that are supposed to be broken. He finally looked at me, his eyes dark and serious. This place has a way of getting rid of faulty parts, you understand. That goes for machines and for people. The message was clear. Stop digging. The fear should have made me stop. Instead, it sharpened into a kind of fatalistic obsession. I knew I was on the edge of something terrible, but turning back felt impossible. The truth had a hook in me. A week later, my turn came. I was assigned the midnight to dawn patrol along the northern perimeter, the route that skirted the edge of Sector 4. The desert night was unnervingly quiet. The only sounds, the crunch of my tires on the gravel service road and the low hum of the Humvee's engine. The sky was a spray of cold, distant stars, a sight that usually brought me a sense of peace. Tonight, it just made me feel small and exposed. It started around 0300, a flicker of static on my radio. It wasn't unusual. We were in a valley, and there were dead spots. But then, through the hiss, I heard something else. It was faint, rhythmic. A series of clicks, like a gauger counter, but organic. It sounded like chattering teeth, amplified and distorted. I switched frequencies, but it was there on every channel, a ghost in the machine. My heart hammered against my ribs. I told myself it was nothing. Solar flares, a loose connection. Then the console in front of me beeped. A single, sharp alert. Motion sensor violation. Zone 4 Delta. The very edge of Sector 4. My training, my general orders, screamed at me to call it in. To report the sensor trip to the commander of the relief. But the special order for Sector 4 superseded everything. Do not report via radio. Do not investigate. My hand hovered over the mic, my thumb frozen over the transmit button. I switched. The long, range thermal camera on, swinging it toward the coordinates of the sensor trip, miles away. The desert floor appeared on my screen in a ghostly palette of black and white, the sand cold and dark, the hardy desert shrubs glowing a faint, spectral white. And then I saw it, a heat signature. It was bipedal, roughly the size of a person, but it moved all wrong. It scurried across the desert floor on all fours, its limbs moving with a jerky, insect-like speed that was deeply unnatural. Then it stopped and rose, unfolding itself to its full height. Its arms and legs were too long, the joints seeming to bend at impossible angles. It was a grotesque parody of a human silhouette, a stick figure drawn by a madman. This was the biological signature. I couldn't breathe. My entire world had shrunk to that glowing, monstrous shape on the screen. It was real. The file, the code, Sarge's warning. It was all real. This wasn't a weather balloon or a stealth fighter. This was something else. Something that had once been a subject. As I watched, paralyzed by a fear so profound it felt like a religious experience, the figure on the screen did something that shattered the last of my composure. It stopped its frantic, twitching movements and slowly turned its head. Even through the low-resolution thermal display, miles away, I felt its attention lock onto my position. It was looking right at me. And then the clicking sound erupted from my radio. No longer faint, but loud, sharp and clear. It was a sound of pure agony, of a mind so broken it had been reduced to a single, repeating noise of pain and rage. It was the sound of something that wanted to die but couldn't. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. It dropped to the ground and scrambled away into the darkness with that impossible speed, vanishing from the camera's view. The sensor alert went dead. The clicking on the radio dissolved back into empty static. I was left alone, in the humming silence of my vehicle, shaking so violently I could barely keep my hands on the wheel. It took every ounce of my training and discipline to force myself to drive back to the command center. I walked into the security office on legs that felt like rubber. My sergeant on duty took one look at my pale, sweat-soaked face and just pointed to the logbook. I picked up the pen, my hand trembling, and found the entry line for my patrol. I wrote the time, the sector, and the required code 78, Alpha equipment malfunction. The lie felt like poison on my tongue. As the special order dictated, I waited. 10 minutes later, the commander of the relief, a major with a chest full of ribbons and eyes like chips of ice, entered the room. He didn't speak to me, just jerked his head toward a small, soundproof debriefing room. I followed him in, and he shut the door. The silence was absolute. He didn't ask what I saw. He didn't ask about the sensor trip or the radio interference. He just stood there, staring at me, his expression unreadable. Did you log the event correctly, Airman Turner? He asked, his voice calm and dangerously soft. Yes, sir. I managed to choke out. Equipment malfunction. He held my gaze for a long, terrifying moment, a predator deciding if its prey was worth the effort. Good, he said finally. There's a lot of sensitive gear out there. Sometimes it goes on the fritz. It's best for everyone to just log it and move on. You saw an equipment glitch. You heard static. You did your duty by reporting it accurately. Are we clear? The threat wasn't just in his words. It was in the air, in the cold, sterile room, in the utter finality of his tone. This was the machine in action. This was how the secret was kept. Crystal clear, sir, I said. He nodded once, then opened the door. You're dismissed. I stumbled back to my dorm as the first hints of dawn were breaking over the mountains. I felt violated, not by what I had seen, but by the cold, bureaucratic horror of the cover-up. I locked my door, my hand still shaking, and fell onto my bed. But sleep was an impossible luxury. The clicking sound echoed in my skull. I felt watched, contaminated by the secret I now shared. My eyes drifted around my small, sterile room, my comfort zone, my safe space. And then I saw it. On the small nightstand next to my bed, there was a single sheet of paper, folded neatly in half. It hadn't been there when I left for my shift. I know it hadn't. My blood ran cold. I reached out with a trembling hand and unfolded it. It was a drawing. A child's drawing, done in wax crayon. It depicted a crude stick figure of a little girl with long, stringy hair and a wide, smiling mouth. Below the figure, scrawled in messy, uneven letters, was a single word. Abigail. Sleep didn't come. How could it? I sat on the edge of my cot, the child's drawing held in my trembling hands. The paper was cool and smooth, standard issue from any office supply closet, but it felt like it was burning my skin. Abigail. The name was scrawled in a messy, desperate hand. The crayon pressed so hard, it had nearly torn through the paper. The stick figure girl smiled a wide, vacant smile. This wasn't a threat from the major. It wasn't a warning from the chain of command. The cold, gut-wrenching certainty that settled in my soul was far worse. This was a message from her. The creature I saw on the thermal camera, the thing that scurried across the desert floor with impossible, insect-like speed, had been in my room. It had bypassed the lock, evaded the patrols, and stood here, in this small, sterile box they called my quarters. It had stood right where I was sitting now. The thought sent a jolt of ice through my veins, so sharp it made me gasp. I wasn't just a guard watching a secret. I was a part of the secret now. I was in the cage with the monster. My carefully constructed world of rules and procedures had been a lie. The real system wasn't about protecting advanced aircraft. It was about containing this horror, and my superiors were just zookeepers. The drawing wasn't a threat, it was a plea. A memory. A ghost of the person this thing used to be. The horror of that was 1,000 times worse than any simple monster. A monster is just a thing to be killed. But a monster that remembers being a little girl, that's a tragedy you can't unsee. For the next 2 days, I was a ghost. I went through the motions of my duties, my face a mask of blank obedience. But inside I was screaming. Every shadow seemed to stretch. Every flicker of a fluorescent light seemed to mock me. I saw the major in the chow hall, laughing with another officer, and I felt a wave of nausea. He wasn't just a commander. He was a monster's warden. He knew. They all knew, and they were watching me. I could feel their eyes on my back, waiting for me to crack. I knew what I had to do. It was insane. It was a career-ending, life-ending risk. But the alternative? To live with this knowledge, to be a cog in this machine of suffering, was unthinkable. I had to know the truth of Project Abigail. My chance came during a scheduled system-wide diagnostic on the base's internal servers. For a 4-hour window. Certain security protocols on the local network were relaxed to allow technicians access. It was a small window, a crack in the fortress walls. I volunteered for a custodial detail in the base administration building, the same building where I'd found the first file. My heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs as I mopped the empty hallways, the squeak of the mop echoing in the silence. Using a low-level access card I'd lifted from a janitor's closet, I slipped into the records archive. It wasn't the main server room, but a dusty, climate-controlled vault for older, physical and digitized backup files. The air was cold and still. I found a dusty, forgotten terminal in the corner, one that had likely been overlooked in the upgrade cycles. I logged in using a generic maintenance password I'd learned from one of the IT guys over a game of poker. My hands shook as I typed PROJCTABIGIO into the search field. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a single file icon appeared on the screen. It wasn't a text document. It was a video file labeled simply PA, Logis 01, MP4. I clicked it. The video was grainy, black and white, dated over 30 years ago. It showed a small, brightly lit observation room. In the center of the room, a little girl was sitting at a table, drawing with crayons. She couldn't have been more than 7 years old. She had pigtails and a cheerful, gap-toothed smile. A calm, disembodied voice spoke over an intercom. "Good morning, Abigail," the voice said. "How are you feeling today?" The little girl looked up at the camera. "I'm good. Can I see my daddy today?" "Soon, sweetie," the voice replied with a chillingly gentle tone. "We just have to do a few more tests. We're going to make you very special. Strong enough to go anywhere, even to the stars." The video jumped forward. Log after log showed Abigail being subjected to a series of injections. They told her it was vitamins, medicine to make her strong. I watched as they documented the changes. At first, they were subtle. Increased strength, faster reflexes. Then, the horror began to unfold. Her hair started falling out. Her skin grew pale and translucent. Her limbs began to elongate at an unnatural rate. The most terrifying logs were the audio files. Abigail's cheerful chatter slowly devolved. She would complain of pain, of her bones feeling like they were stretching. Then came the confusion. She would have fits, screaming and clawing at her own skin. And then came the clicking. It started as a nervous tick, a chattering of her teeth, and slowly, over months, it replaced her words entirely. becoming her only form of communication. A sound of pure, unadulterated agony. The final video log was almost unwatchable. The thing in the room was no longer a little girl. It was a tall, emaciated creature, its limbs bent at sickening angles, its head hairless and its eyes wide and black in the sterile light. It crouched in the corner of the room, rocking back and forth, the clicking sound a constant, horrifying rhythm. The calm, scientific voice came over the intercom one last time. Project Abigail. Subject has lost all higher cognitive function. Language centers have been replaced by primitive vocalizations. Cellular regeneration is off the charts, but psychological degradation is total. The subject is no longer viable for its intended purpose. Recommend termination of the project and containment of the asset. Asset. I slammed the terminal off, stumbling. Back from the desk, my hand over my mouth, as I fought back a wave of vomit. They hadn't been trying to make a soldier. They were trying to make an astronaut, something that could survive the vacuum of space. Something that could endure the unimaginable stresses of interstellar travel. They had taken a little girl, promised her the stars, and turned her into a monster trapped in a living hell. And they had locked her away in the dark, empty desert of Sector 4. I knew then that I couldn't be a part of it. I couldn't be one of the zookeepers. I wiped the terminal clean, slipped out of the archive, and finished my shift in a daze. That night, I didn't go to my dorm. I went to the motor pool, wired a supply truck, and drove. I didn't head for the main gate. I drove straight into the desert, smashing through a remote section of the perimeter fence and disappearing into the vast, unforgiving darkness of the Nevada night. That was 6 months ago. I'm writing this from a cheap motel room in a town I won't name. I don't stay in one place for long. I am AWL. A deserter. A traitor to the uniform I once wore with pride. But I don't care. I know they're looking for me. Not with police bulletins, but with the quiet, invisible methods they use. Men in dark sedans, glitches in my phone. The feeling of being watched that never, ever goes away. I threw my life away. I lost my career, my future, my name. But I sleep at night. I have to believe I did the right thing. I have to believe that exposing this, even to a handful of strangers on the internet, is worth it. The world needs to know what they did, what they created. But the real reason I'm writing this, the reason I can't stop, is because of what happened last night. I was walking back to my room under the flickering neon sign of the motel when I heard it. Faint, but unmistakable. Carried on the wind. Click, click. I froze, my blood turning to ice. I scanned the empty street, the dark alleys, the shadows between the buildings. There was nothing there. It was probably just my mind, broken by paranoia and fear. It had to be. But then I saw it. Tucked under the windshield wiper of my car was a single sheet of paper, folded neatly in half. It was a child's drawing, done in crayon. It was a picture of a man with short brown hair, wearing a security guard's uniform. My uniform. And below it, in messy, uneven letters, was a single word. Daddy, sleep didn't come. How could it? I sat on the edge of my cot, the child's drawing held in my trembling hands. The paper was cool and smooth. Standard issue from any office supply closet, but it felt like it was burning my skin. Abigail. The name was scrawled in a messy, desperate hand, the crayon pressed so hard it had nearly torn through the paper. The stick-figure girl smiled a wide, vacant smile. This wasn't a threat from the major. It wasn't a warning from the chain of command. The cold, gut-wrenching certainty that settled in my soul was far worse. This was a message from her. The creature I saw on the thermal camera, the thing that scurried across the desert floor with impossible, insect-like speed, had been in my room. It had bypassed the lock, evaded the patrols, and stood here, in this small, sterile box they called my quarters. It had stood right where I was sitting now. The thought sent a jolt of ice through my veins, so sharp it made me gasp. I wasn't just a guard watching a secret. I was a part of the secret now. I was in the cage with the monster. My carefully constructed world of rules and procedures had been a lie. The real system wasn't about protecting advanced aircraft. It was about containing this horror, and my superiors were just zookeepers. The drawing wasn't a threat, it was a plea. A memory. A ghost of the person this thing used to be. The horror of that was 1,000 times worse than any simple monster. A monster is just a thing to be killed. But a monster that remembers being a little girl, that's a tragedy you can't unsee. For the next 2 days, I was a ghost. I went through the motions of my duties, my face a mask of blank obedience. But inside I was screaming. Every shadow seemed to stretch. Every flicker of a fluorescent light seemed to mock me. I saw the major in the chow hall, laughing with another officer, and I felt a wave of nausea. He wasn't just a commander. He was a monster's warden. He knew. They all knew. And they were watching me. I could feel their eyes on my back, waiting for me to crack. I knew what I had to do. It was insane. It was a career-ending, life-ending risk. But the alternative, to live with this knowledge, to be a cog in this machine of suffering, was unthinkable. I had to know the truth of Project Abigail. My chance came during a scheduled system-wide diagnostic on the base's internal servers. For a 4-hour window, certain security protocols on the local network were relaxed to allow technicians access. It was a small window, a crack in the fortress walls. I volunteered for a custodial detail in the base administration building. The same building where I'd found the first file. My heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs as I mopped the empty hallways, the squeak of the mop echoing in the silence. Using a low-level access card I'd lifted from a janitor's closet, I slipped into the records archive. It wasn't the main server room, but a dusty, climate-controlled vault for older, physical and digitized backup files. The air was cold and still. I found a dusty, forgotten terminal in the corner. One that had likely been overlooked in the upgrade cycles. I logged in using a generic maintenance password I'd learned from one of the IT guys. Over a game of poker. My hands shook as I typed PROJECTABGIO into the search field. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a single file icon appeared on the screen. It wasn't a text document. It was a video file labeled simply Pay, Logio 1. MP4. I clicked it. The video was grainy, black and white, dated over 30 years ago. It showed a small, brightly lit observation room. In the center of the room, a little girl was sitting at a table, drawing with crayons. She couldn't have been more than 7 years old. She had pigtails and a cheerful, gap-toothed smile. A calm, disembodied voice spoke over an intercom. "Good morning, Abigail," the voice said. "How are you feeling today?" The little girl looked up at the camera. "I'm good. Can I see my daddy today?" "Soon, sweetie," the voice replied with a chillingly gentle tone. "We just have to do a few more tests. We're going to make you very special, strong enough to go anywhere, even to the stars." The video jumped forward. Log after log showed Abigail being subjected to a series of injections. They told her it was vitamins, medicine to make her strong. I watched as they documented the changes. At first they were subtle. Increased strength, faster reflexes. Then, the horror began to unfold. Her hair started falling out. Her skin grew pale and translucent. Her limbs began to elongate at an unnatural rate. The most terrifying logs were the audio files. Abigail's cheerful chatter slowly devolved. She would complain of pain, of her bones feeling like they were stretching. Then came the confusion. She would have fits, screaming and clawing at her own skin. And then came the clicking. It started as a nervous tick, a chattering of her teeth, and slowly, over months, it replaced her words entirely, becoming her only form of communication. A sound of pure, unadulterated agony. The final video log was almost unwatchable. The thing in the room was no longer a little girl. It was a tall, emaciated creature, its limbs bent at sickening angles, its head hairless and its eyes wide and black in the sterile light. It crouched in the corner of the room, rocking back and forth. The clicking sound a constant, horrifying rhythm. The calm, scientific voice came over the intercom one last time. "Project Abigail. Subject has lost all higher cognitive function. Language centers have been replaced by primitive vocalizations. Cellular regeneration is off the charts, but psychological degradation is total. The subject is no longer viable for its intended purpose. Recommend termination of the project and containment of the asset." Asset. I slammed the terminal off, stumbling back from the desk, my hand over my mouth. As I fought back a wave of vomit, we soon discovered why. They hadn't been trying to make a soldier. They were trying to make an astronaut, something that could survive the vacuum of space, something that could endure the unimaginable stresses of interstellar travel. They had taken a little girl, promised her the stars, and turned her into a monster, trapped in a living hell. And they had locked her away in the dark, empty desert of Sector 4. I knew then that I couldn't be a part of it. I couldn't be one of the zookeepers. I wiped the terminal clean, slipped out of the archive, and finished my shift in a daze. That night, I didn't go to my dorm. I went to the motor pool, hot-wired a supply truck, and drove. I didn't head for the main gate. I drove straight into the desert, smashing through a remote section of the perimeter fence and disappearing into the vast, unforgiving darkness of the Nevada night. That was 6 months ago. I'm writing this from a cheap motel room in a town I won't name. I don't stay in one place for long. I am a WOL, a deserter, a traitor to the uniform I once wore with pride. But I don't care. I know they're looking for me. Not with police bulletins, but with the quiet, invisible methods they use. Men in dark sedans, glitches in my phone. The feeling of being watched that never, ever goes away. I threw my life away. I lost my career, my future, my name. But I sleep at night. I have to believe I did the right thing. I have to believe that exposing this, even to a handful of strangers on the internet, is worth it. The world needs to know what they did, what they created. But the real reason I'm writing this, the reason I can't stop, is because of what happened last night. I was walking back to my room, under the flickering neon sign of the motel, when I heard it. Faint, but unmistakable, carried on the wind. Click. Click. I froze, my blood turning to ice. I scanned the empty street, the dark alleys, the shadows between the buildings. There was nothing there. It was probably just my mind, broken by paranoia and fear. It had to be. But then I saw it. Tucked under the windshield wiper of my car was a single sheet of paper, folded neatly in half. It was a child's drawing, done in crayon. It was a picture of a man with short brown hair, wearing a security guard's uniform. My uniform. And below it, in messy, uneven letters, was a single word. Daddy. My name is Michael Keane. As of 08 Fudger hours on October 12th, I have officially assumed the duties of Park Ranger, GS also 25-9, at Archwood National Park. This transfer follows a 6-year tenure at Yosemite, a posting I valued immensely. However, due to personal matters requiring proximity to family on the East Coast, I requested a reassignment. The Office of Personnel Management, in its wisdom, assigned me to Archwood, a place I had, until recently, only known as a name on a list of federal park resources. My responsibilities, as per the position classification standard, remain consistent with my previous role to supervise and perform work in the conservation and use of park resources. This includes, but is not limited to, natural and cultural resource management, the operation of interpretive programs for the benefit of the visiting public, visitor protection services, and enforcement of laws and regulations pertinent to the Park Service. I am a man who believes in procedure, in the clear, delineated lines of authority and responsibility that allow us to safeguard these national treasures. There is a form for every incident, a protocol for every emergency. This structure is not just bureaucracy. It is the bedrock of order in the face of nature's inherent chaos. Archwood, I was told, is one of the more remote postings in the eastern United States, nestled deep in the oldest parts of the Appalachian Mountains. It is a world away from the granite majesty of Yosemite. The final 20 miles of the drive were on an unpaved service road that seemed to shed the modern world with every turn. The ranger station itself is a relic, a sturdy, 2-story log structure built by the Civilian Conservation Corps in the 1930s, updated over the decades but still retaining an air of profound isolation. My predecessor, a man named Thompson, according to the transfer documents, had left the place in immaculate order. The generator was full. The radio equipment passed its diagnostics, and the supply pantry was stocked for the winter. The first day was spent in methodical routine. I conducted a full inventory, cross-referencing the physical assets with the station's logbook. I walked the perimeter, checking the shutters and the integrity of the bear-proof waste containers. The air here is different. It's heavy, thick with the smell of rich, damp earth, and what can only be described as centuries of decay. The trees, towering oaks, maples, and hemlocks, form what the trail guides call a green tunnel, and even in the bright afternoon sun, the forest floor was a tapestry of deep shadows. These mountains feel ancient in a way the Sierra Nevada never did. They feel less like rock and more like sleeping giants, their stony bones covered in a thin blanket of soil and trees. There is a silence here that is not merely an absence of noise, but a presence in itself. A profound, listening quiet that seems to absorb sound before it can travel far. It was in the late afternoon, as I was organizing the kitchen, that I found it. Taped to the inside of the upper cabinet, right next to the mugs, was a single sheet of yellowed legal paper, folded twice. The paper was soft, almost cloth-like from handling, and covered in a frantic, spidery handwriting. At the top, in thick, underlined letters, were the words, "Things you ought to know. For your own good." I chuckled, assuming it was a list of local quirks, or perhaps a good-natured hazing from Ranger Thompson. I poured myself a cup of coffee and sat down at the small kitchen table to read it. The generator needs to be checked at 2200. Not a minute before, not a minute after. Top it off if needed. 2. If you hear whistling at night, go inside and lock the door. That song isn't for you. 3. The trail camera on Ridge 4 sometimes picks up static. If you see a file with a corrupted timestamp, delete it without viewing. Nemvier, try to recover it. 4. If you find animal remains with no visible wounds, leave them at the base of the large, weeping willow by the creek. Do not report it. Do not try to figure out what killed it. 5. Some nights you might see lights over Brown Mountain. Don't watch them for more than a minute. They notice when you're looking. 6. If you get a call on the radio and it's just silence, say, "The line is clear," and hang up. Don't wait for a reply. 7. NVR, use the emergency flare gun, unless the fire is something you can see. 8. There is a set of stone stairs deep in the North Woods that doesn't lead anywhere. You've seen them on the map. Do not go near them. If a hiker reports them, tell them they are mistaken. Log it as a false report. 9. If you see a man with a face that looks or blurry, do not make eye contact. He is not lost. He knows exactly where he is. Turn around and walk away. Don't leave food out for the bears, especially not the one that walks on 2 legs. I read the list twice. My initial amusement curdled into a kind of professional annoyance. This was precisely the sort of thing that gave rangers in remote posts a bad name. Succumbing to isolation, spinning folk tales, and blurring the lines between superstition and safety protocol. The reference to the Brown Mountain lights was a known piece of local folklore, easily explained by atmospheric phenomena or distant vehicle lights. The stairs in the woods, was a recurring theme in online horror stories, a modern urban legend for the digital age. And the rest, vague, unhelpful, and frankly, unprofessional. What if a hiker was genuinely in distress and I hung up because of some silent call? Rule. What if the blurry-faced man was a stroke victim in desperate need of medical attention? My job is to provide assistance, to investigate, to be a beacon of calm authority in the wilderness. These rules were a direct contradiction of my duties. They encouraged dereliction, misdirection, and the abandonment of the very people I was sworn to protect. I considered throwing the list away, but something stayed my hand. It was a curiosity, a relic of my predecessor's apparent decline into paranoia. I folded it carefully and tucked it into the back of the station's official logbook. Later that evening, I made my first formal entry, October 12, 2030, all systems operational, station inventory complete. No unusual incidents to report. Note, predecessor left a list of unofficial protocols. Appears to be a mix of local folklore and potential stress-related ideation. Will adhere strictly to established NPS guidelines and procedures. The safety of the public and the integrity of park resources are paramount and cannot be compromised by unsubstantiated local legends. Keen M. Park Ranger. As I wrote, I felt a sense of satisfaction. I was re-establishing order. I was a professional, a man of science and regulation. A place had clearly gotten the better of my predecessor. I would not make the same mistakes. I would not make the silence and the shadows play tricks on my mind. Here, in Archwood, the rules were clear. They were written in federal code, printed in manuals, and backed by the full authority of the United States government. Those were the only rules that mattered. That night, the wind picked up, and the ancient trees around the station began to creak and groan like the timbers of a sinking ship. I dismissed the sounds, finished my coffee, and prepared for my first full day in the woods. I was confident. I was prepared. I was, in hindsight, a fool. The first official day of patrol began as expected. The morning air was sharp and cold, carrying the scent of damp soil and pine. My agenda was straightforward. A full circuit of the park's primary northern loop. Checking trail conditions, looking for signs of illegal trapping, and generally establishing a presence. I am, by nature and by training, a creature of habit and procedure. My predecessor's list of nonsensical rules was a footnote in my logbook, an amusing anecdote to perhaps share at a future regional meeting, but nothing more. My focus was on the tangible, the observable, the tasks outlined in the Park Ranger GS 025 position description. It was mid-morning when I made the first discovery. On the bank of a fast, running creek, half in a thicket of rhododendron, lay the carcass of a large white-tailed deer. Standard procedure dictates a thorough examination and report. I unslung my pack and pulled on a pair of latex gloves. As I approached, a line from the yellowed paper surfaced, in my mind unbidden. Rule Feint 4. If you find animal remains with no visible wounds, leave them at the base of the large, weeping willow by the creek. Do not report it. I scanned the area. Sure enough, about 50 yards downstream, A massive weeping willow drooped over the water. A coincidence. I knelt by the deer. It was a healthy-looking buck, its coat sleek, its eyes glassy but clear. I spent 20 minutes performing a meticulous inspection. There were no puncture wounds, no signs of a predator attack, no bullet holes, no evidence of arrow or bolt. Its legs weren't broken from a fall. It was simply dead. I've seen animals die from disease, from freak accidents, from starvation. There is always a sign, a physical clue. Here, there was nothing. It was as if the life had just been neatly extracted from it. The professional in me documented the finding, took photographs, and logged the coordinates. The man standing alone in the deep woods felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. I did not move the carcass to the willow tree. I reported it as per federal guidelines. I continued my patrol, the silence of the forest pressing in. It's a different kind of quiet here than in Yosemite. The Sierra Nevada has a clean, vast silence. This is a heavy, listening silence, as if the trees and the moss and the ancient rock are holding their breath, waiting. My route took me toward the northern boundary, into a section of old-growth forest marked on the map as largely undeveloped. And there, on the map, was the anomaly that corresponded with another of Thompson's rules, a small icon denoting a man-made structure with no label. Rule 88. There is a set of stone stairs deep in the north woods that doesn't lead anywhere. Do not go near them. My duty is to inventory and assess all park features, marked or unmarked. To ignore it would be negligent. I left the main trail and pushed through dense undergrowth, following my compass bearing. After a half hour of hiking, I found them. They were exactly as the urban legends describe: a flight of stone stairs, perhaps 40 steps in total, rising from the forest floor and ending abruptly in midair. They were covered in moss and ancient grime, the stones expertly cut, but clearly centuries old. They led to nothing. There was no collapsed ruin, no foundation, no clearing, just more forest. It was a profound and unsettling violation of logic. Stairs are a tool of transition, meant to connect a lower place to a higher one. These connected nothing to nowhere. I walked around them, touching the cold, damp stone. No birds sang. I felt a powerful, irrational sense of being watched, of trespassing in a place I was not meant to be. I took a photo for the official record, my hand shaking slightly as I put the camera away. I wrote it off as a historical curiosity, a forgotten folly from some long, dead settler. But the explanation felt thin, a flimsy shield against a creeping dread. Back at the station that evening, the sun bled out of the sky, leaving the mountains in shades of bruised purple and black. I was finalizing my patrol report when the radio crackled to life. It wasn't the clean burst of a call from dispatch, but a hiss of empty air. Then silence. A dead channel. I waited. Rule Phase 6. If you get a call on the radio and it's just silence, say, "The line is clear," and hang up. This was absurd. It could be a lost hiker with a failing battery, their last desperate attempt to make contact. This is Ranger Keene at Archwood Station. I have an open line with static. Please repeat your transmission, over. I spoke with the calm, measured authority my training dictated. The only reply was the continued, profound silence. It felt different from an empty channel. It felt weighted, like a held breath. If you can hear me and are unable to transmit, try keying your microphone twice. Nothing. After 5 minutes of attempting to establish contact according to protocol, the line clicked off. I sat back. The silence of the room, now feeling as charged as the one on the radio. A deep sense of unease washed over me. Had I done the right thing? Later, as I was cleaning my dinner plate, I heard it. A faint, melodic sound drifting on the night air. Whistling. I froze, every muscle tensed. Rule Fate 2. If you hear whistling at night, go inside and lock the door. That song isn't for you. I was already inside, but the sound made the sturdy log walls of the station feel paper thin. It wasn't a tune I recognized. It was intricate, with strange, lilting trills and deep, mournful notes that seemed to hang in the air. It sounded inhuman. The whistling moved around the station, a slow, deliberate circuit. My heart hammered against my ribs. I was a federal officer. I was armed. But my hand went to the deadbolt on the main door and twisted it. The solid thunk of the bolt sliding home was a small comfort. I crept to the window, peering out into the impenetrable darkness beyond the station's porch light. I saw nothing but the swaying silhouettes of the trees. Then, as suddenly as it began, the whistling stopped. The ensuing silence was somehow worse, filled with a terrifying sense of anticipation. I tried to rationalize it. The wind, a strange bird. My own mind, stressed and isolated, playing tricks on me. I needed to reassert control. To ground myself in the logical, I looked at the clock. 21:55. My eyes fell on the list, which I'd left on the table. Rule Fay 1. The generator needs to be checked at 2200. Not a minute before, not a minute after. A wave of defiant anger washed over me. This was the final absurdity. A diesel generator does not operate on magical timetables. I would check it now. I would prove to myself that these rules were the product of a lonely man's fractured psyche. I grabbed my high, lumen flashlight, took a deep breath, and unlocked the door. The night air was frigid, and the darkness was absolute. A physical presence that seemed to swallow the light from the porch. The generator shed was 100 feet from the station. I walked down the steps, my boots crunching on the gravel path. I swept the beam of my flashlight across the tree line, the light cutting a sharp, white blade through the black. And then it stopped. The beam landed on a figure standing just at the edge of the woods. It was tall, impossibly so, and stood on 2 long legs. It was not a bear. It was not a man. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing, to fit it into a known category. And then I saw its face, or rather, where its face should have been. It was a shifting, indistinct blur like a photograph horribly out of focus. Rule 89. If you see a man with a face that looks wrong or blurry, do not make eye contact. He is not lost. He knows exactly where he is. Turn around and walk away. My blood ran cold. My feet were rooted to the spot, every instinct screaming at me to run. Yet my professional duty to investigate held me captive. The blurry-faced man did not move. He just stood there, in the silent, listening darkness of Archwood Park, and he was looking right at me. Time, as a measurable concept, ceased to exist. My world compressed to the space between my own frantic heartbeats and the static figure at the edge of the woods. It was a violation of all known categories, a walking, breathing impossibility. My training, my years of service, every protocol I had ever memorized, provided no framework for a man with a face that wasn't a face. It was a vortex, a smudge in the fabric of reality, and it was looking at me. Rule 89. If you see a man with a face that looks wrong or blurry, do not make eye contact. The warning screamed in my mind, but it was too late. I had looked, I had been seen. A cold, analytical part of my brain, the part that writes incident reports and testifies in court, tried to assert itself. Subject is approximately 2 meters tall, bipedal, exhibiting no discernible facial features. Possible visual hallucination, induced by stress and isolation. But I knew it wasn't a hallucination. The sheer presence of the thing was a weight on the air, a pressure against my senses. It didn't move, it didn't make a sound. But I felt a sense of profound, ancient scrutiny, as if I were a microbe being examined under a microscope. Turn around and walk away. The second part of the rule. My legs were leaden, my muscles locked in a primal freeze response. To turn my back on it felt like the most profound folly imaginable. But the alternative, to stand there until it decided to act, was unthinkable. With a surge of will that felt like tearing my own skin, I broke my gaze, focusing on the gravel path in front of me. I turned, my movements stiff and robotic, and began to walk back toward the station. I did not run. Running felt like an admission of prey status. Every step was a deliberate, measured act of defiance against the terror that was screaming at me to flee. The 100-foot walk back to the cabin became the longest journey of my life. The night, which had been filled with the familiar sounds of wind and rustling leaves, was now utterly silent. Or perhaps the roaring in my ears simply drowned everything else out. I felt its gaze on my back, a physical weight that threatened to crush me. I didn't dare look back. I reached the porch, fumbled with the doorknob, and stumbled inside, slamming the heavy oak door and throwing the deadbolt with a crash that echoed in the sudden stillness. I leaned against the door, my breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. My professional composure was not just cracked, it was shattered. I slid down the door to the floor, my sidearm feeling like a useless toy against whatever was out there. After several minutes, I managed to get to my feet and stumble to the kitchen table. I pulled the yellowed list from the logbook. It was no longer a relic of my predecessor's paranoia. It was a testament, a survival guide. I read it again, and this time, the words were not suggestions, but commandments etched in fire. Rule Y4 high, animal remains with no visible wounds. The deer. I had logged it, reported it. A violation. Rule height 80, the stone stairs. I had approached them, photographed them. A violation. Rule face 6C, the silent radio call. I had tried to respond, to follow protocol. A violation. Rule faith 2, the whistling. I had locked the door, but I had listened. Rule whence the generator. I had deliberately gone out at 21 and 55, 5 minutes early, in a fit of professional pique. And it had been waiting for me. My arrogance, my rigid adherence to a set of rules, designed for a world that apparently did not exist here, had led me directly into the path of these things. Thompson hadn't been crazy. He had been trying to survive. A flicker of movement outside the window caught my eye. I crept towards it, my heart in my throat. High above the dark silhouette of Brown Mountain, a series of glowing orbs danced in the sky. They pulsed with a soft, internal light, moving in silent, impossible patterns, drifting, hovering, then darting at incredible speeds. Rule Fay 5. Some nights, you might see lights over Brown Mountain. Don't watch them for more than a minute. They notice when you're looking. I felt a strange pull, a hypnotic fascination. But the memory of the blurry face was still seared into my mind. I counted to 60, my lips moving silently, then tore my eyes away from the window, my skin crawling with the renewed sensation of being watched. I spent the next few hours in a state of vigilant terror, jumping at every creak of the old cabin. Sleep was an impossibility. Just after 0200, a new sound began. A loud, rhythmic banging from the direction of the waste disposal area. It wasn't the sound of a foraging animal. It was heavy, metallic, and deliberate. Clang. BNG. I crawled to the small window on the far side of the station that overlooked the bear-proof dumpsters. Peering through the glass, I saw it, a hulking shape silhouetted against the faint starlight. It was massive, far larger than any black bear in these mountains, and it was standing on 2 legs. It moved with a lurching, unnatural gait, tearing at the reinforced steel lid of a dumpster with thick, clawed hands. Rule Fay 10. Don't leave food out for the bears. Especially not the one that walks on 2 legs. I shrank back from the window, my breath catching in my chest. It was methodically trying to get into the trash, a grotesque parody of a common raccoon, and the sheer, brutal strength it was exerting was terrifying. The rest of the night passed in a blur of fear, when the first gray light of dawn finally filtered through the trees. It felt less like a sunrise and more like a temporary ceasefire. I was exhausted, but my mind was racing. I had to maintain some semblance of my duties, if only to keep myself from completely breaking down. I powered on my station computer to download the data from the park's trail cameras, a routine task that now felt fraught with peril. I clicked through the files: a fox trotting down a path, a doe and her fawn, a raccoon, normalcy. Then I got to the folder for Ridge 4. My blood ran cold. There it was. A single video file, time-stamped with a string of corrupted characters, 26188. Rule 23. If you see a file with a corrupted timestamp, delete it without viewing. Try to recover it. My training, the very core of my professional identity, screamed at me to do the opposite. This was data, an anomaly. It needed to be analyzed, understood, reported. What if it was evidence of a poacher using a signal jammer? What if it was a clue to a missing hiker? But the list, Thompson's list, was just as loud in my head. Try to recover it. I stared at the file name, my hand trembling on the mouse. My entire worldview had been appended in less than 24 hours. The man of science and regulation was at war with the terrified survivor. What unknown horror was contained in that file? So terrible that the only safe course of action was to pretend it never existed. With a choked sob, I clicked on the file and dragged it to the trash icon. I emptied the trash, then ran a secure delete function, erasing every trace of it from the system. The act was a surrender. I was no longer Ranger Keen, GS Yauder 25-9. I was just a man in a wooden box, surrounded by things that defied explanation. And the only rules that mattered now were the ones written on a sheet of yellowed paper. I sat back, shaking, the silence of the station pressing in on me. I had to document this. I opened the official log. My hands hovered over the keyboard, but the formal language of reports felt like a foreign tongue. What could I possibly write? Observed bipedal ursine entity. Witnessed anomalous aerial phenomena. Erased corrupted data file based on unofficial, superstitious protocol. They would pull me for a psych evaluation. I typed, deleted, and typed again, finally settling on a single, frantic line. October 13, 6:30. The rules are real, all of them. As I stared at the words on the screen, a new sound started. It was soft, rhythmic. Thump. Thump. It came from the wall behind me. It wasn't a knock. It wasn't an animal scratching. It was the sound of something heavy and soft, patiently, deliberately, bumping against the outside of the cabin, as if testing the strength of the logs. And it didn't stop. The thumping against the log wall was soft, yet it resonated through the cabin like a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. It was patient, methodical. Not the frantic scrabbling of an animal, but the deliberate testing of a structure by something that had all the time in the world. I remained frozen, a statue carved from fear, my back pressed against the opposite wall. My mind, once a fortress of regulations and scientific reason, was now a wasteland. The only thoughts that remained were the frantic, spidery words on the yellowed paper. The list was no longer a guide. It was the only reality. The thumping moved along the exterior of the station, a slow, investigative circuit. It paused at the window, and I held my breath, expecting the glass to shatter. But it didn't. The sound simply moved on, continuing its patient, rhythmic probing. I was prey in a box, and the predator was inspecting the trap. The night stretched into an eternity of listening, every creak of the old building a potential prelude to annihilation. Sleep was a forgotten luxury. I sat at the kitchen table, the useless weight of my service pistol on my hip, my gaze fixed on the list as if it were a holy text that could somehow ward off the encroaching darkness. When dawn finally broke, it brought no relief, only a gray, washed-out light that made the world look sick and tired. The thumping had stopped hours ago, but the silence it left behind was heavy with menace. I was a prisoner. To flee into the woods was to run into the arms of the things that hunted there. To stay was to wait for the walls to finally give way. My professional training was a mockery. What good was a course on visitor, protection against a thing with a blurry face? What was the protocol for a bear that walked on two legs and had the strength to peel steel? It was then that I heard it, a new sound piercing the morning quiet. It was the sound of a child crying. My blood ran cold. It wasn't a faint, looping cry like the one from the Sar story I'd once heard. This sounded real, desperate, and achingly human. It came from the direction of the creek, somewhere deep in the woods. Every instinct, every fiber of my being as a park ranger, screamed at me to respond. This was my core function: to render aid, to protect the vulnerable. I remembered the case file from my predecessor's time. The little boy taken by the bear man, who had a weird face. Was this another child, another victim? I grabbed the radio, my hands shaking. Archwood Station to dispatch. Do you copy? Static. Only static. I tried again, my voice cracking. This is Ranger Keene. I have a possible child in distress, requesting immediate assistance. Over. The silence that answered was absolute, a void that swallowed my words. I was alone. Utterly and completely alone. The crying grew louder, more insistent. It was a sound of pure terror and pain, a sound designed to trigger an immediate, protective response in any decent human being. I looked at the list. There was no rule for a crying child. It was an unforeseen variable, a test that fell outside the established parameters of this nightmare. My mind raced, trying to find a loophole, a justification. My duty was clear, but the woods were not. My eyes fell on the emergency kit mounted on the wall. Inside, nestled in its foam casing, was the flare gun. And the final, untested rule slammed into my consciousness. Rule Feint 7. MVR: use the emergency flare gun, unless the fire is something you can SEE. The conflict was a physical agony. To abandon a child was to abandon my oath, my very identity. But to break a rule on this list, every violation so far had led to a more direct, more terrifying consequence. The crying became a wail, a raw plea for help that tore at my soul. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit here and let a child die. A desperate rationalization formed in my shattered mind. A fire you can see. An emergency is a fire. A child in mortal danger is the biggest fire of all. I could see it in my mind. A clear and present blaze that I was bound to extinguish. It was a flimsy argument, a lawyer's trick played on the devil. But it was all I had. With a guttural cry, I grabbed the kit, ripped open the latch, and seized the flare gun. I burst out of the station door, the cold morning air hitting my face. The child's cries seemed to come from everywhere at once. Now, I didn't hesitate. I raised the pistol to the sky, pulled the trigger, and fired. A brilliant red star shot into the air, leaving a trail of smoke. It reached its apex and hung there for a moment, a beautiful, defiant symbol of hope against the oppressive gray sky. And the crying stopped. For a single, blessed second, there was silence. A profound, peaceful quiet. I felt a wave of relief so powerful it almost brought me to my knees. I had done it. I had acted. I had chosen humanity over fear. Then, the new sound began. A low, resonant hum that seemed to come not from the woods, but from the sky itself. It grew in intensity, vibrating in my bones, in my teeth. I looked up. The lights I had seen over Brown Mountain were back. But they were not distant anymore. They were descending, dozens of them, glowing orbs of silent, cold light converging on my position. The flare hadn't been a call for help. It was a beacon, a dinner bell, the fire you can see. The horrifying, literal truth crashed down on me. The flare was a fire. I had lit a fire in the sky, and now they could see it. They descended into the clearing around the station, silent and terrible. In the cold, alien light, I saw them. The blurry, faced man was there, standing impassively at the edge of the trees. The bipedal bear emerged from the shadows, its claws scraping softly on the rock. And there were others. Shapes that twisted and broke the laws of geometry. Things that my mind refused to fully process. They were not of this world. They were the reason for the rules. The rules weren't a defense. They were a treaty. A list of ways to avoid notice. And I had just announced my presence to all of them. With the last dregs of my adrenaline, I scrambled back inside the station, slamming and bolting the door. The hum was deafening now. The entire cabin began to vibrate. The light pouring through the windows was blinding. I knew the walls wouldn't hold. I knew I was already dead. But there was one last thing I had to do. One final act of a park ranger. I lunged for the logbook, for the yellowed paper tucked inside. I grabbed a pen, my hand shaking uncontrollably, and scrawled a final entry. A last desperate warning to whoever came next. October 14, 0915. The rules are real. All of them. I broke rule phase 7. The flare is the fire. It's not a signal. It's a summons. They see it. They come for it. Don't make my mistake. My name is Samuel Jones, but on the CB, I'm just Sam. I've been an owner-operator for 22 years, which is another way of saying I've spent more of my life on the move than standing still. My world is a 2.1-meter wide aluminum cab, Wyhoma Peterbilt 5 & 89 sleeper, and my constant companion is the low, steady rumble of a 600-horsepower engine. She's not just a truck. She's my business, my house, and my fortress against the endless miles of asphalt. To an outsider, the inside of my rig might look cramped, but to me, it's a marvel of engineering and personal space. The driver's seat is an air ride throne, molded to my frame after 1,000,000 miles. The steering wheel is flanked by a constellation of gauges. Tachometer, voltmeter, air pressure, oil pressure, each one a vital sign I monitor, with an instinct born of experience. The center console holds the radio, heater controls, and the all-important tractor and trailer brakes. Everything has its place. Everything has a function. Behind my seat is the sleeper, my sanctuary. It's not one of those massive custom jobs, but it's mine. There's a pulled-out desk where I do my logbook, the comic book, as some of the old-timers call it. A small microwave is bolted to a reinforced appliance shelf, and below it, a mini fridge keeps my food from spoiling. The bunk is a twin-sized memory foam mattress, separated from the cab by a thick blackout curtain that offers privacy and a shield against the world. In the various overhead compartments and wardrobe style closets, I keep my clothes, my tools, and my life, all neatly organized. This order isn't just a preference, it's a necessity. Out here, on the big slab, your truck is the only thing you can truly control. But control is a funny thing. You spend so long on the road that the world outside the windshield starts to feel less real. it becomes a movie you're watching. A silent film of towns and cities scrolling past. The isolation is the heaviest cargo you carry. Days bleed into nights, and the monotony of the road can lull you into a state that drivers call highway hypnosis, where you're awake and steering, but your mind is somewhere else entirely. You're physically present but mentally adrift, floating in a space between destinations. It's a profound loneliness, a detachment that can wear on a man. You learn to live with it, to find comfort in the solitude. You have to. Because out here, the line between being alone and being lost is thinner than you think. The job came in on a Tuesday afternoon. It was a high-paying load, a hotshot run that needed to get from a warehouse in New Mexico to a distribution center in Utah fast. My dispatcher, my travel agent, as I call him, was vague on the details. The usual route up the interstate was closed due to a chemical spill, he said. He sent me a new route, a stretch of state highway that cut through the desert, a line on the map I'd never driven. It's an old road, he'd said, but it'll get you there. I pulled my bobtail rig into a dusty, bleached truck stopped just outside of Gallup to fuel up before hooking up to the trailer. That's where I met Elias. He was sitting alone in a booth, nursing a cup of coffee. He looked like 100 other drivers I'd seen over the years. Worn out, with the kind of deep, set wrinkles that come from squinting into the sun for decades. But there was something else about him. He looked haunted, his eyes holding a permanent look of exhaustion that had nothing to do with lack of sleep. He must have seen the route on my tablet because he got up and walked over. You're not thinking of running that road tonight, are you, Hand? He asked, his voice a dry rasp. Hand was old slang, a familiar term between drivers. Got a load that needs moving, I said, keeping it professional. He shook his head slowly, a grim finality in the gesture. Some roads you don't run, no matter the pay. That one, we used to have a name for it. Called it the Thin Highway. I raised an eyebrow. I'd heard my share of trucker urban legends, phantom trucks, vanishing hitchhikers, black dogs that served as omens. Every stretch of desolate highway in America seemed to have its own ghost story. A thin highway? I asked, a hint of amusement in my voice. That's right, he said, his eyes unfocused, looking at something far away. A place where the veil between this world and the other one gets worn down, stretched thin from all the miles and all the souls passing over it. A place where you can sometimes see through to the other side. His words echoed ancient Celtic folklore I'd vaguely heard about, tales of thin places where the worlds of the living and the dead were porous. It was a strange thing to hear from a man who smelled of diesel and stale coffee. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small, rectangular card. It was heavily laminated, the edges yellowed and worn, the surface stained with grease and coffee. He slid it across the table to me. You're going to run it anyway. I can see it in your eyes. You're like I was, he said. So you take this, and you follow it to the letter. These aren't suggestions, Sam. They're physics. The physics of that road. He turned and walked away without another word, leaving me with the card. I picked it up. It felt heavy, substantial. On it, printed in a simple, blocky font, was a list of rules. I read them, my initial amusement slowly curling into a knot of unease in my stomach. It felt like a prop from a bad horror movie. Yet the sincerity in the old man's haunted eyes had been undeniable. Table 1T. The rules of the thin highway. Rule 1T. Begin your run after sunset. End it before sunrise. The road is not for the day. Rule 21. Do not exceed 65 movs. They are faster than you, but they don't like a chase. Rule 30. Between mile markers 42 and 78, do not use your mirrors. What you see behind you is not for you, and it doesn't like being seen. Rule 4. Hey, you will hear voices on the CB radio, channel 19. Some will ask for help. Some will offer it. Do not respond. You are alone out here. Rule 50. If you see a single black dog sitting on the shoulder, slow down and dim your lights until it is gone. It is a warning. Heed it. Rule 6C. Do not stop for hitchhikers, no matter how they appear. They are not who they seem. Especially the girl in the white dress. Rule 7C. If your headlights flicker and die, pull over immediately. Close your eyes and count to 100. Do not open them, no matter what you hear against the glass. Rule 80. You may see another truck pacing you. It will have no lights. Do not acknowledge it. It is not a good buddy. It is looking for an invitation. Rule 9Z. If you must stop, do not leave the cab. The air outside is not your air. Rule 10. Before you exit the highway at dawn, pat the dash and thank her for the safe passage. Gratitude is a form of payment. Rule 11. The road always needs a watcher. I stared at the list, a mix of the bizarrely specific and the ominously vague. It was a perfect distillation of the kind of spooky folklore that thrives in the isolation of the road. A collection of superstitions formalized into a rigid doctrine. I tucked the card into my shirt pocket, dismissing it as the ramblings of a man who'd spent too many years staring at the zipper on the highway. Still a part of me. The part that had felt the oppressive loneliness of 1,000 empty nights couldn't shake it completely. An hour later, trailer hooked and brakes checked. I pulled onto the highway as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and orange. Rule 51, at least, was easy enough to follow. The road was empty. A 2-lane ribbon of asphalt stretching in the deepening twilight. The hum of my engine was the only sound for miles. I was about an hour in, the hypnotic riv the drive beginning to settle over me, when the CB crackled. It wasn't the usual chatter of Channel 19. It was a single voice, distorted by static, layered with a strange, clicking cadence that was almost insect-like. Breaker 1, 9, what's your 20, driver? My hand instinctively went to the mic. It was a standard request for my location. But the voice it was wrong. I thought of Rule Y4C. You are alone out here. My thumb hovered over the transmit button. The professional in me, the man who believed in courtesy on the airwaves, wanted to respond. But the memory of Elias's face and the strange weight of the card in my pocket held me back. I stayed silent. The voice repeated the question, closer this time, louder, before dissolving into a hiss of static. A cold prickle ran down my spine. It was just a coincidence, I told myself. A bad signal. I tried to shake it off, focusing on the road ahead, on the twin beams of my headlights, cutting a path through the oppressive dark. And then I saw it. Up ahead, sitting perfectly still on the gravel shoulder, was a dog. It was large, black as tar, and its head was cocked as if it were listening for something. It was exactly as described in Rule 25. My heart gave a hard thump against my ribs. I scoffed, a nervous, involuntary sound. It's just a dog. But my hands moved on their own. My right hand flicking the switch to dim my high beams, my foot easing off the accelerator. I slowed the rig down, my eyes locked on the shape. As I rolled past, it didn't move. It just sat there, a silent, black statue in the pale glow of my lights. I passed it and brought my speed back up. But the feeling of being watched was now a physical weight on my shoulders. I glanced at the rearview mirror, then stopped myself, my blood running cold as I remembered Rule 3. My pragmatic, orderly world had just developed its first crack, and the night was still young. The encounter with the black dog left a residue of fear in the cab, a cold film clinging to the inside of the windows. I tried to rationalize it. It was a stray, nothing more. The CB call was a skip, a signal bouncing off the atmosphere from hundreds of miles away. But the explanations felt thin, flimsy excuses against a growing dread. The road itself was changing. The world outside my windshield, once just a monotonous blur, now felt charged with a strange potential. The darkness between my headlights wasn't just empty, it was waiting. This was the feeling Elias had tried to warn me about. The sensation of driving through a place where the rules of the world I knew were fraying at the edges. I passed a green sign with white, reflected letters. Mile 42. My stomach tightened. I remembered the laminated card in my pocket, the words of Rule 3 now screaming in my mind. Between mile markers 42 and 78, do not use your mirrors. What you see behind you is not for you, and it doesn't like being seen. It was an absurd command. A trucker's mirrors are his eyes. The big West Coast mirrors on my doors and the convex spot mirrors below them are essential for safety, for knowing what's around my 53-foot trailer. Ignoring them felt like driving blindfolded. It went against every instinct, every year of training. Yet, the memory of the dog, sitting so unnaturally still, and the chillingly specific nature of the rule, held me captive. I forced my gaze forward, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. The highway stretched on, a lonely ribbon of asphalt under a starless sky. The hum of the engine, usually a comfort, now seemed to amplify the silence. The isolation was a physical presence, a weight pressing in on me from all sides. It's in these moments that highway hypnosis can take hold, where the road lulls you into a trance. But I was hyper, aware, my senses on a razor's edge. Every flicker of a shadow, every gust of wind that rocked the cab, felt like a prelude to something terrible. That's when I sensed it. Not a sight or a sound, but a shift in the air, a change in pressure, a presence. I fought the urge to check my mirrors, my neck muscles cording with the strain. Instead, I risked a glance out my driver. side window. A truck was pulling up alongside me in the opposite lane. It was a massive rig, a cab overmodel, old and scarred with rust. But that wasn't what made my blood run cold. It had no lights, no headlights, no marker lights, nothing. It was a black hole on wheels, a shape of absolute darkness, moving at a perfect 65 miles per hour, its engine making no sound. I could hear the roar of my own Peterbilt. Rule height 80. You may see another truck pacing you. It will have no lights. Do not acknowledge it. It is not a good buddy. It is looking for an invitation. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. This was no phantom. It was real, solid, and terrifyingly close. It stayed right there, just off my port side, a silent, menacing partner in this midnight drive. I could feel its proximity, a vibration in the air that had nothing to do with sound. I stared straight ahead, focusing on the zipper of the dashed lane divider, praying for it to go away. But it didn't. It just stayed there, pacing me, a ghost ship on a sea of asphalt. Who was driving it? I couldn't bring myself to turn my head fully to look. The thought of seeing an empty driver's seat, or worse, seeing something sitting there, was more than I could handle. This was a test. Acknowledge it, and you give it an invitation. An invitation for what? I didn't want to find out. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The silent truck remained, a constant, oppressive presence. The urge to look in my mirrors became a physical torment. It was a primal need to see what was behind me, to understand the full scope of the threat. Was it alone? Was it the only one? The rules said what was behind me wasn't for me, that it didn't like being seen. Was this silent rig a distraction meant to make me look? The psychological pressure was immense. My mind, starved of information, started to fill in the blanks with horrors of its own making. I was sweating, my shirt sticking to the back of the air ride seat. My focus began to splinter. The road ahead, the silent truck beside me, the rules churning in my head. It was too much. And then, I made a mistake. It wasn't a conscious decision. It was a flicker of weakness, a momentary lapse in discipline. My eyes, desperate for any information, darted to the passenger side mirror for a fraction of a second. It wasn't a reflection. It was a window. The mirror did not show the dark highway behind my trailer. It showed a different place entirely. A desolate, gray landscape stretched out under a bruised, twilight sky that held no sun or moon. The ground was barren, cracked earth, and in the distance, skeletal trees clawed at the horizon. It was a dead world, a place of profound and utter stillness. This was a thin place, and I was looking straight through the veil. But the most terrifying part wasn't the alien landscape. It was the reflection of my own cab. In the mirror world, my passenger seat was no longer empty. A girl was sitting there. She wore a simple, old-fashioned white dress, stark against the gloom of the cab's interior. Her hair was dark and hung limp around her face. I couldn't see her features clearly, but I didn't need to. I knew, with a certainty that froze the marrow in my bones, who she was. Rule Quaint 6 say, do not stop for hitchhikers, especially the girl in the white dress. I hadn't stopped. I hadn't picked anyone up. But by looking in the mirror, By peering into a place I was forbidden to see, I had somehow invited her in. As this realization crashed over me, the girl in the reflection slowly turned her head. Her face was a pale oval, and where her eyes should have been, there were only dark, empty sockets. She looked directly at me, not at my reflection, but at me. I ripped my gaze away from the mirror. A strangled cry caught in my throat. I snapped my head to my right, to the real passenger seat beside me. It was empty, but the air was different. The cab, my fortress, my sanctuary, suddenly felt violated. A pocket of intense cold hung in the space where she had been in the reflection. A cold so deep it felt like it was leaching the heat from my skin. I risked a glance out the driver's side window. The silent, lightless truck was gone. It had vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. The road was empty again. But I was no longer alone. The feeling of being watched was no longer outside the truck. It was inside, a palpable presence in the seat next to me. I hadn't picked up a hitchhiker, but I had looked where I shouldn't have. I had broken a rule, and something had crossed over. The air thickened, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else. Something like decay. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, my eyes locked on the road ahead. I still had miles to go until sunrise, and the worst part of the thin highway was now inside the cab with me. The cab, my fortress of steel and glass, had been breached. Not by a physical intruder, but by something far worse, a violation of space and sanity. The passenger seat beside me was empty, yet it was occupied. A pocket of unnatural radiated from the vinyl, a chilling aura that the truck's heater couldn't touch. It was a cold that felt ancient and predatory. I could feel her there, the girl from the mirror, a silent passenger whose presence was a constant, screaming pressure against my mind. The air was thick with the faint, cloying smell of wet soil and something vaguely metallic, like old blood. My sanctuary had become a cage, and I was locked inside with a ghost. I kept my eyes glued to the road, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. The temptation to glance at the passenger seat, to confirm the emptiness that my eyes could see, but my soul couldn't accept, was a physical itch. But I resisted. I had already broken one rule by looking in the mirror. I couldn't afford another lapse in discipline. The consequences, I now understood, were not just stories. They were real. The CB radio crackled again, shattering the tense silence. It wasn't the insect like clicking from before. This was a woman's voice, laced with panic and choked with sobs. "Mayday, mayday, is anyone out there? My car, it broke down. I can see your lights. Please, I have a child with me. He's sick. Please, you have to help us." The voice was distorted by static, but the raw terror in it was unmistakable. It was a sound that would make any decent person stop. My foot instinctively eased toward the brake. A woman and a sick child, stranded in this godforsaken wasteland. But then I heard it, underneath the sobs, a faint, discordant harmony. A second voice, whispering the same words in perfect, chilling unison. "Rule way 4A. You will hear voices on the CB radio. Some will ask for help. Do not respond. You are alone out here." My blood turned to ice. It was a trap, a sophisticated, cruel trap designed to prey on the most basic human decency. I pressed my foot back down on the accelerator, the engine groaning as I pushed the speed back up to a steady 65. The woman's pleas grew more frantic, more desperate, her voice rising to a shriek that clawed at the inside of my skull. "Don't leave us! Please! He's not breathing! You're killing my baby! Mustar!" The word echoed in the cab, followed by a burst of static so loud it made the speakers pop. Then, silence. I was shaking, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The psychological assault was relentless. This road didn't just have ghosts, it had intelligence. It knew how to peel back a man's defenses, how to find the cracks in his resolve and pry them open. I drove on, the silence in the cab now heavier than ever, punctuated only by the low rumble of the engine and the frantic thumping of my own heart. The cold from the passenger seat seemed to intensify, and I could have sworn I heard a faint, dry rustle, like dead leaves skittering across pavement, coming from right beside me. I didn't look. I just drove. And then it happened. The powerful beams of my headlights, my only weapon against the oppressive, absolute darkness of the desert, began to flicker. Once, twice, my stomach plummeted. I stared at the dashboard, praying it was a loose wire, a failing alternator, anything but what I knew it was. But the lights flickered again, more violently this time, before dying completely, plunging me into a blackness so total it felt like I'd been swallowed. My rig was a ghost, blind and silent, hurtling through an abyss. Rule 57I: if your headlights flicker and die, pull over immediately. Close your eyes and count to 100. Do not open them, no matter what you hear against the glass. With trembling hands, I wrestled the big rig to a stop on the gravel shoulder. The moment the truck was still, the engine cut out on its own. The sudden, profound silence was more terrifying than any noise. There was no wind, no hum of electricity, nothing. Just the sound of my own blood roaring in my ears. I was a sitting duck. I took a deep, shuddering breath, squeezed my eyes shut, and began to count. 1, 2, 3. The cab was cold. The presence of the girl felt stronger now, amplified by the darkness and my own terror. I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. 20. 120. 2. A soft tap came from the driver's side window, right next to my head. It was gentle, almost polite, like someone trying to get my attention. I squeezed my eyes tighter, my jaw clenched. 30. 5:36. The tapping stopped. It was replaced by a scratching sound. The slow, deliberate drag of fingernails across the glass. Scry-ape. Scry-ape. It was a sound designed to set every nerve on edge, to make the skin crawl. I could feel the vibrations through the headrest. 40, 740, 849. A man's voice whispered, his lips seemingly pressed right against the window. "I know you're in there, Sam. Just want to talk. Open your eyes." How did it know my name? The thought sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I kept counting, my voice a hoarse whisper. 60, 1, 62. Then came the banging. Hard, frantic thumps against the metal of the door, the roof, the sleeper compartment. It sounded like a mob, dozens of fists hammering on my fortress, trying to beat their way in. The entire truck shook with the violence of the assault. And through it all, the whispers continued, a chorus of voices hissing from every direction. Let us in. It's cold out here. She invited us. My counting faltered. My mind was screaming at me to open my eyes, to face my attackers, to do something. But Elias's words echoed in my memory. These aren't suggestions. They're physics. Then, the worst thing of all. A whisper from inside the cab. It was the voice of a little girl, right beside my ear. They just want to see you. She breathed. Her voice devoid of any warmth or emotion. The cold from the passenger seat enveloped me, seeping into my bones. I flinched away, pressing myself against the driver's door, as if I could phase through the metal. 91, 90, 290, 3. My voice was barely audible, a desperate, broken prayer. The banging intensified. The truck, rocking violently on its suspension. I could hear the glass of the windshield, groaning under the pressure. 98, 99. I held my breath. 100. I finished the count and waited, my body rigid with terror. For a moment, the cacophony continued, and I thought the rule had failed, that I was about to be torn apart. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, it all stopped. The silence crashed back in, absolute and complete. I waited for what felt like an hour, though it was probably only a few seconds, before I dared to open my eyes. The cab was empty. The darkness outside was still perfect, impenetrable. I reached out a trembling hand and turned the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and with it, the headlights blazed back on, cutting a clean, sharp path through the night. The road ahead was empty. The shoulder was empty. There were no footprints in the dust, no marks on the truck. It was as if nothing had happened. But something had. I was no longer just a driver passing through a haunted place. I had paid a toll. I had let something in, and I had endured its test. The cold in the passenger seat remained, a permanent stain on my world. I put the truck in gear and pulled back onto the highway, my body soaked in a cold sweat, my mind fractured. A few miles later, a green sign glowed in my headlights, Mile 78. The mirror zone was over. I was allowed to look again. But the thought of glancing into that polished rectangle of glass, of seeing what might be reflected in the seat beside me now, filled me with a horror so profound, it almost made me stop the truck again. I had survived the test, but the journey wasn't over. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that the worst was yet to come. Passing mile marker 78 didn't bring the relief I had desperately craved. The acute, heart-pounding terror of the headlight failure and the assault on my cab had subsided. But it was replaced by something more insidious, a deep, soul-wearying dread. The immediate threats were gone, but the violation remained. The cold spot on the passenger seat was a permanent fixture, a cancer in the heart of my sanctuary. It was a constant reminder that I was no longer alone, that I had a passenger who had boarded without permission and paid no fare. I was now allowed to use my mirrors, but I couldn't bring myself to look. The memory of that gray, dead world and the girl with empty sockets for eyes was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. To look now felt like tempting fate, like asking the abyss to stare back. So I drove on, my eyes fixed forward. My world shrunk to the twin beams of my headlights and the suffocating confines of the cab. The miles rolled by in a blur of asphalt and oppressive darkness. The presence beside me was silent, but its silence was loud. It was the silence of the grave, heavy and absolute. I was a long-haul trucker, a profession defined by solitude. But this was a new kind of loneliness. The loneliness of being trapped with something that was not human, a chilling intimacy with the unknown. The eastern sky began to bleed from black to a bruised, deep purple. Dawn was coming. Rule A1. End it before sunrise. A new kind of urgency gripped me. This wasn't about a delivery deadline anymore. It was about survival. The rising sun felt less like a promise of safety and more like a closing gate. I had to be off this road, out of this thin place, before the veil between worlds solidified, trapping me on the wrong side. My hands were slick with sweat on the wheel, my body running on pure adrenaline and the dregs of caffeine. I finally saw it in the distance. The faint, welcoming glow of highway lights, the familiar green of an interstate sign. The exit was just ahead. Freedom. As I guided the rig onto the off-ramp, the transition was jarring. The two-lane blacktop of the thin highway gave way to the smooth, wide expanse of the interstate. The oppressive silence was broken by the distant hum of other trucks, the sounds of the living world. It was like surfacing after being held underwater for too long. I took a gasping breath, the air in my lungs feeling sharp and real. Then I remembered the final rules. Rule 5 before you exit the highway at dawn, pat the dash and thank her for the safe passage. Gratitude is a form of payment. My hand, trembling uncontrollably, reached out and patted the dashboard of my Peterbilt. The plastic was cool and solid beneath my palm. It was a real, tangible object in a world that had lost all sense of reality. Thank you, I whispered, my voice a dry crackle. Thank you for the safe passage. It was a trucker superstition, something the old-timers did, but this felt different. This was a ritual, a payment. As the words left my lips, the profound, unnatural cold that had been anchored to the passenger seat for hours simply dissolved. The oppressive weight in the cab lifted. The faint smell of damp earth vanished. I was alone again, truly alone. The relief was so sudden, so absolute, that it almost brought me to my knees. The girl was gone. I had paid the toll. I pulled into the first brightly lit, sterile-looking truck stop I saw, the rising sun casting long shadows across the parking lot. I killed the engine, and the silence that followed was my own. It was beautiful. For a long moment, I just sat there, basking in it. My mind a fractured mess of what I had just endured. I needed to get out. I needed to feel solid ground under my feet. I opened the door and stepped out of the cab, my legs unsteady. The morning air was cool and smelled of diesel fumes and dew, damp asphalt. The familiar, comforting smells of my world. I had survived. But as I stood there, a strange feeling washed over me. I remembered the last rule on the card, the one that had made no sense at the time. Rule Herr 11, the road always needs a watcher. I looked back at my truck, then at my own hands. They looked older, the skin more wrinkled, the knuckles more pronounced. I stumbled into the truck stop's restroom and stared at my reflection in the grimy mirror. The face that stared back was not the one I knew. It was gaunt, hollowed out. My eyes, once clear, were now shadowed, haunted, holding a permanent exhaustion that had nothing to do with a single sleepless night. They were Elias's eyes. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The journey hadn't been a delivery run. It had been a test, an audition, a handover. Elias hadn't just been warning me. He had been choosing his replacement. He had seen the same stubborn pride in me that had once led him down that road, and he had passed the burden on. I splashed cold water on my face, but I couldn't wash away the image in the mirror. I was marked, changed. I had traveled through a liminal space, a threshold between worlds, and I had not come back whole. I had left a part of myself back on that highway, and I had brought a piece of it back with me. I walked out of the restroom and into the diner section of the truck stop, moving like a man in a dream. I ordered a coffee I didn't want and sat down in a booth, my mind reeling. I was free of the road, but the road was not free of me. That's when I saw him. A young driver, no older than 25, sat in a booth across the room. He was brimming with the kind of cocky confidence that only inexperience can give. He had a tablet out, tracing a route with his finger. A shortcut. I could see the name of the highway on his screen, a thin, forgotten line cutting through the desert. A cold, grim certainty settled over me. I knew what I had to do. The road always needs a watcher. It was a law of that place, its own kind of physics. A law I was now bound to enforce. I reached into my shirt pocket. The laminated card was still there, its edges worn, its surface stained. It felt heavier now, like a judgment. I stood up, my joints aching with a wariness that felt ancient, and walked over to the young driver's table. He looked up, annoyed at the interruption. I leaned in, and the voice that came out of my mouth was not my own. It was a dry, tired rasp, the voice of a ghost. "You're not thinking of running that road tonight, are you, Hand?" The cycle had begun again, and I was its new, unwilling gatekeeper. My name is Elias Vance. It is a name that has been signed on countless incident reports, etched onto brass, plaques at ranger stations from the misty peaks of the Appalachians to the sun, scorched canyons of the Southwest, and spoken with quiet respect, I hope, by those I've had the privilege to serve alongside. For a decade, I have worn the uniform of the National Park Service, a calling that has demanded proficiency in wilderness survival, the grim arts of search and rescue, and the meticulous stewardship of our nation's natural resources. It is a life of quiet dedication, a commitment to the preservation of those few wild spaces left untamed by the relentless march of concrete and commerce. This dedication, this yearning for the profound silence and untamed heart of the wilderness, has now led me to the ultimate crucible, Denali National Park and Preserve in Alaska. I sought this assignment, sought the isolation and the challenge. There's a certain allure to Alaska, what many call the last frontier. Perhaps it's a desire to test the very limits of one's capabilities, or maybe it's a quieter, more personal quest for something lost or yet undiscovered within oneself. I had envisioned Denali as a place of stark, almost spiritual light and beauty, a landscape that could cleanse and clarify. I was selected for a specialized posting, a remote monitoring station deep within the park's interior, ostensibly for unique ecological data collection. I knew it would be solitary. I did not yet know it came with its own peculiar set of operational guidelines rules that were not in any standard NPS manual. The final leg of my journey to Station 7, nestled in a rarely traversed valley on the north side of the Alaska Range, was by a sputtering bush plane that seemed to defy gravity more through stubbornness than aerodynamics. As we cleared the last craggy peaks, the panorama that unfolded was breathtaking, almost brutal in its scale. The Alaska Range itself was a massive wall of rock, glacial ice, and snow, a formidable spine bisecting the world. Below, the emerald halo of the boreal forest stretched as far as the eye could see, a deep ancient green. The pilot, a man whose face was a roadmap of Alaskan winters, pointed towards a barely discernible scar in the wilderness, the station. "That's her," he grunted over the engine's roar. "Good luck, Ranger. You'll need it." Stepping out of the plane, the air was the first thing that struck me. So cold it felt like a physical presence, yet so pure it was intoxicating. It carried the unique smell of snow, a crisp, clean scent with undercurrents of damp earth and distant pine. The landscape was a masterpiece of raw, elemental power, the vast scenery that makes you feel tiny by comparison. I could see for miles across unmarred expanses of tundra and forest, a vista that initially sang of freedom. But as the drone of the departing plane faded, a silence descended, so profound it was almost a sound in itself, surreal experience of total silence I'd read about. It was then that the awe began to curdle into something else, a nascent unease, the sheer, overwhelming scale of Denali. Its ancient indifference felt less like majestic beauty and more like a slumbering beast, its gaze fixed upon me, the insignificant intruder. This place, I was beginning to understand, was a land of paradox, inviting and terrifying, accessible and remote, welcoming and isolating. The beauty was a mask, a lure. The station itself was a small, sturdy cabin, built to withstand the worst Denali could throw at it. Inside, it was Spartan but functional. There was no welcoming committee, no grizzled veteran to pass the torch. Celis, my supposed superior according to the transfer papers, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, on the rough, hewn wooden desk, lay a single, bound ledger. Its cover was plain, dark leather, worn smooth with age and handling. The title, embossed in faded gold lettering, read, Denali Station 7. Peculiar Regulations and Observations. My training had prepared me for a lot, but not for this. The paper within was thick, yellowed, and filled with typewritten entries, some supplemented by spidery, handwritten notes. These were not the standard park regulations I knew by heart. These were different. Denali Station 7, Peculiar Regulations 1. All reflective surfaces within the station cabin. windows, mirrors. Polished metal must be covered from dusk until full daylight. Verify coverage before nightfall. No exceptions, too. The northern lights, aurora borealis, are not to be observed directly for more than 5 consecutive minutes. If whistling sounds akin to high frequency radio interference or faint human whistling accompany the aurora, seek immediate shelter indoors. Do not look out until the sounds have ceased for at least 1 hour. Log any such occurrence. 3. Any wildlife exhibiting behavior contrary to established Denali patterns, e.g., unnatural silence from avian populations, herds moving in perfect, uncharacteristic synchronicity, predators and prey congregating peacefully, must be reported immediately via encrypted channel. Under no circumstances are such fauna to be engaged with or approached. Log entry format, code Umbra. 4. The ancient game trails leading towards the geological formation known locally as the Bone Pass. The coordinates appended are strictly off limits for all foot and vehicle patrols. GPS tracking units have historically shown anomalous readings and signal loss in this sector. These trails do not officially register on park maps. 5. Should you encounter man-made structures, cairns, or artifacts not documented on official park historical surveys or maps, particularly those appearing to be of pre-park indigenous origin, do not touch or disturb them. Leave a small, respectful offering of dried berries, tobacco, or a similar natural token as per traditional Athabascan custom, and retreat from the area by the most direct route. Document and report from a safe distance. 6. Under no circumstances are the names Gieg or Nahani to be spoken aloud. This prohibition is especially critical after dark, within earshot of running water, or during periods of unusual seismic activity. I read them again, a knot tightening in my stomach. The language was formal, almost bureaucratic. Yet the implications sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the Alaskan air. There were no explanations, no justifications, just stark, unequivocal commands. A final, typewritten note at the bottom of the last page read, "These are not suggestions, Ranger. Adherence is not discretionary. Your survival, and potentially the integrity of this sector, depends upon it. S. Blackwood, Sector Supervisor, retired. Silas Blackwood." So he existed, or had. The word retired felt ominous. These rules felt less like safety protocols and more like wards. A fragile set of instructions to navigate a minefield whose true dangers remained unnamed. It was as if someone, long ago, had encountered something here, something terrifying, and these rules were the desperate, codified remnants of that encounter. A corrupted, incomplete map of how to survive in the shadow of an unknown power. My first few days were a blur of settling in, establishing patrol routes, and trying to reconcile the breathtaking beauty of Denali with the unsettling weight of that ledger. The vastness, which I had craved, began to feel oppressive. The silence, initially a balm, now seemed to press in, amplifying every snap of a twig, every rustle of the wind through the dense spruce that crowded the lower slopes. Sometimes, I'd catch a fleeting shadow at the periphery of my vision as I navigated the subalpine scrub. only to turn and find nothing but the wind-stunted willows. Was it an animal? Or was the isolation already beginning to fray the edges of my perception? My training warned against letting the wilderness play tricks on the mind, but Denali felt different, imbued with an ancient, watchful presence. One evening, as the extraordinary Alaskan twilight began to paint the sky in hues of violet and rose, I was returning to the cabin. The light transforming the familiar landscape into something otherworldly. I glanced at the cabin window and saw my own distorted reflection staring back. Rule 1. A jolt, cold and sharp, went through me. I fumbled with the heavy blackout curtain, my heart thudding with an irrational urgency. It was just a reflection, I told myself. Just a rule. Later that night, unable to sleep, I stepped outside. The air was biting, the silence absolute. Then, carried on a breeze that seemed to spring from nowhere, I heard it, a faint, high-pitched sound, almost like distant whistling, or the whine of an old radio searching for a signal. My gaze was drawn upwards, towards the star-dusted sky, half expecting to see the shimmering dance of the aurora. Rule 2. The memory of it hit me with the force of a physical blow. I scrambled back inside, the wooden door thudding shut, the sound unnaturally loud in the vast emptiness. I didn't look out again that night. The whistling whisper on the wind a chilling lullaby. The rules were beginning to feel less ink on paper and more like living things, their unseen teeth grazing my sanity, and the ledger of peculiar regulations and observations had become my unwelcome shadow, its typewritten pronouncements echoing in the vast silences of Station 7. The initial unease had solidified into a persistent, low hum of anxiety, a counterpoint to the raw, indifferent beauty of Denali. Each sunrise, painting the colossal peaks with alpenglow, that ethereal, fiery kiss of light on snow, felt less like a new beginning and more like a temporary reprieve. The nights, even with the blackout curtains religiously drawn, as per Rule 1, were the worst. The wind, a constant presence in the Alaska range, seemed to carry whispers that were not entirely of the elements, sometimes a high, thin, keen that reminded me of the warning in Rule 2 regarding the aurora, even when the skies were clear of its spectral dance. Sleep became a shallow, restless affair, punctuated by dreams that felt too vivid, too steeped in the oppressive atmosphere of the station. I'd dream of endless, snow-filled corridors, of eyes watching from the tree line, of the ledger itself, its pages turning in a non-existent breeze, revealing new, more disturbing rules. The isolation, a companion I had once sought, now felt like a tightening vise, pressing in on my sanity. Was this the psychological hibernation some studies of polar isolation described, an emotional flattening as a coping mechanism? Or was it something else, a slow erosion caused by this place and its secrets? I threw myself into the routine of patrols, the physical exertion a welcome distraction. My designated routes took me through a variety of Denali's ecosystems, the lower taiga forests, where spruce and birch grew dense, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. The subalpine scrub, a tangle of willows and dwarf birch, and onto the exposed alpine tundra, where the ground was a carpet of hardy mosses and lichens, and the wind bit with an untamed ferocity. The ground underfoot often had a strange, springy quality, the permafrost lying just beneath the thin active layer. Sometimes, my boot would punch through into muck, overlying something hard and icy. It was during one such patrol, near the edge of a dense spruce forest that bordered a vast, open tundra, that Rule 3 slammed into my consciousness with chilling force. I'd been observing a small herd of caribou, their movements usually fluid and natural. Today they were wrong. They moved with a jerky, unnatural synchronicity, their heads all turning at the exact same instant, their usually placid eyes wide and staring, not at me, but at some fixed point beyond me in the dense woods. Then, a profound silence fell. The usual chatter of ptarmigan, the scolding of squirrels, even the incessant buzz of insects all ceased. It was as if the entire forest held its breath. My skin prickled. This was the unnatural silence from avian populations the ledger warned about. The caribou remained frozen for a long minute. Then, as one, they bolted. Not in a panicked scatter, but in a tight, perfectly formed phalanx, disappearing over a ridge with an eerie, coordinated speed. My hand trembled as I keyed the encrypted channel on my radio. Station 7 to Denali Control. Code Umbra. Repeat, Code Umbra. Sector 4, grid reference. I described the caribou behavior, the unnatural silence. The voice that crackled back was clipped. Professional, but I could detect an underlying tension. Acknowledged, Station 7. Log details. Do not investigate further. Maintain your current patrol parameters, but exercise extreme caution. Log details. I pulled out my field notebook. My fingers clumsy with cold, and a sudden visceral fear. The entry in the official station log later that day was terse, factual. But in the peculiar regulations ledger under Rule 3, I found a handwritten annotation by S. Blackwood. They see it. They know. Don't let it see you knowing. A fresh wave of cold washed over me. The incident amplified my vigilance. Every shadow seemed deeper, every rustle of leaves more sinister. The sheer scale of the landscape, which once inspired awe, now felt like a hunting ground, and I the prey. I found myself constantly scanning the tree lines, the distant ridges, my senses stretched taut. Big nature, I'd read about in a ranger's blog, felt less like an embrace and more like the gaping maw of something ancient and predatory. A few days later, my patrol route took me near the coordinates appended to Rule 4A. The Bone Pass. The rule was explicit. Strictly off limits. The official park maps showed nothing remarkable in this sector, just another fold in the rugged terrain. But the ledger mentioned anomalous GPS, readings and signal loss. Curiosity, that dangerous human trait, gnawed at me. I didn't enter the pass itself, but I climbed a nearby ridge that offered a vantage point. The air here felt different, heavier, charged. My GPS unit, which had been functioning perfectly, flickered and died. The radio emitted a burst of static, then silence. From the ridge, I could see the entrance to the Bone Pass. It wasn't a pass in the conventional sense, more like a jagged wound in the mountainside, a narrow, shadowed defile choked with scree and ancient, twisted pines. The rocks on either side were a stark, bleached white, like weathered bones, which I supposed gave the pass its name. There was a palpable sense of desolation, of a place shunned by light and life. Even from a distance, I felt a primal urge to retreat. I remembered Blackwood's note on another rule. Some places remember, some places wait. I didn't linger. I replaced the GPS batteries later. They were fine. The unit powered up as if nothing had happened. The most unsettling encounter, however, came a week later, deep in a rarely visited section of the northern foothills. I stumbled upon it unexpectedly. A small, circular clearing, and in its center, a cairn of stones. It wasn't a trail marker. It was too deliberate, too ritualistic. The stones were dark, river smoothed, and arranged with an undeniable intentionality. It wasn't on any park survey. This was precisely what Rule 5 described: aid man. Made structures, not documented, particularly those appearing to be of pre-park, indigenous origin. My heart hammered. The rule was clear: do not touch or disturb them. Leave a small, respectful offering and retreat. I had a small pouch of dried berries in my pack, part of my emergency rations. With trembling hands, I placed a few at the base of the cairn, as per the Athabascan custom mentioned in the rule. As I did, I felt a distinct drop in temperature, a prickling on my skin, as if unseen eyes were watching. The silence here was different from the code umber silence. This was older, heavier, imbued with a sense of ancient reverence and a potent, slumbering power. I backed away slowly, then turned and retreated by the most direct route. The image of the cairn burned into my mind. I logged the incident, the coordinates, the offering. Blackwood's note for Rule 5 was chillingly simple. They are still tended. They are still sacred. Do not presume. The names, Rule 6. Under no circumstances are the names Gieg or Nahani to be spoken aloud. I'd researched them discreetly in some of the anthropological texts I had. Gieg, Nahani, spirits, or perhaps something more from Athabascan lore. The Nahani were sometimes referred to as woodsmen, spirits of those lost in the forest. Gieg was an infamous bad spirit, one whose very thought could cause sickness. The prohibition against speaking their names, especially after dark or near running water, felt like a desperate ward against summoning something terrible. The Koyukon people, whose ancestral lands these were, held deep beliefs about the spirits of the land, of animals, of the mountains themselves. Denali, the Great One, was not just a mountain, it was a presence, a power. One evening, while reviewing the station's geological surveys, trying to distract myself, a tremor ran through the cabin. It was slight, but unmistakable. Denali is a seismically active area. The lamp on the desk rattled, and in that instant, unbidden, one of the forbidden names flashed through my mind. I didn't speak it, but the mere thought, coupled with the tremor and the encroaching darkness, sent a jolt of pure terror through me. I found myself glancing at the door, half expecting to see it bulge inward. The ledger was becoming more than a set of rules. It was a chronicle of fear, a testament to something ancient and malevolent that resided in the heart of Denali. And I, Elias Vance, was now its keeper, bound by its warnings, haunted by its implications, alone in the vast, watchful wilderness. The weight of that knowledge, of those unseen eyes, was a burden heavier than any mountain, and the solitude of Station 7 was no longer a quiet companion, but a whispering tormentor. Weeks blot into a monotonous cycle of patrols, log entries, and the increasingly oppressive weight of the peculiar regulations. The vast, indifferent wilderness of Denali, once a landscape I sought for its stark beauty, now felt like a meticulously crafted prison, its boundaries defined not by fences, but by fear and the cryptic warnings in Silas Blackwood's ledger. My sleep was a tapestry of fractured images, the unnatural stillness of the Code Umbra, Caribou the distant, Bone, White Maw of the Forbidden Pass, and the knowing, ancient eyes I sometimes felt watching from the dense spruce forests that clawed up the mountainsides. The psychological toll of extreme isolation, the kind I'd read about in studies of polar expeditions, was beginning to manifest in ways my training hadn't fully prepared me for. Was it paranoia? Or was Denali itself an active participant in this slow unraveling? The rules, once just ink on yellowed paper, now felt like sentient entities, their presence palpable in the small cabin. Rule 1, the covering of reflective surfaces, became an obsessive ritual. One evening, distracted by a flickering in the radio receiver, I was late drawing the thick blackout curtain over the main window. For a fleeting second, as the last vestiges of the Alaskan twilight painted the sky in bruised purples and oranges, I caught my reflection. But behind my shoulder, deeper in the glass, something else seemed to shift, a flicker of movement, too tall, too gaunt to be an animal, too quick to be a trick of the fading light. I slammed the curtain across, my breath catching in my throat, the image seared into my mind. I spent the rest of that night with my back to the wall. Every creak of the cabin, every sigh of the wind amplified 100-fold. Blackwood's scrawled addendum to Rule 1 read, "They see out. Don't let them see in. What looks back is not always you." The aurora borealis, when it appeared, was no longer a celestial wonder, but a harbinger of dread. One particularly active night, the sky wreathed with curtains of green and violet light. Then came the whistling, as Rule 2 warned, faint at first, like high-frequency interference, then growing more distinct, almost melodic, but utterly devoid of human warmth. It seemed to emanate not from the sky, but from the air itself, from the very fabric of the silence around the station. I retreated indoors, heart pounding, the sound seeming to probe at the cabin walls. I pressed my ear to the door, a foolish act, and heard, or thought I heard, something brush against the exterior wood, a sound like dry leaves skittering, though there were no deciduous trees close enough to account for it. The log entry for Rule 2 from Blackwood was stark. The lights danced to their tune. The whistling is their call. Don't answer. My patrols became exercises in heightened, almost painful awareness. The vast, unmarred expanses of tundra, covered in a carpet of hardy mosses and lichens that felt springy and strange underfoot, due to the permafrost just inches below, felt less like open space and more like an exposed stage. The silence of the wilderness, sometimes so profound it was a physical presence, would occasionally be broken by the distant thunder of glacier calving or the eerie creak and groan of trees in the wind, sounds that seemed to carry their own unsettling narratives in this isolated place. I found myself meticulously documenting every anomaly, my field notes becoming a mirror of the peculiar regulations. Ledger. Another, Code Umbra, event occurred near a glacial river, its waters milky with rock flour. A lone wolf, usually a creature of wary intelligence, stood stock still on the opposite bank, its gaze fixed on a point high on the mountainside, its body rigid, emitting a low, continuous growl that was more fear than aggression. Then, like the caribou, it vanished, not with the fluid grace of its kind, but with a sudden, jerky movement, as if snatched away. The ledger became my obsession. I pored over Blackwood's entries, his handwriting growing more erratic, more desperate in the later pages. He wrote of previous rangers at Station 7, some of whom had simply walked away, their gear left behind, their entries in the official log ceasing abruptly. One entry, heavily underlined, spoke of the sounds. The land here has a voice, not just wind or water. It remembers, it calls. Some hear it more clearly than others. This resonated deeply with the Athabascan beliefs I'd researched. The idea that the land, the mountains, even the trees and streams possessed spirits. Denali, the Great One, was not just a geographical feature, it was a powerful entity, a sacred place with its own stories and its own guardians. Rule 6. The prohibition against speaking the names Gieg or Nahani weighed heavily on my mind. Gieg, the bad spirit, whose very thought could cause sickness. Nahani, the woodsman. Spirits of those lost. The Athabascan people understood the power of names, of words spoken in places of power. One night, a particularly violent tremor shook the cabin. The Denali fault system was a restless giant beneath us. In the disoriented moments that followed, the name Gieg surfaced in my thoughts, unbidden and sharp. A wave of nausea and inexplicable dread washed over me. The oil lamp flickered violently, casting dancing, monstrous shadows, and for a terrifying instant, I thought I saw a face in the wavering flame, eyes burning with cold malice. The Bone Pass. Rule 4. Its coordinates were burned into my memory. Blackwood's notes on this were more fragmented, almost unhinged. Not a pass, a door, older than the mountains. They don't use maps. He'd included a crude sketch, not of a trail, but of what looked like a symbol, a spiral turning inward. I found myself drawn to the official park maps, comparing them to the off-limits coordinates, searching for any hint, any geological anomaly that might explain the dread associated with the place. The area was depicted as unremarkable, just another fold in the colossal Alaska Range. Yet the pull of it, the need to understand, grew stronger with each passing day, a dangerous counterpoint to the explicit warning. My radio, my only link to the outside world, became both a comfort and a source of anxiety. Sometimes, the encrypted channel would crackle with static, and I'd hear faint, distorted voices, too garbled to understand, not listed on any official NPS frequency. Were they other isolated personnel, atmospheric tricks, or something else? The Park Service archives mentioned strange disappearances and unexplained events in Denali's history. Stories that once seemed like remote curiosities, but now felt chillingly relevant. One late afternoon, as the sun began its slow descent, casting long, skeletal shadows across the tundra, I found a loose floorboard beneath Blackwood's old bunk. Prying it up, I discovered a small, oilskin, wrapped package. Inside was a tarnished silver locket and a single, folded piece of paper. The paper contained a list of dates, and beside each, a single, spidery word: awake, watching, hungry, calling. The last date was only a few years prior, followed by a hastily scrawled, almost illegible sentence: "It knows my name now. The pass is open." A cold dread, sharper and more profound than anything I had yet experienced, pierced through me. The rules were not just precautions, they were a failing defense. Blackwood hadn't just retired. He had become another story in the ledger, another whisper in the wind. And the cycle, whatever it was, seemed to be turning again. The wind picked up outside, howling around the eaves of the cabin, like a mournful chorus, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that my time of passive observation was coming to an end. Denali was no longer just watching, it was waiting. The discovery of Silas Blackwood's hidden cache, the tarnished locket, and the chilling, one-word entries culminating in, "It knows my name now. The pass is open," had irrevocably shifted my reality at Station 7. The peculiar regulations were no longer just a set of bizarre operational guidelines. They were a desperate, failing bulwark against something ancient and aware. Blackwood hadn't retired, he'd been consumed. Another victim of Denali's deep, dark heart. The isolation, once a chosen companion, now felt like a hunter's snare, tightening with each passing hour. The wind, a constant voice in the Alaska range, no longer carried mere whispers. It howled with a predatory hunger, echoing Blackwood's final, terrifying pronouncements. The days that followed were lived on a knife's edge. Sleep was a luxury I could scarcely afford, and when it came, it was plagued by visions of the Bone Pass, its bleached, skeletal rocks beckoning, and of Blackwood's scrawled spiral turning endlessly inward. The psychological hibernation I'd read about in polar isolation studies was a distant memory. My senses were raw, exposed, every nerve ending screaming. I found myself obsessively checking the blackout curtains. Roll 20. The slightest sliver of Alaskan twilight sending jolts of adrenaline through me. The memory of that fleeting, gaunt shadow behind my reflection was a constant, unwelcome guest. The radio became my only tenuous link to sanity, though even that was fraying. The encrypted channel usually reserved for terse, code Umbra, reports crackled with increasing frequency, not with official traffic, but with bursts of static, and what sounded like distorted chanting, almost human but fundamentally other. Were these the voices Blackwood had alluded to in his ledger? The land here has a voice. It calls. The park archives mentioned unexplained disappearances, climbers, and even rangers vanishing without a trace in Denali's vastness. These were no longer abstract historical accounts. They felt like imminent possibilities. One morning, the air was unnaturally still. The usual sounds of the boreal forest, the chatter of unseen creatures, the rustle of spruce and birch, were absent. It was a silence more profound, more absolute than any Code Umbra event I had experienced. It felt like the entire park, from the permafrost-laden tundra with its springy carpet of mosses and lichens to the colossal ice-sheathed peaks of the Alaska Range, was holding its breath. Then, a low, guttural sound rolled through the valley, a sound that vibrated in my bones, not the thunder of glacier calving, but something more akin to a colossal sigh or a growl. My gaze was drawn inexorably towards the coordinates of the Bone Pass. Rule 40 strictly off limits. But Blackwood's Wormids. The pass is open, echoed in my mind with the force of a summons. The ledger, my constant, dreadful companion, lay open on the desk. Blackwood's final, almost illegible entry under Rule 4 read, "The trails don't lead out, they lead in. The old maps lie. The new maps are blind." I knew then that my time at Station 7 was no longer about observation or adherence to rules. It was about confrontation, or perhaps surrender. The pull towards the pass was no longer mere curiosity. It was a compulsion, a dark magnetism. I checked my gear ice axe, crampons, emergency rations, the encrypted radio I no longer trusted, and, on a grim impulse, Blackwood's tarnished silver locket. I left the peculiar regulations ledger on the desk. Its warnings had failed its previous keeper. They would likely fail me. The journey to the Bone Pass was a descent into a primal landscape. The official park trails, such as they were in this remote sector, vanished. I found myself following ancient game trails, paths worn into the earth by millennia of unseen hooves and paws, leading towards that jagged wound in the mountains. The air grew colder, heavier. My GPS unit, predictably, went dead. The silence was broken, only by the crunch of my boots on the scree and the pounding of my own heart. The rocks here were indeed like bone, weathered and ancient, some bearing strange, almost organic looking striations. As I neared the entrance to the defile, the sense of being watched intensified. It wasn't the fleeting peripheral shadows I'd grown accustomed to. This was a focused, malevolent scrutiny. The wind, when it gusted through the narrow opening, carried a faint charnel scent, and something else, a whisper of names. Gieg, Nahani. Rule 6 screamed in my mind, but it was too late. The names were already in the air, in my head. The entrance to the Bone Pass was darker than any natural shadow. It felt less like a geological formation and more like a maw. As I stepped across the threshold, the temperature plummeted. The faint light from the overcast sky seemed to be swallowed by the oppressive darkness within. The walls of the pass rose sheer on either side, composed of that same bone, like rock, but here it seemed to pulse with a faint, internal luminescence, revealing intricate, unsettling patterns that were not entirely natural, almost like a vast, fossilized script. I pushed deeper, the silence absolute, save for a faint, rhythmic dripping from somewhere above and a soft, almost inaudible scraping sound that seemed to come from the rock walls themselves. The air was thick, difficult to breathe, and carried that same faint, charnel undertone, now mixed with the metallic tang of something akin to old blood, and the sharp, sterile scent of deep, ancient ice. Then I saw it. Not a structure, not an artifact, but a change in the very fabric of the pass. The narrow defile opened slightly into a small, circular chamber, and in its center, the rock floor was not rock at all. It was a dark obsidian-like surface, smooth and reflective, despite the oppressive gloom. And on its surface, faintly glowing, was the spiral Blackwood had sketched. It pulsed with a slow, hypnotic rhythm. As I stared, mesmerized, a sound emerged from the spiral, a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the stone beneath my feet and up into my chest. It was the sound of the earth itself, ancient and powerful. And from the depths of that hum, a voice, or something that mimicked a voice, spoke directly into my mind. It wasn't in English or any human language, but I understood it with a chilling, primal clarity. It spoke of hunger, of waiting, of cycles, and of names. It knew my name, Elias Vance. The locket in my pocket grew cold, so cold it burned against my skin. I pulled it out. It was vibrating in sympathy with the hum from the spiral. The last of Blackwood's scrawled words flashed in my mind. It knows my name now. The pass is open. The darkness in the chamber deepened, and from the edges of my vision, shapes began to coalesce tall. Gaunt figures, their forms indistinct, their eyes burning with the same cold, internal light as the rocks. They were the watchers, the guardians, or perhaps the extensions of the pass itself. They moved with an unnatural silence, their presence an overwhelming wave of ancient cold and alien intellect. I knew, with a certainty that transcended fear, that there was no retreat. The rules had been a fragile shield, now shattered. The wilderness of Denali, in its most secret heart, was not indifferent, it was aware. It was ancient, and it was hungry. The Athabascan legend spoke of Denali as the Great One, a place of immense power, a spiritual nexus. They spoke of spirits of the land, of mountains, of places that demanded respect. I had trespassed, ignored the warnings. And now the pass, the door Blackwood had written of, was indeed open. And it was calling me in. I am a ranger at Denali National Park, and I am walking into the heart of the mountain. Whether I will ever walk out is a story only Denali can tell. My name is Samuel Ayers, and I am, or perhaps was, a folklorist. Not the dusty academic kind, content with poring over ancient texts in climate-controlled libraries. No, I was the type who craved the source, the raw, untamed narrative whispered around campfires, or etched into the very landscape of a place. It was this craving that led me to my cousin, Arthur Penhaligon, and his remote cabin nestled deep within the boreal forests of northern Canada. Arthur was a recluse by nature, a man who found more solace in the company of spruce and shadow than in human interaction. His infrequent letters, penned in a spidery, archaic script, were my only link to him, and they often hinted at local legends and strange occurrences, tantalizing crumbs for a folklorist like myself. When his last letter arrived, it was different. Shorter, more urgent. He was going away for an extended period. He wrote, some unspecified research trip further north, and he needed someone to look after his cabin. He was vague about the duration, even vaguer about the destination. But he offered me the use of the place, rent-free, for as long as I wished to stay. We chance for you to soak up some authentic wilderness, Sam, he'd written, and perhaps encounter some of the local color I've mentioned. The subtext, the unspoken invitation to explore, the very things that fascinated me, was impossible to resist. The formal introduction of my name, Samuel Ayers, might seem a bit stiff here, but in the context of what followed, a degree of formality feels almost like a shield, a desperate clinging to identity before the rudeness and the rules began to strip it away. The journey to Arthur's cabin was an ordeal in itself, a multi-day affair involving a sputtering bush plane, a bone-jarring truck ride over barely their logging roads, and finally, a long hike along a winding, overgrown trail that Arthur had, with characteristic understatement, described as a bit of a ramble. The cabin itself was exactly as I'd pictured a sturdy, if somewhat dilapidated, log structure hunkered down in a small clearing, surrounded by a seemingly endless ocean of trees. It was rustic, to put it mildly. No electricity, save for a few sputtering oil lamps and a temperamental generator Arthur used sparingly. No running water. Just a hand pump over a stone, lined well a short distance from the back door, and definitely no phone signal. The isolation was profound, the silence broken only by the sigh of the wind through the pines and the distant cry of a loon. It was, in short, perfect for my purposes. Inside, the cabin was Spartan but clean. A rough-hewn table and chairs, a stone fireplace dominating one wall, a small kitchen alcove, and a narrow bedroom. It smelled of wood smoke, pine resin, and something else, something faintly metallic and unsettling, like old blood or rust. It was on the kitchen table, weighted down by a chipped ceramic mug, that I found the list. It was a single sheet of yellowed paper, the instructions typed, concise and utterly bizarre. At the top, in Arthur's familiar hand, was scrawled, "Sam, follow these. AL of them. No exceptions. Trust me on this, Arthur." The list itself was numbered, 10 rules in all. 1. Ensure all doors and windows are securely locked from sunset to sunrise. Check them twice. 2. Sweep the floors before bed. No crumbs, however small, should be left out. Store all food in the metal bins provided. 3. If you hear tapping at the windows or door after dark, and it comes in threes, ignore it. Do not acknowledge it. Never look towards the source of rhythmic tapping after dark. 4. Never enter the woodshed at the back of the cabin after sunset, no matter what you think you hear. 5. Do not whistle, hum, or sing any tune you cannot name or identify the source of. If you hear such a tune, cover your ears. 6. If you hear soft singing from the woods, especially a lullaby, close your eyes and cover your ears until it passes. Do not listen to the words. 7. Never venture beyond the old stone, well at the northern edge of the clearing. 8. If you observe unusual animal behavior, animals acting out of character, or an unnatural stillness, silence from the forest, return to the cabin immediately and lock the door. 9. If you wake to find a window open that you know you locked, close it immediately without looking outside and leave the room for at least an hour. 10. Leave a small offering on the porch, railing each evening before sunset. Dried fruit or berries are acceptable. Never meat. I read the list once, then twice, a slow smile spreading across my face. This was classic Arthur, eccentric, overly cautious, and with a flair for the dramatic. Some of the rules seemed practical enough for remote wilderness living. Rule 81 about locking up was common sense. Rule 2 about crumbs was a bit fastidious but understandable. Rule 8 about unusual animal behavior also seemed like a reasonable, if vague, caution. But the others? Ignore the tapping if it comes in threes. Never enter the woodshed after sunset. Do not whistle tunes you cannot name. And the singing. This felt less like practical advice and more like the superstitions of a man who'd spent too much time alone in the wilderness. Rule 510 about the offering made me chuckle uneasily. An offering to what? The local squirrels? Yet, as the sun began to dip below, the jagged line of the spruce and pine trees, casting long, eerie shadows across the clearing, the list took on a slightly more ominous weight. The encroaching darkness was absolute, a thick, velvety blackness that seemed to press against the small windows of the cabin. I made a point of checking the locks on end windows, as per Rule 51. Twice, I meticulously swept the floor and stored my meager provisions in the designated metal bins. I even found a small handful of dried cranberries in my pack and, feeling a bit foolish, placed them on the porch railing. The act of adhering to even these seemingly benign rules began a subtle shift within me, a quiet acknowledgement of an authority I didn't understand. That first night was a symphony of unfamiliar sounds. The wind, as Arthur's list had predicted, sighed through the dense canopy of the boreal forest, a mournful, drawn-out sound like the breathing of some colossal beast. Branches, heavy with unseen burdens, scraped against the roof and walls with an irregular rhythm. I lay in the narrow bed, every sense on high alert. A floorboard creaked in the main room. The cabin settling, I told myself. A shadow in the corner of my eye seemed to stretch and recoil, a trick of the flickering lamplight. Fatigue from the long journey, I reasoned, but the feeling of being watched, an almost tangible pressure on my skin, was harder to dismiss. I found myself listening intently, straining to decipher the myriad noises of the northern night, the rules a nagging counterpoint in the back of my mind. The wilderness outside felt vast, ancient, and utterly indifferent to my presence. Yet the cabin, with its strange list of dictates, felt like a very specific, very personal crucible. The initial bemusement I'd felt towards Arthur's list rapidly eroded over the subsequent days, replaced by a gnawing, insidious anxiety. I found myself adhering to each rule with a meticulousness bordering on obsession. The list became the silent, unyielding governor of my waking hours, its strange pronouncements dictating my movements, my thoughts, even my breathing. Each rule followed, each potential infraction avoided, seemed to reinforce its grim necessity, tightening the invisible net of unease around me. The isolation, once a romantic notion, now felt absolute, a suffocating blanket woven from silence and the endless, watching trees. Sleep became a shallow, restless affair, punctuated by the cabin's groans and the forest's nocturnal whispers. I'd wake with a start, heart hammering, convinced I'd heard the rhythmic tapping from Rule 23, or the faint strains of an unidentifiable tune that would have violated Rule 5. I started talking to myself, quiet reassurances that sounded hollow in the oppressive stillness. I even found an old, leather-bound journal of Arthur's, mostly filled with sketches of plants and observations on weather patterns, and began to jot down my own increasingly disjointed thoughts, a desperate attempt to anchor my fraying sanity. The dread associated with certain rules became particularly acute. Sunset, once a beautiful spectacle, now heralded a period of heightened tension. The woodshed's Rule 54 loomed at the back of the cabin, its shadowed doorway a gaping maw. I avoided with a superstitious diligence. Once the light began to fail, I'd find myself straining my ears after dark, trying to differentiate the innocent scrape of a branch from the deliberate, sinister tap, tap, tap that Rule 23 warned against. The simple act of walking through the cabin became a minefield of potential sonic transgressions. I moved with a self-conscious quiet, terrified of accidentally producing a whistle or a hum that might run afoul of Rule 5. This constant vigilance, this obsessive monitoring of my environment and my own behavior was exhausting. My perception sharpened to an almost painful degree. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle in the undergrowth outside, every shift in the wind's cadence became a potential harbinger of something unknown and malevolent. The line between prudent caution, as dictated by the rules, and outright paranoia was becoming dangerously blurred. The northern Canadian environment, initially a stoic, indifferent backdrop, began to feel like an active participant in my growing unease. The dense boreal forest, with its towering spruce and fir, felt less like a collection of trees and more like a silent, collective witness. The feeling of being watched, which had been a subtle undercurrent on the first night, intensified whenever I stepped outside, even in the pale light of day. It was as if the forest itself had countless unseen eyes. The nights grew colder, a biting, dry cold that seeped through the log walls and settled deep in my bones, a physical manifestation of the encroaching dread. The sounds of the wilderness, which Arthur's list had so casually mentioned, transformed. The distant rush of a stream, perhaps like the boisterous mountain stream one might hear in Nahanni National Park, now sounded like a mournful, unending lament. The chirping of unseen birds, which in another context might have been cheerful, here felt shrill, almost mocking. The wind no longer just sighed, it whispered, its passage through the white spruce, carrying sibilant murmurs that seemed to hover just beyond the edge of comprehension. Wildlife, when I encountered it, became a source of fresh anxiety. One afternoon, a massive bull moose, its antlers like a gnarled crown, emerged silently from the tree line and stood regarding the cabin with an unnerving stillness. Was this the unusual animal behavior Rule Fede alluded to? How could I possibly know? Its dark eyes seemed to hold an ancient, unsettling wisdom. Later, I noticed that the normally chattering black chickadees that frequented the clearing would fall utterly silent. Whenever I approached the northern edge, near the old stone well mentioned in Rule Fade 7, one evening, as dusk was settling, I heard it, a distinct tap, tap, tap on the bedroom window. My blood ran cold. I froze, heart pounding, remembering Rule Pawnee 3. Ignore the tapping if it comes in threes. Never look towards the source of rhythmic tapping after dark. The sound came again, precise, insistent. I fought down the overwhelming urge to wrench back the curtain. Later, when the first rays of dawn finally broke, I examined the window from the outside. There were no branches close enough to have made such a sound. My attempts to rationalize the rules, to find logical explanations, grew increasingly feeble. I inadvertently tested a minor boundary when I found the kitchen window, which I was certain I had locked, slightly ajar one morning. Rule 89 flashed in my mind. If you wake to find a window open that you know you locked, close it immediately without looking outside, and leave the room for at least an hour. Panic seized me. I slammed the window shut, averting my eyes from the world beyond the glass, and practically fled into the main room, where I paced for what felt like an eternity, my mind racing with unspecified horrors. Nothing immediate happened, but the anxiety lingered, a toxic residue. The rules were absolute, but reality, or my perception of it, was becoming dangerously fluid. I started having vivid, unsettling dreams that seemed to bleed into my waking hours. Fleeting images of shadowy figures in the woods, the sound of soft, unintelligible singing, the oppressive feeling of being trapped. The true depth of my isolation was hammered home when I tried, in a moment of desperate hope, to use the ancient-looking telephone I'd found tucked away in a dusty corner. It was, of course, completely dead. My cell phone remained a useless brick, displaying no service, with mocking consistency. The small, battery-operated radio I'd found could only pick up crackling static, occasionally interspersed with faint, distorted music that sounded like something from a bygone era, or unsettling sequences of what seemed like numbers being read in a monotone voice. The no communication horror trope was playing out in stark reality. This technological severance from the outside world wasn't just an inconvenience. It was a profound severing from my support systems, from any semblance of normalcy, amplifying my vulnerability to an almost unbearable degree. I was utterly alone with the cabin, the list, and whatever unseen presence enforced its chilling dictates. I briefly considered making a run for it, trying to follow the track back to civilization, but the thought of venturing beyond the old stone well, Rule Pay 7, into that vast, unmarked, and increasingly menacing wilderness was a terrifying prospect. The path I'd driven in on seemed less clear. My memory, almost as if the forest itself was actively trying to obscure it. My perception of time began to warp, days bled into one another, marked only by the relentless cycle of sunset and the anxious adherence to the rules. I started seeing fleeting movements at the periphery of my vision, hearing whispers that could have been the wind, or something far more sinister, a gradual erosion of my grip on reality. Was I going mad? Or were the rules the only fragile barrier standing between me and an unimaginable horror? The internal conflict was a constant torment. The breaking point arrived, as I suppose it inevitably must in such circumstances. It wasn't an act of foolish bravado or careless stupidity, the kind of blunder you scoff at in horror films. It was born of desperation, a frantic, clawing need to understand, to reclaim some sliver of control in a situation that had stripped me bare. For days, the soft singing mentioned in Rule 86 had been a faint, intermittent presence at the edge of my hearing, particularly as dusk settled. It was always distant, a melodic fragment that would vanish if I tried to focus on it. But on this particular evening, it was different. Closer, clearer, and imbued with an almost unbearable sorrow. It sounded like a woman humming a lullaby, a melody both beautiful and profoundly unsettling. Rule 6 was explicit. If you hear soft singing from the woods, especially a lullaby, close your eyes and cover your ears until it passes. Do not listen to the words. But this time, woven into the melody, I thought I heard a word. My name. Samuel. My blood turned to ice. Was it a trick of the wind? A hallucination born of stress and isolation? Or was someone out there? Someone who knew I was here? The thought that it might be a cry for help, someone lost or injured in this vast wilderness, warred with the primal fear the list had instilled in me. What if Arthur had returned and met with some accident? The singing grew more insistent, the melody weaving a strange, hypnotic pattern. Against every instinct that screamed caution, against the explicit command of the rule, I found myself moving towards the window, peering out into the deepening twilight. I didn't open my eyes fully, not at first, just a slit, trying to locate the source. The singing seemed to be coming from the direction of the old stone well, near the edge of the denser woods to the north, the very area Rule 87 forbade me to approach. And then I did it. I opened my eyes. I listened. The consequence not immediate, not a sudden monstrous appearance. Instead, a profound coldness swept through the cabin, a chill that had nothing to do with the outside temperature and everything to do with a dawning, soul-crushing dread. The singing stopped abruptly, replaced by a silence so complete it felt like the world was holding its breath. And then, a low, guttural sound emanated from the woods near the well, a sound that was not animal, not human, something that vibrated deep in my chest and spoke of ancient, insatiable hunger. It was a sound that hinted at the Wendigo of Algonquin lore, a creature of endless winter and ravenous appetite, or perhaps the Wahila, the great unnatural wolf, bear said to haunt the remote valleys. Whatever it was, the breaking of Rule 6 had alerted it to my focused attention, perhaps even to my vulnerability. This was the true horror sets in moment, a shift from passive dread to active menace. Terror, sharp and electrifying. propelled me into a frantic search of the cabin. If Arthur had faced this, he must have left some clue. Some explanation beyond the stark list. My previous cursory glances through his belongings became a desperate ransacking. Stuffed at the bottom of an old wooden chest, beneath a pile of moth-eaten wool blankets, I found another journal, smaller and far more worn than the one with sketches. Its pages were filled with Arthur's cramped, agitated script. This was no naturalist's log. This was a record of fear. He hadn't created the rules. He'd found them, just as I had, left by a previous occupant, or perhaps occupants, stretching back into an unrecorded past. His entries detailed his own terrifying encounters, his attempts to understand the presence, as he called it. He wrote of the tapping, the singing, the oppressive feeling of being watched. He theorized about its connection to the land itself, an ancient spirit of the boreal forest, something tied to the cycles of feast and famine, life and brutal death that defined this wilderness. There were crude drawings of symbols he'd found carved into the floorboards under his bed, or etched onto stones near the well. Symbols I now realized I'd seen myself, but dismissed as random scratches. One passage chilled me to the core. It learns. It adapts. The rules are a truce, a fragile one. Broke rule feint 4 last night. The shed god, the shed. It showed me things. I don't think I can ever unsee them. There was no further entry after that one for several weeks. Then a final, almost illegible scrawl. It knows my name now. The politeness is gone. Arthur had broken a rule, and the consequences had been dire. The journal didn't offer salvation. It offered a confirmation of the abyss. The knowledge was a double-edged sword, validating my terror while simultaneously stripping away any hope of a rational explanation or easy escape. My sanity, already frayed, began to unravel with alarming speed. The cabin itself seemed to conspire against me, its familiar dimensions subtly shifting, shadows deepening into malevolent shapes, the very air thick with an unseen antagonism. I'd experience vivid waking nightmares. The walls of the cabin would seem to breathe. The floorboards would ripple like water, and the small windows would show me glimpses of a distorted, nightmarish version of the forest outside. Periods of lost time became more frequent. I'd find myself staring blankly at a wall, with no memory of how long I'd been there. The remaining rules became both my only perceived lifelines and sources of acute, debilitating paranoia. Was it safer to remain barricaded inside, a prisoner of the list, or to risk breaking another rule in a desperate bid for an escape that seemed increasingly impossible? The face I saw in the small, cracked mirror in the bedroom was a stranger's gaunt, wild-eyed, teetering on the precipice of utter madness. The entity, whatever it was no longer content with subtle hints. It was actively besieging my mind. The final night descended upon the cabin like a physical entity, a suffocating shroud of impenetrable blackness. The wind, which had been a constant companion, died away completely, leaving an unnatural, ringing silence that was somehow more terrifying than its mournful sighs. I knew, with a certainty that settled like a stone in my gut, that this was it. the breaking of Rule Phase 6. My focused attention on the singing had irrevocably altered the fragile da-tenti. The entity, the enforcer of Arthur's chilling list, was no longer content to lurk at the periphery. It was coming. This was the fall. The moment where the worst thing happens, where you don't think you can get up. I dragged the heavy wooden table against the main door, wedged the armchairs against the windows, pathetic barricades against something that could seemingly manipulate the very fabric of my reality. But the act of doing something was a small rebellion against the encroaching paralysis of fear. The remaining rules flickered through my mind like failing emergency lights. Rule A1. Ensure all doors and windows are securely locked. Checked, double checked, triple checked, though the memory of the mysteriously opened window mocked my efforts. Rule 3. Ignore the tapping if it comes in threes. But what if it wasn't just tapping anymore? The first overt assault was auditory. A low hum started, seeming to emanate from the very walls of the cabin, a resonant frequency that vibrated through my teeth and bones. It grew in intensity, accompanied by a sound like immense wings beating slowly, rhythmically, just outside. Then came the scratching, not the familiar scrape of branches, but a deliberate claw, like scraping that moved around the cabin, testing the windows, the door. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. This was no longer just psychological. This was a siege. Then the tapping began. Not in threes. It was a frantic, irregular drumming on the main door, on the boarded-up windows, as if dozens of bony knuckles were rapping for entry. Interspersed with this was a sound that chilled me more than any other, a soft, wet, tearing sound, like fabric being slowly ripped, or something worse. I huddled in the center of the room, a rusty fire poker clutched. In my trembling hands, a useless talisman. The sensory assault was overwhelming, designed to shatter what little remained of my sanity. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the cacophony, but the sounds seemed to bypass my ears and drill directly into my skull. A sudden, sharp crack from the direction of the woodshed made me jump. Rule 4A: never enter it after sunset, no matter what you think you hear. Arthur's journal entry about the shed flashed in my mind. It showed me things. A splintering sound followed, and then a heavy thud, as if something immense had been dislodged, or had forced its way out. The scratching at the main cabin walls intensified, now accompanied by a low, guttural snuffling, like a massive beast sniffing for a way in. I could smell it then, a rank, earthy odor, like freshly turned grave soil, mixed with something akin to spoiled meat. The entity, the enforcer, was revealing itself, not in a full visual horror, but through this terrifying sensory onslaught. A presence that hinted at something ancient and primal, something that might have crawled from the darkest legends of this land. Perhaps it was the Wahila, the great beast of the headless valleys, its form a nightmarish fusion of wolf and bear. Or perhaps it was something closer to the Kemulik, whose face was said to be beyond human comprehension, its very presence a rending of reality. The air in the cabin grew frigid, my breath pluming before me. a hallmark of the Wendigo's chilling aura. In a moment of sheer, animalistic panic, I made a decision. Staying was death, or worse, madness. The only way out was out. Rule point 7: never venture beyond the old stone well. To hell with Rule Phase 7. I scrambled to the back door, the one leading to the woodshed, hoping it offered a less direct confrontation. My fumbling hands found the latch. As I pulled it open, a wave of the fetid odor washed over me. I didn't look into the shed. I couldn't. I burst out into the night, into the oppressive blackness of the clearing. The world outside was a maelstrom of distorted shadows and terrifying sounds. I ran blindly towards where I thought the old stone well was, the only landmark I could cling to. Behind me, I heard a sound that was not a roar, not a growl, but a deep, resonant sigh, like the sound of the forest itself, but filled with an ancient, predatory hunger. What happened next is a blur of terror and fragmented images. I remember stumbling, falling, the rough ground tearing at my hands. I remember the feeling of icy breath on the back of my neck. I remember a glimpse of something impossibly tall and emaciated, moving with unnatural speed through the trees at the edge of my vision. Its limbs too long, its form shifting and indistinct. I don't know how I survived. Perhaps the entity, having broken my will and shattered my sanity, simply lost interest. Perhaps dawn, which was still hours away, but whose eventual promise might have been a deterrent, played a part. Or perhaps, in some final, desperate act of self-preservation, I simply collapsed and was mistaken for dead. My next clear memory is of lying face down in the damp earth, the first gray light of a desolate dawn filtering through the trees. The cabin was still standing, silent and brooding. The forest was quiet once more, deceptively peaceful. I was found later that day by a pair of bewildered hunters, miles from the cabin, incoherent and suffering from exposure. Arthur was never seen again. The authorities mounted a search, of course, but the northern Canadian wilderness does not give up its secrets easily. I am back in what they call civilization now, but it's a hollow existence. The doctors say it was stress, isolation, a psychotic break. They have pills for that, but they don't have pills for the rules that are now etched into the deepest recesses of my mind. I still check the locks compulsively. I flinch at the sound of tapping. I can't abide whistling. And sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet, I hear it. A faint, soft singing carried on the wind. A lullaby with no discernible words. And just last week, a letter arrived, no return address. The paper yellowed and brittle. The handwriting spidery and disturbingly familiar. It contained a single, neatly typed line rule. Fay Levantine, some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. My name is Elias Thorne. I am a park ranger, specializing in resource management for the National Park Service, a position I have held for the better part of 2 decades. My official duties are varied, encompassing backcountry patrols, ecological surveys, and the inventory and protection of the natural and historical features contained within the vast tracts of wilderness, entrusted to our care. It is a role I consider less a job and more a stewardship, a commitment to the profound, silent majesty of these ancient mountains. Many of my colleagues prefer the more populated park areas, the visitor centers and scenic drives where they can engage with the public. I am not one of them. My temperament is better suited to the deep solitude of the backcountry, to the long weeks spent alone in remote mountain posts where the only voices are the wind in the hemlocks and the rush of a cold stream. This preference for isolation is not misanthropy. It is a professional asset, a prerequisite for the kind of work that requires immense patience and a deep, abiding comfort with one's own company. There is a psychological resilience demanded by this life, a quiet strength that I have cultivated over many years of walking these trails alone, a reality echoed in the memoirs of rangers who have come before me. My current assignment was the culmination of this career path, a multi-week solo expedition into a rarely patrolled sector of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. This area, a labyrinth of steep gorges and high ridges, was once the heart of the Little River Lumber Company's aggressive logging operations in the early 20th century. Between 1901 and 1939, they carved through this wilderness, leaving scars that are only now beginning to heal. The land was absorbed into the park in the 1930s, but its remoteness has left it largely untouched by modern park infrastructure. My mission was twofold: to document the state of forest regeneration and to identify and catalog any remaining unmapped structures from the logging era. These relics, old cabins, forgotten equipment, decaying bridges, needed to be assessed as neither potential hazards to be removed or historical artifacts to be preserved. The first few days of the trek were arduous but familiar. I pushed deep into the park's green heart, following the faint indentations of old logging railroad grades, now little more than shallow ditches in the forest floor, almost entirely reclaimed by a century of leaf, fall, and root growth. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying wood. This was the Appalachian forest in its full, overwhelming glory, one of the most biologically diverse temperate regions on the planet. The landscape was a constant series of long, broad ridges, steep slopes, deep gorges, and wide intermountain valleys. A topography that has fostered an incredible array of life over millennia of geologic stability. The dominant canopy was a mix of oak, hickory, and ancient stands of eastern hemlock that had, by some miracle, escaped the logger's saw. The understory was a riot of endemic flora, a living museum of rare species: the delicate, drooping heads of American lily, of valley, the ghostly white of trailing monkshood, and the waxy leaves of galax carpeting the ground in dense colonies. Navigating this terrain was a constant battle. The old railbeds often disappeared into what the old timers called rhododendron hells. These were not the manicured shrubs of suburban gardens, but monstrous thickets of rhododendron maximum, some reaching heights of 20 feet or more. Their branches, thick as a man's arm, twisted together into an impenetrable lattice that blocked out the sun and deadened all sound. To get through them, I often had to abandon walking and resort to crawling on my hands and knees, my pack snagging on the gnarled wood. The world reduced to a claustrophobic, green, tinged twilight. It was in these hells that you could truly appreciate the wildness of this place. The feeling that you were an intruder in a world that had its own ancient, implacable rules. On the 5th day, after forcing my way through a particularly nasty slick that left my arms and face crisscrossed with scratches, I emerged onto the lip of a gorge wider and deeper than any I had yet encountered, and spanning it was a skeletal apparition that made me stop dead in my tracks. It was a bridge, a massive wooden railroad trestle, stretching at least 200 feet across the chasm, its dark form a stark, geometric scar against the verdant wilderness. It was not on any of my maps, modern or historical. Using my binoculars, I surveyed its construction with a ranger's eye for detail and decay. It was a classic timber trestle, a series of rigid A-frame supports called bents, marching across the gorge, each one a complex latticework of heavy posts and diagonal sway braces. The timbers were enormous, likely old growth oak or Douglas fir, hewn from the very giants that once stood on these slopes. They were blackened to the color of charcoal, preserved by a century of saturation with creosote. Even from a distance, I could almost smell the acrid, chemical tang of it, a scent that never truly leaves the wood. Heavy iron bolts and plates clamped the joints together, rusted but still holding fast. It was a monument to a brutal kind of ingenuity, built not for elegance, but to bear the crushing weight of the geared shay locomotives that once hauled fortunes in timber out of these mountains. The structure was a place of inherent conflict, a violent line of industrial ambition drawn across a landscape that measured time in millennia. It felt wrong, an unhealed wound. I made my way down to the approach. The ground here was soft and damp, a thick carpet of moss growing over the compacted earth where the tracks once lay. And that's when I saw them. Footprints. A single set leading onto the bridge. The tread pattern was modern, a Vibram sole or something similar, pressed clearly into the moss. My first thought was of a lost hiker, a Turon, who had wandered dangerously off trail. Though how they could have gotten this deep into a closed sector was a mystery in itself. I followed the prints with my eyes. They proceeded in a steady, confident line of steps out onto the wooden decking of the bridge. They passed the first bent, the second, the third. They continued toward the very center of the span, a point suspended more than 100 feet above the rock-strewn creek below. And then they stopped. I don't mean they scuffed, or turned, or stumbled. They simply ceased to exist. One moment there was a clear print of a right boot, the next, nothing but the weathered, gray wood of the bridge deck. It was as if the person who made them had been lifted straight up into the sky, vanishing without a trace. I stood there for a long time, the silence of the gorge pressing in on me. I scanned the chasm below, my heart beginning to beat a little faster. There was no body, no splash of color from a backpack or jacket, no broken branches on the steep, wooded slopes to mark a fall. The railings of the bridge, from what I could see, were weathered but intact. I looked back and forth along the decking. There was no second set of prints, no return journey. It was a physical impossibility. A scene without a story. A line drawn in the dirt that led directly to nowhere. And as a cold, knot of unease tightened in my stomach, I had the distinct and unwelcome feeling that I had just stumbled upon a place where the normal rules of the world had been suspended. My training kicked in, overriding the primal alarm bells ringing in the back of my mind. A park ranger is, above all, a pragmatist. We are trained to observe, document, and analyze before we conclude. There had to be a logical explanation. A fall was the most obvious, despite the lack of evidence. I unslung my pack and took out my high-powered binoculars, scanning the gorge below with methodical precision. I traced the line from the last footprint down to the creek bed, 100 feet of empty air. Nothing. No snagged clothing on the rhododendron-choked slopes. No unnatural depression in the leaf litter. No splash of color from a discarded pack. The creek, shallow and clear, flowed over a bed of smooth, gray stones. There was no body. I turned my attention back to the bridge itself. Perhaps the person had climbed over the railing and shimmied along the outside of the structure, though to what end I couldn't imagine. I zoomed in on the massive creosote-soaked timbers of the bents. The wood was ancient and weathered, but the iron bolts holding the sway braces and posts together seemed solid, their rust a mere surface stain. There were no fresh scrape marks, no broken splinters, nothing to indicate a recent climb. The railings, simple thick beams, running the length of the span, were intact. There were no reports of missing persons in this sector, but this area was so remote. It could be weeks or months before anyone was noticed missing. I took out my camera and began documenting the scene. Just as procedure dictated, wide shots of the bridge and gorge, then detailed shots of the footprints, each one a perfect, muddy testament leading to its own negation. The professional in me was satisfied. I had my report, my evidence. I could turn back now, hike the 5 days to my station, and file a report that would baffle my superiors and likely get filed away as an unsolved anomaly. But the man in me, the one who had spent 20 years learning the rhythms and secrets of these mountains, couldn't let it go. It felt like a personal challenge, a riddle posed by the wilderness itself. The silence of the gorge was no longer peaceful. It was expectant. It was waiting for my next move. My decision was made before I was even fully conscious of it. I had to cross. Or at least, I had to walk to the point where the footprints vanished. I double-checked my pack, securing every strap and buckle. The thought of my own gear snagging on some rotten piece of wood was a persistent worry. I took a deep breath. The air tasting of damp, moss, and that faint, chemical tang of the creosote, and stepped onto the bridge. The timbers beneath my boots were solid, far more so than I'd expected. The railroad ties were spaced about a foot apart, with a decking of thick planks laid over them. The wood was silvered with age, but the preservative treatment had done its job, warding off a century of rot. Still, each step was a conscious, deliberate act. I kept my eyes fixed on the structure, testing my weight on each plank before committing. The gorge fell away on either side, a dizzying drop that I forced myself to ignore. The only sounds were the soft tread of my boots and the faint, rhythmic creak of the old wood, a sound like a deep, slow sigh. I followed the footprints. Left, right, left, right. A steady, even gait. Whoever this person was, they hadn't been hesitant. They had walked with a purpose. I passed the first massive A, frame bent, then the second. The wind picked up, whistling through the complex lattice of the trestle supports, creating a low, mournful hum. It was a lonely, desolate sound that seemed to amplify the profound isolation of the place. I was a single, small figure suspended between two sides of an ancient ravine, on a structure that had no business still being here. As I approached the center of the bridge, the point where the final right footprint was pressed into a patch of dried moss, a strange sensation began to creep over me. It started with the sound. The wind didn't die down, but the noise it made seemed to change, the humming deepening into a low frequency, thrum that I felt more in my bones than heard with my ears. It was like standing too close to a massive, unseen engine. My ears popped, as if from a sudden change in pressure. Then my vision began to swim. The air directly ahead of me, right over the spot where the trail ended, seemed to shimmer, like heat haze on a summer road. But the air was cold, carrying the chill of the deep shade and the running water below. The edges of the bridge, the distant trees, the very texture of the wood under my feet. It all seemed to momentarily lose its focus, wavering as if I were looking at a reflection in disturbed water. I stopped, planting my feet, shaking my head to clear it. I blamed it on vertigo, a trick of the height, and the hypnotic pattern of the railroad ties. I took one more step, bringing me to the edge of the last footprint. The thrumming intensified, and a wave of intense, unnatural cold washed over me. It was a deep, penetrating chill that had nothing to do with the ambient temperature. My breath plumed in front of my face. Goosebumps erupted on my arms. The shimmering in the air grew more pronounced, and for a terrifying second, the world through that distortion seemed different. The colors of the forest on the far side of the gorge were subtly wrong. The greens too vibrant, the shadows too deep. It was as if I were looking through a flawed piece of glass into another world, one that was an imperfect copy of our own. A feeling of profound and irrational dread seized me. It was a primal fear, the kind an animal feels when it senses a predator it cannot see. My ingrained comfort with solitude evaporated, replaced by the crushing certainty that I was not alone. There was a presence here, something ancient and vast and utterly indifferent to me. It wasn't malicious, not in a way I could understand. It was simply other. I felt a strange, disorienting sense of temporal displacement, as if I were a single note held too long, a moment stretched into an eternity. The thought, nonsensical and terrifying, flashed through my mind. This place eats time. I backed away. Slowly, deliberately, one step at a time, my eyes locked on the shimmering patch of air. I didn't turn my back on it until my feet were firmly on the mossy ground of the gorge's edge. I stumbled back several yards and leaned against a hemlock, my heart hammering against my ribs. I was breathing heavily, my body trembling from the cold and the adrenaline. I checked my instruments. My compass needle spun uselessly for a moment before settling on north. My GPS was searching for a signal, which wasn't unusual in these deep gorges, but it felt ominous now. I looked at the photos on my digital camera. The footprints were there, clear and sharp, but the shots I had taken looking across the bridge showed nothing unusual, no shimmer, no distortion. My rational mind scrambled for purchase, hallucination. Sensory deprivation and isolation could do strange things to the brain. I had been alone for 5 days, pushing myself physically. Maybe my mind had simply created a phantom to explain the impossible. It was a plausible theory, one that I desperately wanted to believe. But as I sat there, trying to calm my racing pulse, a fragment of forgotten history surfaced in my memory. It was from an old book I'd read years ago, while researching the area, a 1797 account by the naturalist Benjamin Smith Barton. He wrote of the Cherokee legends of the people who inhabited these mountains before them. A strange, pale race they called the moon-eyed people, because their eyes were sensitive to the sun and they could only see well at night. The legends claimed the Cherokee had fought a great battle with them and expelled them from the region. But other versions of the story were vaguer, saying the moon-eyed people had simply vanished. I had dismissed it as fascinating folklore at the time, another local legend, like the Wampus Cat or the Mothman. But now, sitting in the oppressive silence of this forgotten gorge, the story took on a chilling new resonance. A people who couldn't bear the daylight. A people who vanished. I looked at the bridge, a stark, black line drawn across the landscape. A path that led halfway to nowhere. I decided against pushing onward. Instead, I would make camp here, a safe distance from the bridge, and observe. As dusk began to settle, draping the mountains in shades of purple and gray, the forest came alive with its usual chorus of insects and night birds. But tonight, every sound felt freighted with meaning. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, made me jump. The familiar wilderness now felt alien and menacing. I built a small, smokeless fire, more for the comfort of its light than for warmth, and sat with my back against a solid wall of rock. My gaze remained fixed on the bridge, a skeletal silhouette against the darkening sky, waiting for the full moon to rise, and wondering what might come out when it did. Night fell like a shroud over the gorge. The moon, a day past full, rose above the sharp silhouette of the eastern ridge, bathing the landscape in a sterile, silver light. My small fire was a lonely spark of orange against the overwhelming dark. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the undergrowth, sent a jolt through my system. The familiar sounds of the Appalachian night, usually a comfort, now seemed like a language I couldn't understand, full of whispers and warnings. My training as a ranger, my years of cultivating a deep, seated calm in the face of isolation, felt like a thin veneer over a much more primal fear. I was an intruder here, and I was beginning to understand that the wilderness was not just indifferent to my presence. It was actively hostile. My gaze was fixed on the bridge. In the moonlight, it looked even more skeletal, a ribcage of ancient creosoted timbers picked clean by time. And at its center, exactly where the footprints had vanished, the air began to shimmer again. It was more pronounced now, less like heat haze, and more like a tear in the fabric of the night. A wound in the world through which the cold moonlight seemed to bend and distort. The low thrumming returned, a vibration that resonated deep in my chest, a audible frequency that felt like the world's lowest note being played on some colossal, unseen instrument. I raised my binoculars, my hands unsteady. The shimmering patch of air was no longer just a visual distortion. Through the lenses, I could see things moving within it. Not clearly, but as fleeting, translucent shapes, like faulty projections on a screen of smoke. They were figures, I thought, tall and gaunt, moving with a jerky, unnatural rhythm. They seemed to be working, engaged in some frantic, silent labor upon the bridge that wasn't there. Then came the sounds. At first, it was faint, carried on the wind, the distant, metallic clang of a hammer on steel. Then, the unmistakable, rhythmic chuffing of a steam engine, a sound that had not been heard in these mountains for nearly a century. It grew louder, closer, accompanied by the screech of wheels on rails and the sharp, piercing blast of a locomotive's whistle. My rational mind screamed at me, auditory hallucination, the product of isolation, stress, and the power of suggestion in a place steeped in history. But the sounds were too real, too layered. I could hear the shouts of men, their voices thin and reedy, lost in the cacophony of the phantom industry. I could almost smell the coal smoke and hot metal, a ghost of the Little River lumber company's brutal assault on this wilderness. The logging camps of that era were notoriously dangerous places. Men were maimed and killed with terrifying regularity, crushed by falling trees, mangled in the gears of steam, powered skidders, or lost in the frequent, deadly railroad accidents. This bridge, a monument to that ambition, must have claimed its share of lives. Was this what I was witnessing? A replay of some long-forgotten tragedy, trapped in a loop by the strange properties of this place. A localized temporal anomaly, as the physicists might call it. A place where time itself was broken. The shimmering intensified, and the figures within it became marginally clearer. They were not just loggers. Among the spectral forms of men in overalls and heavy boots, I saw others. They were smaller, paler, their movements furtive and strange. They seemed to be fleeing from the industrial phantoms, their forms dissolving and reforming in the distorted air. The moon-eyed people. The Cherokee legend had said they were driven from these mountains, expelled by the Cherokee themselves. But what if that wasn't the whole story? What if they had simply retreated into a place the Cherokee could not follow? A place between places. The legend claimed a Cherokee had attacked them on a night of the full moon because their sensitive eyes couldn't bear the bright light. And here I was, under a brilliant moon, watching their ghostly forms flicker in and out of existence. The thought that had chilled me earlier returned with the force of a physical blow. This place eats time. It didn't just record it. It consumed it, trapping echoes of the past. The loggers, the moon-eyed people. The hiker who had left his footprints. In this one, terrible spot. Suddenly, the cacophony of the phantom train ceased. The silence that fell was absolute and profound, more complete than any natural quiet I had ever experienced. The shimmering on the bridge pulsed once, violently, and then stabilized, a placid, wavering window in the center of the span. The thrumming in my chest subsided. For a long moment, nothing happened. The gorge was still, holding its breath. Then, from the heart of the shimmer, a single figure emerged. It was not a ghost. It was solid, three-dimensional, and it stepped out of the distortion and onto the solid timbers of the bridge. It was small and slender, wrapped in what looked like dark, heavy furs, its face obscured by a deep hood. It stood perfectly still at the exact midpoint of the bridge, the place where the hiker's footprints had ended. It turned its head slowly, scanning the darkness on my side of the gorge. Even from this distance, I felt its gaze lock onto my position. The primal fear I'd felt before was nothing compared to the pure, undiluted terror that now flooded my veins. This was not a replay of the past. This was the present. The presence I had felt was no longer just a feeling. It was here. I was frozen, unable to move. My binoculars pressed so hard against my face they hurt. The figure took a step toward me. Then another. It moved with a silent, fluid grace that was utterly inhuman. It crossed the invisible line where the hiker's journey had ended and kept coming. I lowered the binoculars, my breath catching in my throat. My mind, desperately clinging to the training and discipline of my profession, screamed at me to document. I fumbled for my camera, my fingers numb and clumsy. I raised it, zoomed the lens, and tried to focus on the approaching figure. But the image in the viewfinder was a blur, a smear of darkness against the moonlit bridge. My hands were shaking too violently. The figure stopped again, now only 100 feet away. It slowly raised a hand and pushed back its hood. The face was bone, white, with a flat, broad nose and a lipless slit of a mouth. But the eyes were what broke me. They were huge, perfectly round, and they glowed with a soft, milky luminescence of their own, like two full moons in the pale landscape of its face. They were the eyes of a creature that had never seen the sun, and they were fixed directly on me. The moon-eyed man. He was real. A sound escaped my lips, a choked gasp. The creature's head tilted, as if in curiosity. It had heard me. That single, small sound shattered my paralysis. I scrambled backward, away from the firelight, crab walking over roots and rocks, my pack digging into my spine. I didn't take my eyes off the figure on the bridge. It remained motionless, watching me, its luminous eyes burning holes in the darkness. I reached the tree line and forced myself to my feet, turning and plunging into the rhododendron. Hell, I had fought my way through that afternoon. Branches whipped at my face, snagged my clothes. I didn't care. I ran blindly, fueled by a terror so profound it was a physical force, a pressure from behind pushing me onward. The only thought in my head was to put distance between myself and that bridge, between myself and those glowing, moon-like eyes. I didn't stop until my lungs were burning and my legs gave out. I collapsed at the base of an ancient oak, gasping for air, my body trembling uncontrollably. The sounds of the forest had returned, but now they were just sounds. The oppressive, intelligent silence of the gorge was gone. I was alone again, but I knew, with a certainty that went deeper than logic, that I was being hunted. The mystery of the footprints was solved. They didn't stop. They were taken. And now, the thing that had taken the hiker knew I was here. I had looked into its world, and it had looked back into mine. As the first hint of gray began to lighten the eastern sky, I forced myself to move. There would be no more observation, no more reports. There was only survival. I had to get back to the ranger station, back to the world of rules and reasons. But as I shouldered my pack and began the grueling 5-day trek back, a new, horrifying thought took root in my mind. The footprints only ever went halfway across. It was a one-way trip. And I had just seen what was waiting on the other side. The 5-day hike back to my station was a descent into a private hell. The wilderness that had been my sanctuary for 2 decades, transformed into a place of profound menace. Every rustle of leaves was the footfall of something silent and pale. Every snap of a twig was the breaking of a bone. The familiar, imposing mountains no longer felt ancient and serene. They felt remote, untamed, and actively hostile. I moved with a frantic, desperate energy, fueled by adrenaline, and a terror so deep it felt like a physical illness. I barely slept, jolting awake at every nocturnal sound. The image of those luminous, moon-like eyes burned onto the inside of my eyelids. I ate cold rations on the move, too terrified to stop and build a fire, convinced its light would be a beacon in the oppressive dark. My professional training, my ingrained discipline, was a thin shield against the primal fear that had taken root in my soul. I was no longer a steward of this land. I was prey. When I finally stumbled out of the tree line and saw the familiar gravel road leading to the ranger station, I nearly collapsed with relief. I was gaunt, filthy, my face and arms a crotchet of scratches from my flight through the rhododendron hells. My supervisor, a man named Henderson who had known me for 15 years, took one look at my wild-eyed, haunted expression, and his face clouded with concern. "Elias, what in God's name happened to you?" I tried to explain. I sat in the sterile quiet of the debriefing room, the fluorescent lights humming overhead, and I tried to put the impossible into words. I started with the facts, the things that could be entered into an official report. The discovery of an unmapped, early 20th century timber trestle bridge. The single set of footprints. The lack of any evidence of a fall or a return journey. Henderson listened patiently, nodding, his pen scratching against the official incident form. This was all within the realm of the explainable, if unusual. A missing hiker, a tragic accident in a remote sector. But then I faltered. How could I report a shimmering distortion in the air? A phantom train. A creature with glowing eyes that stepped out of a tear in reality. The words died in my throat. I saw the look on Henderson's face. A mixture of professional concern and a dawning, clinical assessment of my mental state. I knew what he was thinking: isolation, exhaustion, hallucination. The well-documented psychological toll of a life spent too long alone in the deep woods. So I censored myself. I edited my own reality. I mentioned a feeling of unease, possible auditory and visual distortions due to fatigue, and concluded that the subject of the footprints was likely deceased. Cause unknown. Search of the immediate area inconclusive. I filed a report that was technically true, but a profound lie. Henderson accepted it, but his gaze was still troubled. He recommended, strongly, that I take my accumulated leave. All of it. Get some rest, Elias, he said, his voice gentle. Get your feet back on solid ground. The other rangers were kind, but there was a new distance in their eyes. The story, in its sanitized, officially palatable form, had made the rounds. I was no longer Elias Thorne, the steady, unflappable backcountry veteran. I was the man who'd gotten spooked by shadows, the one who'd spent a few too many nights alone. My isolation, once a professional asset, had become a mark of instability. I retreated to my personal cabin, a small, rustic structure on the park's periphery that had always been my refuge. But there was no peace to be found. The woods surrounding my home were no longer a comfort. I spent my days in a fever of research, poring over old logging company maps, historical archives, and obscure folklore collections. I reread Benjamin Smith Barton's account of the moon-eyed people, his words now feeling less like folklore and more like a field report. I searched for any mention of my bridge, any record of a logging camp accident so horrific it might have torn a hole in the world. I found nothing. The bridge, and the thing that inhabited it, remained an anomaly, a data point that fit no known pattern. My nights were sleepless, filled with a gnawing dread. I'd sit in the dark, a shotgun across my lap, listening to the sounds of the forest, trying to distinguish the natural from the unnatural. I was caught in a liminal space of my own, trapped between the rational world I had always known and the impossible truth I had witnessed. My mind felt like that shimmering air on the bridge, a place where two realities bled into one another, creating a constant, nauseating distortion. Weeks turned into a month. The sharp edges of my terror began to dull, replaced by a heavy, bone-deep exhaustion. I started to tell myself that Henderson was right. It had been a hallucination, a waking nightmare born of solitude and stress. A hiccup in my perception of time and space, as one psychology book I read put it. I began to sleep again, in short, fitful bursts. I started to believe I might be able to reclaim my life, to file the memory of the bridge away as a traumatic, but ultimately unreal event. Then came last night. I was sitting in my armchair, reading a book. The silence of the cabin broken only by the whisper of turning pages and the low hum of the refrigerator. It was a normal sound, a comforting sound. But then another sound began to bleed through it, a low, sub-audible thrumming. I froze, the book falling from my hands. It was the sound from the bridge, the vibration I had felt in my bones, the one that signaled the thinning of the world. It was faint, distant, but it was unmistakably here. My heart hammered against my ribs. I told myself it was the refrigerator, a truck on the distant highway, my own over-strained imagination. But the thrumming grew, a steady, resonant pulse that seemed to come from the very air around me. A floorboard on the front porch creaked. My blood ran cold. I was paralyzed, every muscle locked in a rictus of pure terror. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, listening to the crushing silence that followed. Nothing. Maybe it was a deer, a raccoon, a branch falling. My rational mind, my ranger's mind, offered up a dozen plausible explanations. But they were all lies. Slowly, my body trembling, I forced myself to stand. I crept to the window that overlooked the porch, my hand shaking so badly I could barely part the curtains. I peered out into the inky, moonless dark. At first, I saw nothing but the familiar shapes of the trees, black against a starless sky. Then I saw them. 2 points of soft, milky light, floating in the darkness, just beyond the porch railing. They were perfectly round, and they glowed with their own internal, malevolent luminescence. They were not reflecting light. They were the source of it. It had followed me. It had crossed the bridge. It had crossed the 5 days of wilderness. It had found my home. The boundary wasn't the bridge. The boundary was me. The eyes blinked, once, slowly. And as I stood there, trapped in their gaze, a single, horrifying thought crystallized in my mind, clear and cold as the grave. The footprints only ever went halfway across, because that was the price of admission. You give it your path, and in return, it takes yours. And now, it had come to collect. My name is Arthur Finch. For the first 18 years of my life, I resided in a small, unincorporated pocket of Curated County, nestled deep in the rugged heart of central Washington. To call our home rural would be a profound understatement. Our house, a modest 2-story structure, built by my grandfather's own hands, was the last bastion of civilization on a long, winding gravel road that eventually dissolved into nothing more than a deer trail. Beyond our back porch, the landscape unfurled into a seemingly infinite expanse of dense, imposing wilderness, a sprawling tapestry of Douglas fir, ponderosa pine, and western red cedar that blanketed the foothills of the Cascade Mountains. This was a land of breathtaking, savage beauty, a place where the silence was so absolute it felt like a physical weight. But within that profound isolation, darkness was allowed to breed, to fester in ways that the manicured, lit world of towns and cities simply cannot comprehend. We didn't have a fantastical, folkloric name for the source of this darkness. Our terminology was far more direct and infinitely more chilling. We just called them the people in the woods. This wasn't a boogeyman story told to frighten children into behaving. It was a grim, accepted reality, a piece of local knowledge, passed down through generations with the same somber gravity as advice about surviving a blizzard or respecting a cornered coker. The old-timers, men with hands like gnarled oak and faces mapped with the hardships of a lifetime spent outdoors, spoke of them in hushed, serious tones. They weren't ghosts or monsters in the supernatural sense. They were people. Men, and sometimes women, who had, for one reason or another, chosen to shed the skin of society and retreat into the deep woods. Some were rumored to be draft dodgers from the Vietnam era who never came back. Others were said to be fugitives from the law, criminals who found the dense forest a more effective prison wall than any concrete structure. And some, the most unsettling ones, were believed to be individuals who simply broke. Their minds, unable to cope with the pressures of the world, had fractured, leaving them to wander the wilderness in a state of primal derangement. My father, a practical and stoic man who worked as a logger, never indulged in sensationalism, but he took the existence of these people as an undeniable fact. You don't go looking for them. Art, he told me countless times, his voice low and firm. You don't provoke them. You see something that doesn't feel right. You hear something that shouldn't be there. You turn around and you walk away. Don't run. Running makes you prey. You just turn and you walk back to the light. His warnings were rooted in a lifetime of experience. Loggers, hunters, and hikers would occasionally stumble upon their makeshift encampments, crude shelters built from fallen logs and scavenged tarps. Hidden deep in canyons or tucked away in impenetrable thickets. Sometimes they'd find more disturbing signs. Strange, symbolic effigies hanging from tree branches, crafted from bone, twine, and bird feathers. Or they'd find animal traps, not the standard steel, jaw types used by fur trappers, but cruel, primitive snares and deadfalls that spoke of a desperate and brutal ingenuity. My earliest concrete memory of this unnerving presence came when I was about 9 years old. Our property was bordered on 3 sides by the forest, a constant looming wall of green and shadow. My companion in those days was a loyal and fearless golden retriever named Buster. Buster was afraid of nothing, not the black bears that occasionally ambled through our yard, nor the coyotes whose yips and howls punctuated the twilight. But there was one part of our property he would not approach. A dense grove of cedar trees at the far western edge of our land. If I threw a stick in that direction, he would run to the edge of the grove, stop dead, and let out a low, guttural whine, the fur on his neck standing on end. He would look from the stick to me, his big brown eyes filled with a pleading I didn't understand. No amount of coaxing would get him to enter. To my young mind, it was just a spooky patch of woods. To Buster, it was a border, a line drawn by an unseen and malevolent hand. As I grew older, the signs became more personal, more direct. We had a small flock of chickens we kept for eggs. They were housed in a sturdy, latched coop my father had reinforced with wire mesh to keep out weasels and raccoons. One morning, my mother went out to collect the eggs and let out a sharp cry that brought my father and me running. The coop door was wide open, the latch not broken, but carefully undone. Inside, not a single chicken was harmed. They clucked and scratched in the dirt, oblivious. But in the exact center of the floor, arranged in a perfect, neat pile, were all 12 of our laying hens' eggs. They weren't cracked or damaged, just collected and stacked like a bizarre offering. There were no human footprints my father could find on the hard, packed dirt. Yet the latch, a simple but effective hook, and I could not have been opened by an animal. A cold dread settled in my stomach. It was a message. A violation. They had been there, just feet from our home while we slept, and they wanted us to know it. The incidents began to form a disturbing pattern, a slow, deliberate escalation of psychological warfare. A few weeks after the event with the chickens, I was helping my father chop firewood. We were working near the edge of the woods when he suddenly stopped, his axe held mid-swing. He tilted his head, listening. "You hear that?" he whispered. I strained my ears, hearing only the whisper of the wind through the pines. "Hear what?" "Whistling," he said, his eyes scanning the dark tree line. And then I heard it. It was faint, high-pitched, and tuneless. It wasn't a melody, it was just a single, wavering note that rose and fell with an eerie, bird-like quality. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Buster, who was lying at my feet, pressed himself flat against the ground, his tail tucked so far between his legs it disappeared. The whistling continued for another minute. A mocking, invasive sound in the quiet afternoon, and then it simply faded away. We didn't speak of it again, but we finished our work quickly and went inside. The unspoken tension hanging between us like a thick fog. The feeling of being watched became a constant companion. When I walked the half-mile to the bus stop in the morning, I could feel eyes on my back from the trees that lined the road. When I played in the yard, the woods no longer felt like a place of adventure, but like a silent, waiting audience. The paranoia began to seep into our home. My mother started checking the locks on the doors and windows at night. My father took to leaving the large floodlight on our back porch on all night, casting a stark, artificial glare into the first few feet of the forest, creating a barrier of light against the oppressive, watching darkness. The true turning point, the moment when abstract fear solidified into tangible terror, occurred on a cold, wet afternoon in late October. I was 13. A storm had been brewing all day, and the sky was the color of a deep bruise. My parents had driven into town for supplies, a rare trip they made together, leaving me home alone with strict instructions to stay inside and finish my homework. Buster was my only company, and he was restless, pacing from the front to the back window, whining softly. The rain started around 3 p.m., a slow, steady drizzle that quickly intensified into a torrential downpour. The wind howled, rattling the window panes and sending loose branches scraping against the roof. It was the kind of storm that made our isolated house feel like a tiny, fragile ship adrift on a vast and angry sea. Around 4 p.m., the power flickered twice, and then died, plunging the house into a dim, gray twilight. I wasn't particularly afraid of the dark, but the sudden, profound silence that followed the death the refrigerator's hum was unnerving. I lit a few kerosene lamps, their warm, flickering light pushing back the shadows but also making them dance and writhe in unsettling ways. Buster was now cowering under the kitchen table, his body trembling. That's when I heard the first sound. It was a soft thump, thump against the back of the house. I tried to dismiss it as the wind, maybe a loose shutter or a large branch. But the rhythm was too steady, too deliberate. Thump, thump, thump. It wasn't the frantic, chaotic sound of a storm, it was methodical. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. Buster let out a low, choked growl. I crept to the kitchen window, the one that looked out over the back porch and the yard. The rain was coming down in sheets, blurring the world outside into a distorted watercolor of greens and grays. The floodlight my dad always left on was, of course, dead. The only light was from the kerosene lamp I held in my shaking hand. I peered out, trying to make sense of the rhythmic sound. The thumping stopped. For a long moment, there was nothing but the drumming of the rain. I started to let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, my mind grasping for rational explanations. Then, a new sound began, a soft, wet, scraping noise. It was coming from the window right in front of me. My blood ran cold. Slowly, I raised the lamp. Its light reflected off the rain-slicked glass, making it difficult to see out. I pressed my face closer, cupping a hand around my eyes to block the reflection. The scraping continued, slow and grating. It sounded like fingernails being dragged across the glass. And then I saw it. A shape. It was pale and indistinct in the downpour. I pressed against the outside of the window. It took my brain a few seconds to process the image, to understand what I was looking at. It was a face, but it was featureless, obscured by something. It was a mask, a crude thing, fashioned from what looked like bleached deer hide. Tight. It had no eye holes, no mouth, just a blank, smooth bone, white surface. And as I watched, paralyzed with a fear so pure and absolute it felt like an electric shock, a hand came up and pressed against the glass. The fingers were long and unnaturally thin, the nails caked with dirt. The hand began to move, and I realized the scraping sound was the person, the thing, on the other side, slowly, deliberately, wiping away the condensation from the outside of the pane with its filthy fingertips, trying to get a better look inside. Time ceased to function. My universe compressed into the few inches of rain, streaked glass that separated me from the horrifying blankness of that mask. The scream that should have ripped from my lungs was caught in my throat, a choked, useless knot of terror. My limbs were locked, frozen by a primal fear that bypassed all rational thought. My entire being was focused on that slow, deliberate hand, the grimy fingertips smearing the condensation in a grotesque parody of cleaning a window. It wasn't trying to break in. Not yet. It was observing, studying. I was a specimen in a jar, and it was peering in with a cold, detached curiosity that was more terrifying than any overt aggression. From under the kitchen table, Buster let out a sound I had never heard him make before. A high, thin whimper of pure agony, as if he were being physically wounded by the sheer wrongness of what was happening. That sound, so full of animal terror, was the jolt that broke my paralysis. My survival instinct kicked in, overriding the shock. I stumbled backward, my legs feeling like they were made of lead, my hand clutching the kerosene lamp so tightly my knuckles were white. The lamp's light swung wildly, casting distorted, leaping shadows across the kitchen, making the familiar room feel like a hostile, alien landscape. I turned and fled. I didn't dare run towards the front of the house. That would mean passing more windows, more potential points of observation. My only option was to go deeper into the house, away from the back wall. My bare feet slapped against the cold linoleum of the kitchen floor. The sound impossibly loud in the charged silence. I scrambled into the living room, my breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I was certain that if I did, I would see that blank white mask filling the frame of every window I passed. My mind raced, searching for a sanctuary. Upstairs. No, that would trap me. The cellar. The door was a heavy, solid oak slab with a thick deadbolt. It was our storm shelter. It was the safest place. With Buster scrambling at my heels, I half ran, half stumbled to the cellar door, which was tucked away in a small hallway off the living room. My hands fumbled with the cold brass knob, my fingers clumsy and slick with sweat. The door swung inward, revealing a flight of steep wooden stairs descending into absolute blackness. The air that rose from the opening was cold and smelled of damp earth and old preserves. Holding the lamp aloft, I plunged down the stairs, Buster practically tumbling down with me. The lamplight barely pushed back the oppressive darkness of the cellar. It was a large, unfinished space with stone walls and a dirt floor. Shelves lined the walls, filled with my mother's canned vegetables and fruits in glass jars. Peas, beans, peaches, and cherries, their colors muted in the flickering light. They seemed like relics from a different, safer world. I reached the bottom of the stairs and immediately spun around, pulling the heavy door shut. The loud thud, as it settled into its frame, was a small comfort. My hands shook violently as I fumbled with the deadbolt. It was a thick, steel bolt that slid into a heavy iron bracket my father had mounted directly into the door frame. With a final, desperate push, I heard the satisfying clunk as the bolt slid home. We were locked in. For a moment, a wave of relief washed over me. Then, a new fear began to creep in. We were locked in, trapped in a stone box beneath the house, with no other way out. If the thing outside decided to break in and wait, we were at its mercy. The thought was suffocating. I sank to the dirt floor, pulling my knees to my chest, trying to make myself as small as possible. Buster huddled against me, his entire body a single, sustained tremor. I wrapped an arm around him, my own trembling matching his. And so we waited. The only sounds were the muffled drumming of the rain on the house above and the frantic, panicked beating of my own heart. Every creak of the old house, every groan of the timbers settling was magnified 100 times in the subterranean silence. I imagined the masked figure circling the house, its long fingers trailing against the wood siding, its head cocked, listening. Was it testing the doors? The windows? Was it alone? The thought sent a fresh spike of ice through my veins. The old-timers sometimes spoke of them in small groups, families almost, bound by their shared madness. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. My senses were on high alert, every nerve-ending screaming. I strained my ears, listening for any sound from above that was out of the ordinary. A footstep on the floorboards, the shattering of glass, anything. But there was only the storm. Then I heard it. A faint, rhythmic noise from directly above us. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It was coming from the kitchen floor, right above the cellar. My blood turned to ice. It was inside the house. The thought was so horrific, so impossible, that my mind momentarily refused to accept it. It had to be the wind. It had to be a branch. But the sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic. It was the sound of something being dragged across the linoleum. Buster heard it too. His low whimper stopped, replaced by a deep, guttural growl that vibrated through his body and into mine. His head was pointed toward the ceiling. His ears flattened against his skull. The scraping continued, moving slowly from the back of the house toward the front. It passed over our heads, and then seemed to stop near where the living room would be. Silence descended again, a heavy, pregnant pause that was somehow worse than the noise. I held my breath, my ears straining. Every muscle in my body tensed to the point of pain. What was it doing? My imagination, fueled by adrenaline and terror, conjured up monstrous images. I saw it dragging a heavy sack, or perhaps a weapon. I pictured its blank, masked face scanning the room, its unseen eyes searching. Was it looking for us? Did it know where we were hiding? The silence was broken by a new sound, one that was infinitely more terrifying. A soft, clear tapping. Tap, 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 tap. It was coming from the cellar door. My heart stopped. It knew. It was standing on the other side of the door, just a few feet away. The tapping was gentle, almost polite. It wasn't the frantic pounding of someone trying to break down a door. It was a calm, patient, knowing sound. It was an invitation, an acknowledgement that the game had been found out. I know you're in there. Buster exploded into a frenzy of barking, a furious, desperate sound that echoed deafeningly in the small, stone space. He threw himself against the door, his claws scrabbling at the thick oak. I grabbed him, pulling him back, clamping my hand over his muzzle. My other hand pressed against my own mouth to stifle the scream that was now clawing its way up my throat. Buster. Shot. I pleaded in a choked whisper, tears streaming down my face. The tapping stopped. For a terrifying minute, there was nothing. Then, a low, guttural chuckle rumbled through the wood of the door. It was a dry, rasping sound, barely human. It was the sound of pure, malevolent amusement. It was toying with us. It was enjoying our fear. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. From far away, I heard the familiar, rumbling sound of my father's diesel pickup truck. The sound grew steadily louder, followed by the sweep of headlights cutting through the darkness. I had never heard a more beautiful sound in my entire life. The rumble of the engine was the sound of safety, of order, of a world where monsters didn't tap on cellar doors. Upstairs, I heard a faint thump, and then the sound of the front door being unlocked, followed by my father's voice calling my name. Art! You in here? Power's out everywhere. The relief was so sudden and so overwhelming that my legs gave out. I slumped against the stone wall, pulling Buster close, burying my face in his thick fur. I stayed there, shaking uncontrollably, until my father, seeing the light from the lamp under the cellar door, came and unbolted it from the outside. The sight of his weathered, worried face, illuminated by the flashlight he was holding, was the most welcome thing I had ever seen. I couldn't form coherent sentences. I babbled, a frantic, jumbled mess of words about a mask, a hand, and tapping on the door. My mother rushed to me, wrapping me in a hug, her own fear evident in her eyes. My father's face, however, hardened into a grim, stoic mask of its own. He didn't question me. He didn't tell me I was imagining things. He took his high-powered hunting rifle from its case, chambered around, and walked out onto the back porch. He stood there for a long time, the beam of his powerful flashlight cutting a swath through the rain and the darkness, scanning the tree line, the yard, the side of the house. My mother and I watched from the kitchen doorway. He found nothing. No footprints in the mud-soaked yard. The torrential rain had washed everything away. No broken windows, no forced locks. However, we soon discovered why. The only evidence that anything had happened at all was a single, strange smudge on the outside of the kitchen window, and a 13-year-old boy who would never again feel truly safe in his own home. The house was no longer a fortress. The woods were no longer just a backdrop. The line had been crossed, and the darkness outside now knew its way in. The weeks following the storm were shrouded in a thick, suffocating blanket of silence. The incident was not spoken of again. Not once. My parents, in what I can only assume was a misguided attempt to protect me, seemed to believe that if we didn't give the horror a name, if we didn't acknowledge its existence, it would simply fade away like a bad dream. But the fear had sunk its hooks deep into the foundations of our home, and its presence was felt in everything we did. Our house, once a sanctuary of warmth and familiarity, had transformed into a fortress under siege. My father installed new deadbolts on all the doors, heavy, duty locks that required a key from both the inside and the outside. He nailed many of the windows shut, leaving only a few that could be opened for ventilation, and even those were fitted with new, stronger latches. The back porch floodlight, which had previously been a deterrent, was now augmented by two more powerful lights mounted on tall poles at the corners of the house, casting overlapping pools of harsh, sterile light that pushed the darkness back 100 feet into the trees. Our home sat in a stark island of artificial daylight, a defiant beacon in a sea of menacing shadow. But the light didn't make me feel safe. It only served to better illuminate the terrifying, impenetrable wall of blackness that lay just beyond its reach. Sleep became my enemy. For the first few weeks, I was plagued by nightmares. I would see the blank white mask floating in the darkness of my room, hear the soft, polite tapping on my bedroom door, or feel the phantom sensation of grimy fingertips scraping against my window pane. I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, the scream I couldn't unleash during the actual event now escaping my lips in a muffled cry. After a while, the specific nightmares faded, but they were replaced by something almost worse, a bone-deep, sleepless anxiety. I would lie awake for hours, my ears straining to catch every sound, the groan of the house settling, the scuttling of a mouse in the walls, the howl of the wind, and my imagination would twist each innocent noise into a threat. My father's demeanor grew harder, more brittle. The quiet stoicism he had always possessed was now tinged with a grim, watchful tension. He spent his evenings cleaning his collection of firearms, the methodical clack of him disassembling and reassembling his rifle becoming a new, unnerving soundtrack to our nights. He took to walking the perimeter, our property, every evening before dusk, his hunting rifle slung over his shoulder, his eyes constantly scanning the tree line. He wasn't just a logger anymore. He was a sentry guarding a lonely outpost. My mother tried to maintain a facade of normalcy, but the fear betrayed her in small ways. Her hands trembled when she poured coffee. She would jump at the slightest unexpected noise. I would catch her staring out the kitchen window, her gaze lost in the dark woods, her expression a mixture of fear and profound sadness. She tried to fill the silence with chatter about school or chores, but her words felt hollow, like stones dropped into a deep, dark well. Buster was perhaps the most telling barometer of our new reality. My once fearless, adventurous dog was now a shadow of his former self. He refused to go outside alone, even in the daytime. He would only venture out if one of us was with him, and he stayed close, never straying more than a few feet. The woods that had once been his playground were now a source of constant, low-level terror. He would stand at the edge of the yard, staring into the trees with the fur on his neck raised, a low, continuous growl rumbling in his chest. He was a loyal soldier who knew the enemy was still out there, waiting just beyond the wire. For a time, nothing happened. Winter set in, blanketing the landscape in a thick layer of snow. The cold and the deep drift seemed to enforce a truce. The woods were silent, still, and beautiful in their stark, white emptiness. A part of me, the part that desperately clung to reason, began to wonder if I had imagined the worst of it. Perhaps the storm, the darkness, the isolation had played tricks on my mind. Perhaps it was just a vagrant, a lost hiker, someone who meant no real harm. But the deeper, more primal part of me knew better. The silence wasn't peace, it was patience. The people in the woods were masters of patience. The first sign that the truce was over came in late February, as the snow began to melt. My father had a small, sturdy woodshed about 50 yards from the house where he kept his chainsaws, tools, and cans of gasoline. One morning, he went to retrieve a tool and came back to the house, his face a thundercloud. "The lock's been cut," he said, his voice dangerously low. He held up the heavy padlock that had secured the shed door. The shackle had been sheared through with bolt cutters. A clean, decisive snap. We all went out to inspect the shed. The door was slightly ajar. Inside, nothing of significant value was missing. His expensive chainsaws were still there, as were the cans of fuel. But small, almost trivial things had been taken. A coil of rope, a hand axe, a whetstone used for sharpening blades, and, most chillingly, a photograph of my mother and me that I had given him for Father's Day, which he had tacked to the inside of the door. It was gone. The thumbtack was still there, pressed into the wood, but the picture had been carefully removed. This was a profound violation. It was worse than the incident at the window. The masked face had been a terrifying but anonymous horror. This was personal. They had taken a piece of our lives, a symbol of our family. The message was clear and unequivocal. We know who you are. We can get to your things. We are close. From that day on, the psychological warfare resumed, but with a new, more intimate and cruel intensity. It was a campaign of small, unnerving incursions. My mother's favorite garden trowel would disappear from beside the back porch and reappear a week later, stabbed into the earth at the very edge of the woods. A shirt I had left on the clothesline would be found hanging from a low branch on a tree, just inside the forest, fluttering like a forlorn flag of surrender. These weren't random acts. They were calculated, deliberate moves in a terrifying game of chess where we didn't know the rules or the opponent's objective. The feeling of being watched intensified until it was a constant physical pressure on my skin. I stopped playing in the yard altogether. The school bus became a rolling sanctuary, and the moment it dropped me off, at the end of our long driveway, a silent, internal stopwatch would start, counting the seconds until I was safely inside the locked doors of the house. The breaking point came on a cool, clear afternoon in April. I was 17 now, 4 years since the night of the storm, but the fear was as fresh as ever. I was in my room, trying to force myself to study for a history exam, when I glanced out my window, which faced the side yard and the dense wall of forest beyond. My eyes were drawn to a spot at the base of a large ponderosa pine, right where our yard met the wilderness. There was something there that didn't belong, a small patch of faded red against the brown of the pine needles. My curiosity warred with my fear. For a long time, I just stared, trying to convince myself it was just a piece of trash or a fungus. But I knew it wasn't. Finally, unable to stand the uncertainty, I went downstairs. My father was out, working a logging job a few miles away. My mother was in the kitchen, humming nervously as she baked. "I'm just going to get something from the yard," I said, my voice sounding steadier than I felt. "Don't go near the trees, Arthur," she said, not looking up from her work. It was a standard refrain, the mantra of our lives. I walked out the front door, my heart thudding a nervous rhythm against my ribs. I kept my eyes fixed on the patch of red as I walked across the lawn. As I got closer, a wave of nausea and ice, cold dread washed over me. I recognized it. It was my old teddy bear, Barnaby. He had been my constant companion when I was a small child. I hadn't seen him in at least 10 years. I assumed he had been lost or packed away in a box in the attic long ago. But here he was, propped carefully against the trunk of the pine tree, his faded red bow tie askew, his button eyes staring blankly back at me. One of his fabric arms was missing, torn raggedly from his shoulder, and in its place, crudely stitched into the socket with what looked like thick, dark twine, was a dried, withered bird's wing. I stood there, frozen, unable to breathe. This wasn't just a message. This was a desecration of memory. They had taken a cherished, innocent piece of my childhood, and twisted it into a hideous, pagan effigy. How had they gotten it? Had it been in the attic? Had they been in our attic? Had they been in the house again, moving through our spaces while we were away, touching our things, breathing our air? The world seemed to tilt on its axis. The chirping of birds, the gentle breeze, the warmth of the afternoon sun. It all receded, replaced by a roaring in my ears. The woods were no longer just watching. They had reached into my past, into the very heart of my memories, and defiled them. The line between outside and inside, between the wilderness and the home, between them and us, had been completely erased. They weren't just in the woods anymore. In a way, they were in the house with us, and they had been for a very long time. I stumbled backward from the tree, my legs threatening to give out from under me. A strangled gasp escaped my lips, and I spun around, my eyes frantically scanning the silent, imposing wall of trees. They were watching. I knew they were. They were out there, in the shadows between the trunks, savoring this moment. They had crafted this obscene totem, placed it with deliberate care, and were now observing its effect, feeding on my terror. The mutilated teddy bear was not just a message. It was a declaration of absolute power. It told me that no lock, no wall, no memory was safe from their touch. Clutching the grotesque effigy of Barnaby in my trembling hand, I ran. I fled from the edge of the woods, as if the trees themselves were reaching for me, their branches like skeletal fingers. I burst through the front door of the house, slamming it shut behind me, my breath coming in ragged, sobbing gasps. My mother rushed into the hallway, her face etched with alarm at the sight of my state. "Arthur, what is it? What's wrong?" I couldn't speak. I simply held out my hand and showed her the bear. Her eyes widened, and all the color drained from her face. She brought a hand to her mouth, a small, choked gasp escaping her lips. The nervous energy she usually used to mask her fear evaporated, replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated horror. The humming stopped. The facade of normalcy she had fought so hard to maintain for 4 long years finally shattered into a million pieces. She looked from the bear to my face, and in her eyes, I saw a reflection of my own terror, magnified by a mother's protective instinct. She knew, as I did, what this meant. She took the bear from my hand, her fingers recoiling slightly as she touched the brittle, dried wing. She turned and walked into the living room, like a somnambulist, placing the defiled object on the coffee table, as if it were a venomous snake. She then collapsed into an armchair, her body racked with silent, convulsive sobs. The silence my parents had tried to use as a shield had been broken, and the truth of our situation flooded the room, raw and terrifying. We stayed like that for what felt like an eternity. Me standing paralyzed in the doorway, my mother weeping silently in her chair. The only sound was the ticking of the grandfather clock. In the hall, each tick a hammer blow, marking the seconds of our stolen peace. When my father's truck finally rumbled up the driveway an hour later, the atmosphere in the house was thick with dread. He walked in, took one look at my face, at my mother's state, And then his eyes fell on the thing on the coffee table. He stopped dead. I watched his face, expecting to see the familiar grim hardness, the stoic resolve. But I saw something new. The stoicism was still there, but beneath it, I saw a flicker of something I had never seen in my father before. Defeat. He looked tired. Not just physically tired from a long day of work, but a deep, soul-crushing exhaustion. He had fortified our home, stood guard every night, and patrolled his territory like a soldier. And for what? The enemy wasn't just at the gates. They had been inside the castle the whole time, moving his pieces on the board at will. He walked over to the coffee table and stared down at the bear. He didn't touch it. He just looked at it for a long, silent minute. The setting sun cast long shadows through the living room window, and one fell across his face, obscuring his expression. When he finally spoke, his voice was devoid of emotion, as flat and cold as a tombstone. "Mary," he said, speaking to my mother, "pack a bag. Just the essentials. Photographs, important papers. Whatever you can't live without." He then turned to me. "Arthur, you too. Go to your room. One bag. Nothing else." My mother looked up, her tear-streaked face filled with confusion. What are you doing, John?" "We're leaving," he said, his voice gaining a sliver of its old authority. "Tonight. Right now. We're not spending another night in this house." The finality in his tone was absolute. This wasn't a discussion. It was a command born of desperation. The game was over. The only winning move was not to play. For the first time in years, a tiny, fragile spark of hope flickered to life inside me. Leaving. The word was a prayer. I hadn't dared to whisper. We moved with a frantic, desperate energy. I ran to my room, grabbing a duffel bag and stuffing it with clothes, a few books, anything my hands could find. I didn't care about my possessions. They were just things, and things could be tainted, used against us. My mother moved through the house, collecting photo albums and legal documents, her movements jerky and panicked. My father, meanwhile, went to his gun cabinet. He loaded his hunting rifle, a shotgun, and a small pistol, placing them in a soft case by the front door. As darkness fell, the house felt more dangerous than ever. The floodlights outside switched on automatically, but they no longer offered any comfort. They just made our home a brightly lit stage, and I felt the unseen audience gathering in the surrounding darkness for the final act. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the windows sounded like an approaching footstep, a scraping fingernail. The air was thick with the feeling of being watched, an oppressive, malevolent pressure that seemed to emanate from the very walls of the house. Within an hour, we were ready. 3 duffel bags and a case of guns sat by the front door. My father grabbed his keys. "Okay," he said, his voice low and tense. "We're going to walk to the truck. We're not going to run. We're going to move together. Arthur, you get in the back. Mary, the passenger side. I'll get in last. Do not look at the woods. Just look at the truck. Understand?" We both nodded, our faces pale in the dim light of the hallway. He unlocked the front door, his hand resting on the shotgun case. He took a deep breath and pulled the door open. The night air was cool and crisp. The floodlights hummed, casting everything in a harsh, white glare. The truck was about 30 feet away, a metal beast that promised salvation. We stepped out onto the porch, moving as a single, terrified unit. The silence of the night was absolute. Too absolute. There were no crickets, no rustling of small animals in the undergrowth. There was only the hum of the lights and the sound of our own breathing. We were halfway to the truck when it started. A low whistle. The same single, tuneless note from years ago. But it wasn't faint this time. It was close, frighteningly close. It seemed to come from the dark woods to our left. My mother flinched, her hand flying to her mouth. "Don't stop," my father commanded, his voice a harsh whisper. "Keep moving." Then another whistle joined the first from the right, and another from behind us near the house. Soon, the air was filled with them, a disorienting, multi-layered chorus of wavering, mocking notes. It was a symphony of madness, coming from all directions, weaving a net of sound around us. They were surrounding us. They had been waiting for us to leave the safety of the walls. We reached the truck. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely open the rear door. I threw my bag in and scrambled onto the seat, not daring to look behind me. My mother got into the passenger seat, fumbling with the lock. My father stood guard, the shotgun now in his hands, his head on a swivel, trying to pinpoint the source of the whistling. "Get down," he yelled, and I dropped to the floor of the cab without a second's hesitation. He slid into the driver's seat, slamming and locking the door. He jammed the key into the ignition and twisted. Click, click, click. The engine didn't turn over. The battery was dead. A cold, sickening dread, worse than anything I had ever felt, washed over me. It was a trap. They had planned this. They had drained the battery, waiting for us to be here, exposed and helpless in this metal box. The whistling stopped, all at once. The sudden, profound silence was more terrifying than the noise had been. My father frantically tried the ignition again. Click, click, click. Nothing. "John," my mother whispered, her voice trembling. "Look." I risked a glance over the edge of the window. My father had his powerful flashlight, and its beam was cutting through the darkness, scanning the tree line. And then the beam stopped. It rested on a figure standing at the edge of the woods, just beyond the reach of the floodlights. It was tall and unnaturally thin. It wore dark, ragged clothes, and its face was a blank, smooth, bone, white mask. It stood perfectly still, its head tilted slightly as if in curiosity. And it wasn't alone. As the flashlight beam moved, it picked out another figure, and another. There were at least half a dozen of them, emerging from the shadows, silent sentinels forming a loose, closing circle around our island of light. My father raised the shotgun, its barrel resting on the windowsill. The moment seemed to stretch into eternity. Us, trapped in the truck. Them, silent and waiting in the darkness. The final checkmate. And then, Buster, who had been cowering silently on the floor at my mother's feet, erupted. He launched himself against the driver's side window, barking and snarling with a fury I had never witnessed. a primal rage directed at the masked figures. His sudden, violent explosion seemed to break the spell. At that exact moment, from down the long gravel road, another light appeared. Two lights, headlights. A vehicle was approaching. Hope, fierce and desperate, surged through me. Someone was coming. A neighbor. The police. It didn't matter. The figures in the woods seemed to notice it too. As the headlights grew brighter, they hesitated. The one in the center, the one my father's light was on, slowly raised a hand. It wasn't a wave. It was a gesture of acknowledgement, of postponement. And then, as silently as they had appeared, they melted back into the impenetrable blackness of the trees. By the time the approaching vehicle, a county sheriff's patrol car on a routine check, pulled up beside us, they were gone. We never spent another night in that house. The deputy helped my father jump, start the truck, his face a mixture of professional concern and deep-seated local understanding. He didn't ask too many questions. He had seen the look in our eyes. We drove away, not even looking back at the house, a monument to our fear, now abandoned to the woods. We drove until the sun came up, and we never stopped. I now live in a city, hundreds of miles from central Washington. The windows of my apartment look out onto a street filled with cars and people, and the only trees are small, manicured thins and concrete planters. There are no deep, dark woods here. My parents live in a quiet suburban neighborhood a few towns over. We are safe, but safety is a relative term. We escaped the place, but we never truly escaped the fear. It lives in us now. I still check the locks on my doors 3 times before I go to bed. I still can't stand to have my back to an open window after dark. Sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet, I think about that house, standing empty at the edge of the wilderness. I think about the people in the woods. They weren't supernatural. They were something far more terrifying human, beings who had shed their humanity. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that they are still out there, in the dark, forgotten places of the world, living by their own twisted rules, patient and watching, waiting for the next family to move in at the end of the road.